I've unmuted us, but also at the same time, I mean, we're just gonna be fucking around, so it doesn't really matter.
Let's just send her, bud.
Just send her.
Just fucking send her. Oh yeah.
Send her.
Is cursing? What's the rule on cursing?
We are an adult stream.
Awesome.
Yes.
Also, I should have asked this before we went live. Is Alan like coming through just as well as me?
Yeah, I can hear him fine.
Okay.
Awesome.
I thought so. You talk loud enough.
Yeah.
Because I've had like my sister over and she doesn't talk as
She's not
loud.
very- yeah, your sister's so quiet.
We both have our booming voices.
Yeah. My booming
I
stentorian
should
voice.
probably put alerts up on top. Thank you, Andreas, for the host.
I mean,
This stream with one viewer. Oh yeah, sound test. Tiggle bitties.
Take old biddies.
Andreas.
Ooh,
Sound test.
wait, what? No, yeah, you can hear me. You can hear me. It's working.
You're not gonna tickle biddies with us?
Tickle bitties.
Yeah, excellent.
Said as sadly as possible.
It's just
Yes.
it's like that one Simpsons meme. It's just like say it. You ever seen that one?
I mean, I can pull it up.
Yeah, pull it up.
What would
Yeah.
the name of the Simpsons meme be?
It was just like Bart say it or something because he's in a classroom and they all turn to him. They just say, "Hey, say the thing."
Say it. Oh, say it again. Okay.
Yeah.
No, I know that. Yeah.
Yeah. There you go. Say the line.
I don't know what the original one is though.
Neither do I.
Wait, why did it? If I fucking click on Google right now in the topic, it immediately searches for Mother's Day, and I'm sorry, but that's not what I'm trying to look up.
Because
I
mothers.
was actually
aren't
surprised.
important.
I didn't realize that was American Mother's Day. I thought it was the same as like I know the French and UK had different ones, but I thought American one was the same as UK one.
Is it, huh? I didn't know that.
Nope.
It was in March. It was back in March for UK.
Andreas, our Google Doodle has not been the same as the UK's since July 4th, 1776.
You got
Best
the
day of
date
our
right.
lives.
It's crazy.
What do you mean?
Americans knowing history.
Bitch!
Oh, we know our history
I
pretty
know
damn well.
American history really well. Alright?
I know when we said fuck you to the British. I know when we said fuck you to the French.
I know when
when
we-
we said
yeah.
fuck you to the Germans.
I know when we
I know we
said
said fuck you to the Japanese.
you got dang French and coming over here with the French-Indian War.
We didn't come over here. You English colons got fucked over twice, and then you had a numeral advantage.
We
Bruh.
we were just trying to live our lives, and
Yeah.
That's
I
what
mean,
every single colonizer has ever said.
Hey,
Hey, we weren't the colonizers. We were colonized.
yeah.
What you mean?
I'm Cherokee, okay?
He's Elizabeth Warren.
Yeah. Hey, no, I'm way more than Elizabeth Warren.
Yeah,
Which
you know.
I was so thrilled when I actually read that more Americans have more whatever Indian blood or Native American blood than she does. Like average Americans have more than she does. She has less than the majority of Americans.
Okay, the fact that I'm part Mexican means that I'm almost guaranteed to have more Indian blood.
Well, yeah.
Because I mean Mexicans were literally the mixture of Spain and the Native Americans.
Yep.
Because
Only the Anglo-Saxons tended to be so separate. The French, the Spanish, and the Portuguese usually mixed them up quite a lot.
Yeah. Damn wasps.
I was gonna say, you know how whenever all the conquistadors and all the conquerors are coming over, they came here for gold and glory, and the Spanish decided to add girlfriends in.
Yeah, add women. I think there was something about how Spanish conquistadors were actually sometimes encouraged to take wives from the native population and turn them to Catholicism.
I know that because that
Oh, yeah,
was
no.
a big thing with religion
No.
is that they wanted to try to spread it
Yeah,
as much. And
exactly. Yeah. That was the main thing happening. Most colonial powers did that. Even the French, the majority of what we would call French colonizers in North America were mixed race. The vast majority of them, because they would do deals. That's why what you call the French Indian Wars. The majority of the Indians were fighting on the French side because there were only like 10% actual French people in the continent. The majority of them were what's the term? Crossed, I guess.
y'all wooed them with your fucking accents.
Yeah, you came over.
Exactly.
And you're like, I'm French. Would you like a beaver pelt?
I feel like they were
There's
the
actually-
one offering the beaver pelts.
We would like your beaver pelt.
Ooh. Please, ma'am, can I sample your beaver? God damn it. This is already starting off amazingly. I'm still trying to shill myself in the other servers because fuck it.
No, yeah, put it out there, man.
Well, yeah, for
Jesus.
sure.
I'm looking at your Discord screen. How many Discords are you a
Too
part
many.
of?
Too goddamn many.
I
Don't
only
even.
have like 5.
I know, I can see that over there. You have fucking nothing.
I even have my Discord folder for you guys because, like, with Gray's
Oh, hi,
Discord,
Mom.
your Discord, Albuquerque, and Zone 7, I have, like, I call it the Texan Murican Discords.
Yeah. Harass, you say? Hell yeah. So, I guess I probably should have put it in the title. But the three old men here, since we get a little bit of time for people to jump on in, we have the quintessential Shrimp, as you may know. Everybody who's here probably knows of me. And Shrimp, Cameron, host of the channel. Man of 1,000 names. And here sitting next to me as a little special guest.
Yeah.
We have Mr. Moose on the Loose, aka Alan, because I'm not going to call you Moose every time. I have known you for too goddamn long to call you that.
Well, I was here all committed to calling you Shrimp, but whatever.
No, you weren't.
Fine. I'm not even on the dang title screen. Thanks, Dillon.
Yeah. Dillon made this awesome art for us. Dillon, Mr. Antiganos. I'm going to shill him out whenever I can. Amazing artist did this in like an hour while he was doing other stuff as well.
It was good.
And then
But
we also, as Rain came for, we have Mr. Imperator Andreas Augustus,
Hello.
our French fiend over here.
French fiend.
Yeah, we all know the French are sex pests.
Monka
As
S.
I started saying that, I regret.
Much is gonna be summoned. Watch it.
I know.
I figured you would regret saying that.
Only partially. Beautiful, talented creature, you Antiganos. Yeah, he is. I mean, I don't know if he's in the chat yet or not, but I will sing his praises all day because he's the man
Actually,
that will do sketches over like 10 minutes and then just be like, "This is terrible," and I'm like, "I would pay for this."
It's freaking amazing. I actually want to ask him for the because I want to crop my face, which is like my profile Discord one, and actually make the art one rather than the. I want to make.
Have you in the polo? I don't know how because you said you have a polo just like that. I don't know how he guessed that.
Because
No
everybody
coincidence.
has a polo like that. You don't have a polo like that? I have a polo like
Well,
that.
yes, but he actively wears it.
Oh, okay. Fair enough. Fair enough.
Some-
I only wear mine to church.
It's the only time you dress up.
Yeah, well, I mean, what else? Who else am I supposed to dress up for? Cows?
All the wonderful ladies in your hometown.
Oh, Lord. I'm not even going to mention it.
All those heifers.
Ooh. That's a good joke.
Cows. Yes, here.
Yes, we all made the connection
Miss-
between cows and heifers.
No. Ray said cows in chat.
Oh, okay. I got it.
But yeah, here, let me move this a little bit for you so you can.
That's perfect. Right
Let
there.
me open it so you can see chat a little bit more. But yeah, Mr. Allen here is a cow fucker. I mean farmer. I mean rancher.
We're not on Discord. I can hit you right now.
He did physically hit me there. I can turn the webcam on and
I can hit you. Just remember that.
he is physically in the same presence as me. Sadly,
We want to make a channel reward point hit shrimp.
dude, I can make some channel. Actually, I'm going to. Everybody keep talking. I'm going to adjust some channel reward stuff. Fuck it. We're gonna do some stupid ones for podcast.
So, Andreas, any video games coming up that you're excited for?
Yes, actually. There's Total War Troy, which so the Total War series.
Really quickly, for context, Andreas is a giant historical nerd and loves grand strategy games.
Gotcha.
Well, actually, and Total War games are more of a real-time battle strategy with some aspects of grand strategy. But yeah, but it's Total War series, probably my favorite game series overall. And they have come up with Total War Troy, which, as the name suggests, would be the Iliad and the Odyssey
Cool.
era. And yeah, so I'm really. Although some people say it's not going to be great. Sega has a history of failing with initial releases, although they usually update and DLC the games into perfection. But yeah, I'm kind of hyped for that.
In Total War the one where you actually play as a character like on the ground but in a third person's perspective? Right.
No, so you control the armies and the soldiers. You actually have real-time strategy. So you control your armies, and so you have a campaign map. And whenever a battle is about to happen, you go onto a zoomed-in field and you control your army and your soldiers and your units. But you don't actually play as one character.
Okay, because I was thinking about there's this other game where it's like you are a character and there's just huge numbers of enemies around you in the third person, and I remember they added.
Are you talking about like Dynasty Warriors?
I think maybe.
Is that one where really your character can mow down a fuck ton of people?
Yeah, I remember.
Yeah, it's Dynasty Warriors, I believe.
Because I
There's
remember.
also Blade Warband, which is a bit like that.
Mountain Blade
Yeah.
Warband, yeah, I do enjoy that. That's a little. Dynasty Warriors is like you can literally take out 1,000 people. Thank you, Ring.
I just remember. Yeah, thank you. But I just remember in the one game I'm thinking about, they didn't port, but they added as a DLC like Legend of Zelda characters, like Link and Ganon and stuff.
Huh. That's interesting.
Yeah.
And Jace, isn't there also the Warhammer game that's kind of the what is it called again? The when you're playing Imperial Guard, where it's kind of like Left 4 Dead.
Yes, actually, that's true. That would be the second one. What's shit? Damn it! No, I'm not gonna think about the name now.
Isn't Warhammer also coming out with that other game that's kind of like Vermintide, except it's
Yeah,
like
exactly. That's
Yeah.
what
Yeah.
he's
That's what
talking
we're
about.
talking about.
Vermintide's similar to Left 4 Dead as well.
That's right. For some reason, my brain didn't work, and I
That
forgot
right
what
now-
Left 4 Dead was.
Gonna make it bad.
We have played a decent bit of Vermintide together because that's actually a really fun one. But the space one, it could be a shit show, in the best way.
It looked good.
Yeah, it's had some good stuff.
You know what game I'm kind of excited for? Or not excited for, but there's this one game coming out that I'm interested in. It's called Biomutant.
I feel like I've heard of it.
You probably have. It's been like in development for years.
If we need to, I might pull it up on the trailer.
Yeah, I haven't actually looked into it too far, but what stuff has come to me through like YouTube ads actually looks pretty good.
Huh?
Hit shrimp.
I'm adding some channel point rewards real quick.
By the way, the game Dark Tide, the 40k game.
Dark Tide. Okay, that makes sense.
Okay.
Hey, you're gonna like what kind of hit are we talking about here? Like closed fist, open fist.
Like you can do either one and make a noise, but like don't want permanent damage.
The hammers. What do you mean? Not fist. Hammers.
Oh, yeah.
Well, with how big Alan's fist is, it is a hammer.
Hammers.
He's talking
Justice
about
right here. That's what Batman calls him, right?
I don't know. Dude, is that what Batman calls him?
Yeah, he did.
Does he call his fist the hammer of justice?
He did, and that really campy one. That one really campy. Batman: The Brave and the Bold, which was more of a comedy series on Cartoon Network.
Okay.
And the whole theme of that was just little crappy episodes, and he would team up with another superhero every episode. And he called his fist. He was like, "These are the hammers of justice." And in one episode, there was this one woman. Her name was Manface.
Wait, is it the hammer of justice is unisex or whatever?
Yes.
Yeah, I have seen that before. Oh my god, I'm pulling this up right now.
I love that episode. The hammer of justice is unisex. Kabong!
The hammer of justice. Unisex.
No idea.
If I get fucking copyright claim for this, I don't care.
That's it.
Oh my god, it's right here. Okay, here I'm gonna pull it up, but let me screen share it for you real quick, Andreas.
I have a stream up, so
Okay, it'll be a little, but you'll hear us as well. I'm just gonna fuck it. You can see this screen. Looking up shit,
Yeah, you
and
might need a third monitor with all the crap you're doing.
I know. So here, Andreas, do you see it?
yeah.
Let's hope this isn't too loud.
Don't talk to my man that way! You wouldn't hit a lady, would you?
The hammer of justice is unisex.
It's so fucking cheesy. I love it.
That was the whole point of that show.
How does that even get issued? Like, how does that get authorized?
Because this was several years ago.
It was, yeah. I mean, this YouTube video was in 2009. It was probably like early 2000s, you know.
Yeah. That was like around.
Batman's out here promoting true gender equality. Oh, I love comments like that.
Right, the brain soup says man face.
Equal rights, equal fights. Hell yeah.
Yeah, that's pretty good.
Oh goodness.
I used to love that. That show was so campy and so dumb, but it was actually pretty cool to see.
Some of the best like shows and movies are when it's super campy and it's like, this is stupid. I would not count this as cinema in any way, but it's fucking hilarious. I will always go back to, and I think we talked about this in Trace before, fucking Tropic Thunder.
I think we might have.
I compared it to Meet the Spartans. Oh no! Because you've seen that, right? Yeah. Tropic Thunder is that kind of comedy where it's like, it is terrible. I would love to have us all watch. And Meet the Spartans is great as well.
Yeah.
It is horrendous and genuinely offensive, and but it's oh.
Ben Stiller,
Tropic Thunder is the one with what's his face?
Robert Downey Jr.,
Iron Man. Yeah,
Yep.
there you go.
Yep.
Jack
he-
Black, Ben
Bro.
Stiller.
and
I've
I
seen
love
it
how
on YouTube, but I've never watched the movie. It
Like-
looks hilarious.
once
is.
a year, some like kids on Twitter go figure out that Robert Downey Jr. was in that, and they're like, "Why is nobody talking about the fact that Robert Downey Jr. did blackface?"
Because
And it's like the whole point of it. If you don't know the context of the movie, the whole point is he's not supposed to be good for it. Like it's laughing at him for taking it so like it's like he's not supposed to be the good guy for doing it. None of the actors in the movie, because the movie's all about actors, none of them are supposed to be good. They all have
Yeah.
huge flaws, and they're just terrible fucking people, and that's what makes it hilarious.
like Jack Black is just one of those fat suit actors, like a really, really like an even worse Tyler Perry.
Yeah.
And he's addicted to heroin.
yeah,
Ben Stiller's just a dipshit
yeah.
who went full retard.
That's the quote. Yeah,
Sorry, that might get us. I'm not trying to get us kicked off of Twitch. And then the whole reason Robert Downey Jr.'s character works in that film is because he's actively making fun of the practice of blackface.
yeah. Nunca TOS. No. No TOS. No TOS. It was we were quoting the movie. Okay.
It was a movie quote. It was a movie quote. Can't get me for a quote.
Man, if Twitch staff showed up right now for that, I would just be like, what am I supposed to do? You came at the wrong time. I mean, there wasn't going to be a right time during this stream, probably, but
Probably not.
You just slam a Bitcoin link. That's how you corrupt people online. You can't just give them cash. You just throw a Bitcoin link.
God,
No. Dogecoin.
Dogecoin, yeah.
I'm promoting Dogecoin.
Did you
right
see
now.
the fucking drop that happened after the SNL?
See the drop? I got an alert on my phone, Cameron. I'm invested in Dogecoin.
So I don't know if you know about this, Andreas, about the push to get Dogecoin to $1.
Right. Okay. I mean, I've heard of Dogecoin. I didn't know that was an actual thing about pushing it to $1.
Well, people have been wanting to, including Elon Musk, has been trying to push it to $1. And Elon Musk recently went on SNL, and right before he goes on, it jumped like threefold, got up to 74 cents, I believe.
Yep.
And then, like as SNL started, it dropped down to like 20 cents.
Yep. Now it's back up to 50 cents.
Okay, it is so fucking volatile. My father. Okay, so one day my mom just texts me.
I was there. I remember that.
Yeah,
Do you know about? I was there for that.
She
Dogecoin.
just messaged me. She's like, "Do you know what Dogecoin is?" And I was like, "Yes." And she's like, "Your father wants to invest in it." Thank you, Unique, for the subscription. You are on 5 lovely months. How you been doing, Boyle? We're just chatting.
Hi, Unique.
This is Mr. Moose, aka Alan, and you know Andreas.
Well, hello, Unique.
Also, I want to point out that you I don't know if you noticed, but you made Moshi cry whenever you donated all that money. I just wanted to bring that up. Shit, what was I just saying?
You were talking about
Dogecoin.
Yeah.
So my mom is just like, yeah, your dad wants to invest in it, and I was like, okay, why? And she's like, well, he heard about it and heard it's good. I'm like, you can try. I'm like, just be careful with it. Like, it's very volatile. And I'm gonna pull up the exact message real quick, just so I don't misquote her. I believe she said, well, your father's putting down $5,000, $5,000.
Well,
That's not a small amount of money.
no, it's not.
I think even with your British fake money, Andreas, you should understand.
I know. Yeah. That's a lot.
Yeah.
Oh, no,
I mean,
no,
out
so
of perspective, obviously, out of perspective, I don't know how much it represents, of income in general. But yeah, that's still a nice sum.
I think that translates into like 3,000, maybe low 4,000 euros.
So I misinterpreted. She said he's going to use 8,000, which in euro is 6,500.
Yeah, that is. Yeah, that's about 6,000 euros. Yeah.
Yeah.
Man, you scared me, Cameron, because I looked at your computer screen and I was like, no, I was wrong.
Oh yeah, let's check the I was doing the translation and it showed the fact that the euro went fucking down a decent bit. Dogecoin price. Let's see how it's going right now. Oh, it doesn't show a.
Here, I can tell you. Let me just pull it up on my phone.
Yeah, I don't got a. I'm looking for a graph for it. God,
pull it up on my phone.
fucking Dogecoin. 8,000 rookie numbers, 8 million. Unique.
Just sell your house, all your savings, put it in Dogecoin right now.
It's at 54 cents.
Stream not sponsored. Stream not sponsored.
But we would be if Dogecoin wanted to sponsor us. I would put down all the money I've ever made on Twitch into Dogecoin.
Yeah. How much money is
Also, Unique, can you remind me how much money in December did you spend on Twitch streamers? If you could, because 8,000 rookie numbers, 8 million men. Because I believe you here. Wow, such finance. Here's Mr. Antiganos, Dillon, the motherfucker who made this art that looks amazing, and he won't accept it, so everybody shower him with love.
Yes, too far.
I actually have a lesson for you on that one, Dylan. On Tiganos.
December, I don't know, 4K. So yeah, because I was gonna say, I remember you mentioning, that in December you spent a good bit. But yeah, Unique spent 4,000 on Twitch streamers. Yep, in December. He is a very well-off man, very generous man, who we all love here.
So now that you have all those Twitch streamers, Unique, what do you do with them?
It's a very long-term investment. Unique has a special plan.
He's collecting all the founders badges and a whole bunch of people until when they become big, he can gloat
And
it.
then he sells them. Twitch has a plan of putting founders badges for sale.
He also, as you might notice, has my current hype train conductor, because every single time I've had a hype train, he takes both of the badges. Which, if you don't know, hype train is if certain amount of things are donated in succession from different people. People can donate more to get the badge, and it'll give them emotes and stuff. And other people try to get a badge, and he just says "fuck you" and takes them.
Right.
Yeah, it's pretty.
This
fucking
man is
hilarious.
worth in a casino. He will outbid you at every turn.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, once they put up VIP and founder badges for sale, I'm going to make a fortune. So I'm surprised you didn't just make a whole bunch of Twitch accounts, and just for each streamer, what you do is you get a founder's badge, one per account, and then if they become big, you can sell your account to somebody for having the founder's badge.
What is the value of a founder's badge?
Nothing.
Nothing. Okay. So there's
It just shows that you are one of the, I think it's first 10 people to subscribe to something.
First 10, yeah. First 10.
well, I mean, obviously there is some value to it because apparently you can sell an account that has access to one.
I'm mostly joking.
Okay.
I don't think people would buy it, but I mean, theoretically, like, if somebody got as big as, like, fucking, like,
Critical.
Pokemon, or yeah, stuff like that. Like, if all of a sudden, like, I blew up to I'm not going to, blew up to that size, then somebody, having the founder's badge would be kind of like a status, you know?
Right. I dislike the way you just did
Status. I know. As soon as I said it, I was like, I could see the eyebrow twitching, the English major about to come out.
Got Andreas over there. He's the one in the UK. They're the ones who say it's status.
I mean, okay, I can't argue with that, really.
Oh heavens! What is the status of Dogecoin?
You should ask our Prime Minister.
Also, this reminds me that we have two people here in the podcast who both have pretty much useless degrees.
Hey,
English major, history major.
hey, at least we got
Well,
degrees.
actually, no. The funny thing is, history major is actually very useful, especially if you go into either law or even anything remotely related to administration or even politics. But ancient history is what I have, and now that is proper useless. I told you, I'm aiming for unemployment. Why do you think I want to go into politics? I want us to live off society for the rest of my life.
Exactly. That's why you want to become a lawyer.
Well,
Well, yeah, but lawyer requires studies. Lawyer requires studies, and then you actually need to be good. Politician, I can just say nice things and people vote for me.
Fair.
I would. Come on, Andre. Come on, man. Aren't you going to be the one politician who does things weird, like tells the truth?
No, that sounds like work.
No, I mean, to be fair, I'm being sarcastic, obviously, but I do want to go into politics, but not for the reason mentioned.
You also,
not live off society.
You've also talked about going to politics.
I have somewhat, but at this point, with the state of the United States, I'm not certain that there will be politics to go into by
Fair.
the time we get out of law school.
But yeah,
That's a fair point.
At that point, politics might consist of, I am the local warlord.
turning into fucking Japan.
Mad Max incoming.
Japan.
No, I don't
Yeah,
want
well,
Mad Max stuff because the leather would chafe. You know.
That's true.
I mean, I don't have an argument there. You're correct. I mean, the leather's also hot, but...
Exactly. And they're in fucking Australia, and they wear...
Oh, no, I wasn't saying hot, like, temperature-wise.
Yeah, I know, but they're in Australia.
That to me is still one of the best car race movies ever made. Like the recent one, Mad Max Fury Road.
That was
Literally,
Is-
I've never seen such a car chase, literally going back and forth, the same locations twice, being so good and entertaining. It is a great movie.
Have you seen Mad Max 2? Road
I
Warrior.
wish I could. I've watched clips on YouTube of the old Mad Max movies, and I just can't.
Mad Max 2 is... Because I said, like, Fury Road is a great movie, but like it definitely has, like... The plot, I would say, isn't the strongest.
Oh no, the plot is
Mad-
nothing.
Mad
It's just
Max.
cars going up.
Mad Max Road Warrior is genuinely one of my favorite pieces of cinema. It is a movie that is, I would say, is very strong. Yeah, actually, Dylan, are you free? I will throw you into this call right now so that you can talk about Mad Max.
Tractor Boy's audio is a little. Hey, listen here.
Yeah, I can't adjust his audio really just because we're on the same mic right now.
You could move
I mean, if
a little
Trump,
closer to me.
you have a mic, Trump can get elected. Anyone can. Currently, yeah.
I have a mic.
Yeah, you have a mic. Yeah, if you want to, jump into like general, and I'll drag you in. Because Mad Max is this man's forte. But Road Warrior, and he's also a film major. I want to point out.
Oh, yeah.
Pretty much graduated. So the Road Warrior. The best way I have to put it is the movie barely has dialogue. It's weird. It doesn't have like there's entire scenes where there's nothing said. But it is still, like, you understand what everybody is thinking and like, going through better than a lot of movies do with dialogue, you know? It is just a very well-made movie. And I didn't watch it until I was halfway to Wasteland Weekend. I had never seen it.
You had.
Oh yeah, that's what you do. Puts you in the mood.
I had only seen Fury Road. Oh, actually, okay, I had seen, I believe, Beyond Thunderdome, like, a decade ago, you know?
You know what I respect? What I really liked about the new Mad Max Fury Road was just how many of those effects were practical effects.
Mm-hmm. I love when things are practical effects. It's so fucking good.
Right, and that's one thing I really like because like that's one good thing I can say about the sequel trilogy of Star Wars. Right, they used a lot of practical effects.
Doesn't mean it was good.
No, it wasn't good. It was in fact god awful.
Oh god. Okay, so.
Are we talking about the Disney or the prequel sequels?
Disney.
Okay. But before we go rant about it, I do want to point out something, and I kind of want to gauge the audience reaction to this. We are all very opinionated assholes, is how I'd put it, right? Would you agree?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Don't you even envy? Don't you?
No slight nodding. Admit it.
I think what would be a really fun thing to do, because we want to try to be doing this more often. And I mean, a little bit after this, let's say if we can do it weekly, I think me and Andreas could probably do it. Alan, it's a little bit harder for you currently because of working on the ranch.
I could probably. Well, the only reason is because my and Andreas' schedules.
Yeah, because he doesn't get off until later, but Andreas is asleep.
But I mean, I'm happy to do as late as I need because obviously there's like less restrictions now. Neighbors aren't so much here, and this is a podcast, so I don't get to scream. I just get to speak normally. Usually.
Yeah, exactly. But and also when you can get into law school.
Thank you for the disclaimer, Unique.
Yeah, no, we did not we did not represent Twitch in any way. I hardly represent myself. But once you get into law school, it's funny. Once you get to law school, we'll probably have more time to do it.
Yeah, we'll have definitely more time.
I think one thing that would be amazing for us to do, and again, I'm kind of gauging chat's reaction, is to see doing a movie and/or like short TV show a week or every 2 weeks, even if we need more time for it.
You mean like a review, right?
Yeah. So what we'll do is we'll watch it all together before the podcast,
right? And
then that'll be the starting topic where it's like, okay, let's get into this, and it'll be a good mixture where like each week we'll alternate between, hey, this is a good movie I've heard of, and hey, this is horrendous. Let's just trash this thing.
This is a god awful movie. I want to do that one that's Nicolas Cage, but he's like breaks out of hell.
Is that
Driver? I
shit.
think.
Yes, I sound that.
My brain went to Ghost Rider.
I mean,
okay, Ghost Rider. I actually kind of enjoy it. I'm about to bring a little boy in here. That sounded odd. I didn't.
I'm leaving.
My words are not represented.
I was about to say his actual Discord name. I mean, I can't because there's no flying fuck stick. But saying I'm going to drag a flying fuck stick in here it's a bit dodgy.
Yeah, let's drag the boy on in. Oh, he's muted currently.
Unmute yourself.
How's Mr. Dilly Boy?
Declare yourself.
Hey, you're muted on Discord.
You're the admin. Can you unmute?
No, you cannot manually unmute. That would be terrible if I could do that.
That is true.
Imagine.
Like,
you have open mic. You're going for a poop. And you just unmute.
Hey, remember how you used to always, when we play games, you had those wireless headphones, so you just go take a shit, and then you'd be like, I can hear you the entire time?
No, because I never would take a shit. I admit that I would go piss. Okay.
Oh shit! Wait, does he? Okay, let me just give you the role temporarily. Apparently, he couldn't unmute himself because he doesn't have this role. Go ahead now. You have the role
Oh.
to talk now, so
You're not doing something right.
I'll give him podcast peeps. If it can't work, try disconnecting, reconnecting to make sure the roll is through. He's doing it
You
right
left.
There
now.
he goes.
Oh, there he is.
Some muted.
Do I hear a dilly boy?
Do we hear a dilly boy?
We do
Yes, we
indeed.
Okay.
I am here to rant about whatever we would like.
Yeah,
Mad
so
Max.
really, before we even get into Mad Max, fuck you. This art is amazing.
Yes, actually, I was going to ask, do you mind, if you don't mind, of course, and with your permission, would you mind like cropping me with Apollo, the whole thing of me that you posted, and send it to me? Because I would like to make it my Discord PFP.
I
Because
can
that's
do
great.
that as we speak.
Dylan, not accepting compliments is, according to the church, an extension of the sin of pride. Somehow. I don't know the
I
argument.
mean, I kind of understand it.
I think it's the idea is false modesty
yeah.
because you use it to look even better. But yeah,
I have screamed at him enough times that his art is amazing that it has to be false modesty at this point. I have tried to. I have complimented this man on his art more than I have any woman.
Repent,
all
sinner!
jokes aside, I mean, I'm assuming you did it. It's not like hand drawn, right? You did it on a nap, like a tablet or something.
Yeah.
Because the fucking the light shining on the mask and on the fleur de lis, like that's respect. Like the shadows, it's so
Wait,
cool.
I'm sorry. Did you say fleur de lis?
Yeah, that's
Isn't
what
it fleur de
is.
lis?
No, it's a fleur de lis.
I always
Fleur de
heard-
lis.
Crush the man who is
I've
actually
always just heard
from
fleur de
the
lis.
place.
It's actually...
There's a few regional accents. Most people do. I mean, most people. The north usually tends to say the s. The south does not. But in Paris, we say fleur de lis.
They
fun
also
fact.
have a civil war.
Fun fact, the three petals of the fleur are a representation of the Holy Trinity.
They are, yes, because France for the longest of time was known as the older daughter of the Catholic Church.
The eagle is a symbol of fuck you.
I will say this is probably the most culturally appropriated artwork I've ever had to do.
I think it's great.
See, yeah, that's exactly. It's the fleur de lis. That's how you pronounce it.
Fleur de lis.
It's French, so it's
pronounce it.
Louis.
First of all, yes. Also, Louis is an actual name. Lys is an actual flower name. But it's not like they're not similar. They're not related in any way.
It is
What about
Louis
Lisa?
Lys.
We don't have Lisa in French, I don't think.
So I just looked it up. Apparently, the eagle on the is a symbol of the sun, a representation of the victorious god. I'm not pronouncing that.
I'll try.
It is
Oh, is it? Aztec?
Huitzolo Pochtli, which form, according to legend, bowed to the arriving Aztecs. Okay.
You probably pronounced that as close as anybody could.
Anybody in this call, except for probably Andreas. Actually, no, Andreas and Dillon probably both do it.
Where is it? I don't want to find the name.
I
I went on Wikipedia article, but
Here, let me just. I'm gonna put it in muted chat. The
is it Huitzilopochtli?
Are you talking about the
I put
feathered
Huitzilopochtli.
spirit
I
god?
think
Yeah.
it is.
The
With-
Aztec
with
god,
Silo
the
Pocto.
serpent?
Also, I'd like to apologize for all the phlegm and spit that came out of my mouth in my attempt.
I'm gonna have to sanitize the mic.
Well, why sanitize? You suck it or something once you're done?
he was speaking with flame. I mean, Andreas, you're an expert in this. You know it goes everywhere.
No, that's a nice thing about people who use rolling R's regularly. We don't get the phlegm when we do it. It just we scratch the back of the throat so hard with blood, we bleed, but we don't actually have any phlegm coming out of it.
What was the French name again? I can't remember. What was the name that I hate how you pronounce it?
Pierre Bachelet.
What?
Pierre Bachelet, the
No,
singer.
it was just Pierre.
Yeah, Pierre.
Pierre,
Bachelet is his
Pierre.
surname, but he's a musician. Yeah,
But
Pierre.
just say Pierre.
Pierre.
Isn't it?
Pierre.
It's not.
Yeah,
This-
no,
this-
that's
this-
an I. Pierre.
I can't even picture how this is spelled.
It's just Pierre.
Oh, Pierre. Oh.
I.
Well, why don't you just say that, Andre?
Exactly. I was like,
Somehow,
where
Nate.
do you get that?
It's
Yeah.
French.
I'm being
people-
French.
In French, it's spelled Pierre, and double R is obviously, you point out the double R of the spelling in the pronunciation. because Pierre.
Andreas,
on
just
the
roll an
person
R.
you're
Just
talking
roll an
to.
R. Just roll an R for me.
R.
So he can roll his R, but apparently whenever he rolls his R in Pierre, it turns into a fucking.
No, because wait, Pierre, we don't roll the R.
Oh, okay.
It's a hard R. It's not a rolled R. It's a hard
Hey,
R.
hey, be careful there.
You're giving Cam
Somehow
a stroke.
made the name Pierre much more complicated than Quetzalcoatl. I'm very impressed by that.
Typical. Just scratch your throat when you do VR. It goes Pierre.
No, you say that the double R means it's rolling an R, but then you say you don't roll the R.
No,
You
no,
just scratch
no,
your
no,
throat.
double R is pronounced. A rolling R would be, let's see, a rolling R instance would be métro. 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 You'd
So,
say it smoothly. But when it's double R, you'd go Pierre. Because you pronounce the double R. So it's not
Andreas,
just Pierre, it's Pierre.
I never told you about the. You know, I went to France once, right?
Yes, you have said me that.
Therefore,
You have
he
told me
has
that.
authority.
But no, because this is funny. One so I was in. I can't remember what town it was, but I was in this one little French town for a few days, and so I'd go to this little bakery next to my hotel every morning and get a little breakfast. And I walked in there, and I don't know French past bonjour, right?
Yeah, yeah.
And even though it's a crappy accent, I tried to, because I wanted to be polite. I tried to say hello every morning, right? And
Yeah, yeah.
get my croissant and Coke or whatever the hell I was getting.
Croissant and Coke.
That was my breakfast in France every day.
Oh yeah, well, I mean, if you go to France, you want that for breakfast for sure.
Right.
Well, what about the blood sausages?
And
Breakfast?
anyway, the point is, the final morning I was there, I got out, and I was super tired because we'd spent all night playing Munchkin in the hotel room.
Fucking nerd.
Fuck you. And so I just walked in there, and I said bonjour, but I didn't do my accent at all, so it was just the thickest
Bonjour.
Texas accent.
Bonjour, buddy.
It was just bonjour. and the girl behind the counter laughed her ass off at me.
So what you're telling me basically is that actually you did the accent not to be polite, but because there was a hot girl behind the counter. Is what
No,
you're telling me.
I did not say hot. Okay,
But she's French. I don't know the difference.
I was trying to be polite. That's why I did
I'm messing.
The question is, Alan, was she hot?
No,
Okay.
unfortunately.
It's funny you say that because that's an actual
Wow.
thing for me. It's the same thing for me. My accent will get heavier the later it is at night
Mm.
because I think my brain, even if it comes naturally for me early in the days, because my brain is like I don't know full power or something,
Mm.
I would naturally speak in a less French accent.
I,
But
I,
if it gets really late, my accent gets heavier.
I gotta say, Andreas. So, you want to come down to the United States and to visit us, right? So you need to do the opposite of what Alan did. You need to whenever you come down, you need to start saying howdy to everybody whenever you come down. But then I want at one point you to say howdy with the thickest French accent you can.
Howdy, monsieur. Bonjour.
Howdy.
We'll get you a cowboy hat and you can put a beret on top of it.
Okay, I gotta say, if we've talked about Andreas going to Wasteland Weekend, which I still want to get you to go. I think you would have fun.
Yeah.
There's
But
cowboys there.
if we're
I bought a gun.
taking Andreas, we got this French Greek god going down there. He's gonna go with his accent, and we're gonna have to be fighting the fucking women off of him.
One of my
You know
favorite
how
comments
women
he
love the
gave
French
me
accent.
at Wasteland was the car helps.
Yeah,
You're gonna be the French helps.
the
now.
French helps. That's gonna be my excuse. I'm just gonna be tagging along with them.
The French helps. Just walk up. I think it's. I wonder if women prefer. You know how it's like a stereotype that women also like the super snooty British accent, right?
Which is shit, but yeah.
But they do. But I wonder. I want a survey. I want to know which one women prefer more,
Yeah. Oh hey,
and I
Andreas.
want Texas accent on there.
Within the U.S.,
So,
it seems that we tend to like the French accent, but in the U.K., correct me if I'm wrong, everyone hates French outside of France.
Oh yeah. No,
Yeah.
it's more like if in the UK, if people hear the French accent, they'll just laugh at you because they know you're from France. in the US, I guess because it's further away and there's less contact. It's more like
you're French.
it's funny. It's this funny, like further away, kind of far away, exotic thing.
Andreas, isn't there kind of sort of a war going on right now about Jersey Island or something?
No, no one would call it a war except perhaps the most radicals on both sides. But basically, fishing right issues.
Oh,
So
yeah.
actually, for once, I do have to say, like the French fishermen went a bit too far because technically
I saw them
speaking,
fucking
no rules.
ramming the boats.
Yeah, no rules, but not even that. Even the no rules were violated. The whole point of Brexit was getting sovereign waters. So ultimately, so long as they respect the quotas established in the trade deal they signed with the EU, the UK is not breaking any laws. But the problem is, Jersey did do some internal fuckery because technically they're independent from the UK, and to take a longer time to issue the permits. So that was the issue. But yeah, I mean, it's basically diffused and solved.
Okay.
I thought it was interesting.
I saw a picture of some dude on Jersey Island. He was wearing the tricorn hat and he had a gun.
Oh, Weston.
It was you.
No, it wasn't me, but I gotta get me a tricorn hat. I really do.
Well, actually, technically speaking, I mean, obviously, it's probably not likely to happen, thankfully, and probably will never happen, hopefully. The French Navy is currently more powerful than the British Navy, so ha.
Fair.
Vive la
That's,
France.
Jokes on them if they want to have a naval war.
yeah, you know who's probably still strong? The Navy is still stronger than both of your navies combined.
The US Navy is stronger than the 10 like the 5 next navies combined, though.
Yeah, we're wasting so much fucking money.
It just shows you the world. The British policy prior to World War One and up to World War Two was about we need to invest in naval armament about twice the amount of the 2 next major powers. And the US goes fuck it 10 times.
Yeah.
Nothing wrong with a
Fuck it,
little-
we're gonna be ready to fight everybody.
nothing
Come at me,
wrong with
bitch.
A little bit of military superiority.
There's actually this great video on YouTube. I
wanna know
obviously
how-
don't know how scientific it is, but it was actually saying
really quickly. I just want to respond to Cosper question: why the gathering of nerds? Because why not? We decided to do a podcast. It's me, Alan, aka Moose, and Andreas, aka Andreas.
Yeah, and when he said me, he meant me, aka Shrimp.
I said me. I was saying me, comma, Alan, aka Moose.
Yeah, but you gave our aliases and not your own.
Because I'm on my channel. My channel is Shrimp.
That's no excuse.
Oh yeah, Dillon's in here also.
Thanks.
Yeah, we brought in our Mad Max
Actually,
expert.
I mean,
We
fuck
haven't
it.
even talked about Mad Max.
Fuck it, Cosper. If you want to jump in, you can as well. Dox your friends.
They don't know where I live.
We've said it on stream, but
Yeah, but they don't know where I live. But it takes a hell of a Google to figure out where I live.
yeah, I'm gonna really
you
quickly
have to
make
take a plane to my place anyway, so I'm probably
Yeah.
safe.
Can't jump in
all
your
the way
work,
across the
unfortunately.
ocean.
Gotcha, boy. I am going to make a waiting room chat just in case anybody wants to jump on in that I know. If I see people in there, I'll just be like, okay, cool.
No, Cosper, quit working. Anyway, we
and
really
Jason-
do need to let Dillon talk about Mad Max. That's the whole reason he's here.
So, why is Road Warrior the best movie?
It's not, and I will argue that immensely.
The best Mad Max movie?
It's not, and I will argue that
Which
immensely.
one? Which one?
Fury Road.
No, Fury
you.
Road.
Thank
No, I'm sorry. I will disagree. Fury Road is a bigger spectacle. As cinema, it is worse, in my opinion.
I vehemently, as
The-
a cinema person, disagree
The
with
plot is so fucking.
I'm on your side, Dillon. Shiny and chrome. Shiny and chrome.
Oh, I love it.
I
Like I said, as a spectacle, the plot itself is a lot messier than Road Warrior has such a tight plot. I think.
that. I will bring up the difference, and it's a difficult thing to describe the difference between plot and story.
Mhm.
And I think the best example I can give to anyone listening, not necessarily you as much because you haven't seen these movies, is stuff like Lord of the Rings, where you can have 7 endings after the plot's been wrapped up, which the plot is go here, do this, this happens because of this happens because of that, do the thing, save the cat, get the dog out of the box, whatever it is. And then the story is what you care about with the characters and what it means. And that's why movies like the end of Lord of the Rings have 7 endings after the plot's been wrapped up, is because it's just a story. Fury Road, as a piece of cinema, for a lot of technical reasons, excels at telling story visually in a second without it being part of the plot necessarily. And the plot itself is fairly simple, but I think if you're trying to compare the plot specifically to Road Warrior, it's the same plot effectively.
I
It's
think
very similar.
I would say I understand what you're saying about the plot and the story being different. I would say even the plot is maybe not necessarily weaker, but it is even simpler. And Road Warrior isn't a complicated story. A complicated
Neither
plot.
of them are very complicated at all in terms of plot. I
Road-
mean, Fury Road at the end of the day is go this direction, turn around, come back.
Yeah, that's that's what I was gonna say. It is
Road
very
Warrior is go this direction, kill your dog, and then go one way but stop.
I want gas.
I remember
Yes.
the weirdest part of the Fury Road movie for me was when Immortan Joe just straight up drank titty milk.
That's actually no, he didn't drink it, did he? This was his son. Yeah, I think he gives it to
Oh
his
yeah,
son
it was
to
his
take.
son, right?
And
Yeah.
see, it's
He was
moments
his
like
grown
that
ass son straight up
weird
drinking.
it could be.
The
But-
best way I'd have to put it is, I would watch Fury Road more times in a row than I would Road Warrior.
Yes.
But if I was to recommend a movie if I could only recommend one of them, I would say Road Warrior personally. Just because I had so much enjoyment, I had so much enjoyment out of the one viewing I had. You know what I mean? I'll rewatch both of them like crazy, but I do think that that Fury Road has a more replay value in terms of I want to watch those fucking spectacles again.
I'm about to commit a sin here, but I'm going to say that I prefer Fury Road simply because the effects just really set.
Oh yeah, the effects of Fury Road are beautiful. I would say Road Warrior for its time had pretty damn good effects, though.
Yeah, I know.
It is impressive what they did with physical effects.
That's why what I
compared to the first movie, which is really terrible.
Yeah.
Goodbye, Casper. I'm giving a heart on my webcam that's not on right now. You have fun with work. Hopefully nobody dies.
Bye, Casper. But see, that's the reason. That's the reason I feel like I'm being unfair here because, not Fury Road.
Road Warrior.
Road Warrior had good effects for its time, but of course Fury Road's gonna have better effects.
Oh yeah, it is leagues above.
Yeah, I mean it's no comparison. When did Fury Road or Road Warrior come out? Was it 70s, 80s?
1981, I think.
Release.
Yeah.
Date.
I mean it would be
82.
82. It would be like
research.
It would be like 10 years before the first CGI was ever used in a movie.
The difference in time, it was 33 years apart. That is actually kind of impressive.
It is.
33 years of development hell.
yeah.
This
Hey,
man
no,
finally
no,
wanted
no,
to make
no,
that
they-
movie,
they-
and he
they-
just had to make Happy Feet and Big in the City 2.
They had Beyond Thunderdome 3 years after Road Warrior.
We can get to Thunderdome in a sec. I will say,
Ultimately,
Dylan's
when you
gonna
think
need a whole nother podcast here.
Yeah.
you mentioned-
they actually build. Sorry, go ahead.
I'll make it quick. As far as replay goes, I think because you mentioned Fury Road for both of you for different reasons on replay. I think Fury Road to me has most replay in terms of going back and catching all the little things that they do to help tell a bigger story than just what adds to the plot. It's all the little details and what one shot and one image and one prop or set decoration or whatever that does tells for the greater story of the world or the characters, etc. I think that's where a lot of replay value for me is. And I know they use a ton of practicals, and that's fantastic, but the occasional special effects, the occasional visual effects in Fury Road actually stand out to me pretty bad in a way that
Well, I mean, like the
I don't
giant
know.
tornado and stuff.
You have water?
that's good. There's some
real quick,
bad
everybody
theme
hydrate.
there at the
I
end.
don't have one.
Yes, good idea.
Got it.
Sorry, I'm going to yell at y'all to do the channel rewards as well.
Do not, my friends, become addicted to aqua cola.
Yes. Yeah, the dialogue as well was pretty. I mean, I guess ultimately it comes down. I agree that, but also, when a movie does not claim to have great plot, you can't judge it on plot. So if a movie goes from the beginning going for I just want to entertain you with big explosions and funny lines and also epic lines like witness me and then throws 2 spears on a car kamikaze like if a movie goes straight on selling you my plot is going to be very simple, all I want to do is a car chase and explosions, I'm going to judge it on car chase and explosion, not plot, and therefore as far as I know this movie made great car chase and explosions and I was very entertained.
Yeah, I would say, and for how much of a relatively slow movie Road Warrior is, the final action scene is like it has some goddamn spectacle as well. The reason I would say I think that Road Warrior has less replay value necessarily, which isn't a bad thing in my opinion, is because of the fact that it is so well put together that it's like you understand and have seen pretty much everything on your first viewing because it's not cluttered necessarily,
Well, you just sound like a man who doesn't appreciate depth.
Oh no, it is. I would argue it has a lot of depth actually, but it is easy to see the depth. It is an easy one to get into. Where like because you can watch Fury Road and see a lot of little things where it's little movements and stuff where it's to show the character's motivations and things like that. But also I just want to point out Alan just put a bullet on my desk and I feel threatened.
I've just been sitting here fiddling with it.
I'm drawing a gun, so I can't say much else.
No, the gun's in the other room.
Are you drawing a gun or drawing a gun? There's two very different definitions of that word.
Yeah, are you
there a
drawing a gun like?
difference?
Are you drawing a gun like Mel Blanc would draw a gun? Or are you drawing a gun like Yosemite Sam would draw a gun? This is my question here.
I didn't know
Those
Mo
were the
Flux.
most yeehaw of possible references.
God dang it!
Oh goodness.
Could have said Elmer Fudd.
Drawing a gun. Exactly.
Draw.
Oh God, that is not an easy pose. The way
Draw.
hands work when you draw a gun.
So we know that Dylan's more of a
Oh,
feet person then.
No.
No, not at all.
Dylan, do you take commissions?
That's why I never draw the feet of my characters. I just stop it at the ankles.
I'm gonna really quickly show a meme that that Cosper put in the chat before he jumped off,
God, it's so sad.
which is the Tumblr thing. Am I still screen sharing on Discord? I am, so you can see it.
You are.
Awesome.
God, it's so sad that women who are doing Twitch streams like have to censor their feet.
Yeah, it is kind of disturbing. Though they can tease it to make a lot of money.
Oh God.
The Americans have literally no banter. I don't know what country this is coming from. We've probably beaten you at a war at some point. I'm American. Civil War. Hashtag America. I'll kick anyone's ass. I'll kick your ass. I'll kick your dog's ass. I'll kick my own ass. Which is just, mwah. It is beautiful. I love it.
Hey, Civil War looking like a sequel coming soon.
No, I highly doubt we're going to get into a civil war.
Probably not. And if we do get into any thing kind of like that, it wouldn't be anything like the first one.
It would be quelled very quickly, I feel like.
Very much. We have tanks now.
Yeah, I was going to say something I find like, kind of interesting, and actually something I find extremely fascinating from a point of view of me, like personally, like just for this that way, I consider myself. What would you, I guess no, because I'm going to say Democrats, but I don't mean Democrat like as in the political party. Democrat as in the real process of democracy, and I think we should have as tight and radical democracy as possible, i.e., the citizens making decisions whenever they can, when possible. And so, as that, I find the idea of yeah, exactly, ancient Athens, basically, and thinking from this point of view, the idea that each citizen has the right to have a weapon, not only to defend himself but also to defend from possible government tyranny, is a wonderful idea. But ultimately nowadays, what you have like handguns, the government has tanks. How's that going to help you?
One thing I will say, first of all, you sound like a Texan. I love it. Second of all, okay, one thing people always say is just like, oh, well, how's your rifle going to stand up to tanks and stuff? And do you know what I point to?
Al Qaeda?
Vietnam and any single terror. Like,
but if you have a civil war, like what are you're going to go in the desert and start a guerrilla warfare in your own Texan desert?
Yeah.
I mean, you know what I'm saying. If your point is to protect your property, ultimately you will lose to an organized army.
you
All of
eventually-
Texas is not a desert.
routine
Yeah,
about gun control, where they tried to clarify that it's like it's not about taking anything or like whatever, because that would never work in this country in particular.
Yeah.
But if they so chose to, yeah, like that's part of the whole stand-up routine is like you don't know how tanks work, and at the end of the day, there is validity to like you could guerrilla a couple of them out, but most people that are like
Have you
I
never
have
heard of
an
Killdozer?
AR and I'm good at this, can't hit the broadside of a barn as it is. They're not gonna take it.
Two things. One, I agree with Mr. Z, close Mr. Z, Mr. Zane here. Appreciate you coming in. Give us tanks. Let's buy a tank. I am the most libertarian, unironically fucking. I want to buy a McDonald's tank.
Well, the thing about a tank is one thing people don't really consider is the fact it's not like Jed down the street is going to buy a tank with his welfare check. All right, it's the cost is going to be prohibitive on a tank.
Yeah,
But there will be people who get tanks, and then you run into the whole idea of well, suddenly now there's armed billionaires who have tanks,
Yeah.
and then you run into oligarchies.
you act as if they can't buy it already.
I act as okay.
Coca-Cola fucking does their fucking wars in Africa to steal their water to make Coke. They already have their own military.
Well, Pepsi
It's
did
not
once
military, it's
get
private companies. But
Yeah.
Didn't Pepsi once get like a small navy in exchange for
They
Pepsi?
had
but-
at
but-
one point a more powerful navy than some actual
Yeah,
developed
yeah.
countries in the world.
Fucking yeah, I believe because they were buying it from fucking Russia during the Cold War.
Yeah.
Also, I want to point out, okay, Andreas and anybody in chat, have you heard of the story of the Killdozer?
maybe.
So this was a very disgruntled man. Essentially, he owned an auto repair shop.
Yep.
And the local government wanted to essentially buy his land so that they could retrofit it for a mall parking lot, I believe.
Something like that.
And he said, "Fuck you! This is my business," you know. And so they tried a lot of times. They were trying to get him legally out of it. And so what they did was they bought land around him and started fucking with him. AKA, they like he had a long driveway that led up into his area because like it wasn't right off the road. It was a little deep in. But they bought the land that the driveway was in, and then built things in front of it, and even destroyed his water lines and sewage lines and stuff like that.
Yeah.
And then went and started fining him for not having water connection after they destroyed it. They were doing that stuff, trying to block off the driveway so he couldn't get customers. Local government was fucking him, clear as day. So he's losing all of his money. He can't do anything. So this man, he is an auto repairman. He knows how to work a welder, and he knows how to work with engines.
Bought himself.
So he had a bulldozer,
I can't remember if it was a D4 or a D5, but it was a big.
a decent size. So the man he decides, fuck it, my livelihood is being destroyed. There's nothing I can do against them. Nothing legally I can do. So he starts. I just saw Andreas your profile picture change. That is amazing. He essentially has a whole bunch of scrap metal because he has old cars and shit like that. So he starts making this hole essentially that is on that he has with holding up a crane. It is going to go over the bulldozer. He eventually makes this. It is like 10 inches thick.
It was at least 5
because to protect against small arms fire.
Protect against small arms fire. You can get it depends on the kind of steel that
Yeah.
you're using. You can actually have pretty thin steel that reflects bullets. But
And so he did the thing, and it was to be lowered on top of the bulldozer. Once it was lowered on top of it, there was no way for it to come off.
Nope.
He made this, and he made like these slits in it and stuff like that. And he went eventually, and he put it on top and drove the bulldozer through town and started destroying all of the local government municipality. Like courthouse, fuck them. Just started destroying because they fucked him over. So he was driving through.
Yeah, he started destroying the council's businesses too.
He specifically, I will say, a lot of people were like, "Oh, he
targeted them."
Yeah, I'll say he did not harm anybody who did not harm him, which is like,
I don't think he even killed anybody either.
no, he did not kill anybody. He did not. I don't think he. The only people that like got harmed were people who were like jumping on top of the bulldozer, and they didn't even get seriously harmed. He was purposely only trying to hurt to fuck up the people that fucked with him, and he destroyed their property and all that stuff. The local cops were trying to shoot at it. It didn't do shit.
Nope.
They brought in like the I can't remember if it was an FBI. They brought like SWAT stuff in with like rifles. Rifles didn't do shit against him.
Nope.
At one point, the local governor tried to call in the National Guard to bomb him.
Yeah.
Jesus.
They were about to do that, but they got lucky, and one of their bullets accidentally hit the engine, and it stopped the engine in it.
No, what happened? What ended the whole thing was he wasn't aware that one of the businesses that this town council.
Oh yes.
He wasn't aware that this business had a basement. So when he drove through this business, his bulldozer fell in the basement, and there was no way for him to get out.
Yeah.
And so then,
He was
before
stuck.
he could get caught, he committed suicide.
Yeah, he killed himself, and they eventually were able to cut their way in, and it was just like, that is a single man that they were gonna have to bomb the shit out of him. That was if he was a genuinely malicious person and wanted to just hurt anybody, he could have hurt a lot of people.
Yeah, well, this is another thing that people sort of ignore when it comes to like the idea of a civil war. They're like, well, you don't have tanks. The government has tanks. This dude, it's not like we're in Saudi Arabia or Vietnam. Like, we have a lot of resources here in America. Your average American citizen has access to more just raw material and stuff than your average person in the Middle East anywhere.
The other thing I want to point out is actually the if you ever heard of a YouTuber called Count Dankula, I highly recommend you check him out. He does a series called Mad Lads, in which he just talks about kind of crazy people. What?
You bringing up Roof Koreans?
No.
No.
Roof Koreans are awesome.
Roof Koreans are awesome.
I'm going to bring up it was a recent video he made. I was talking about, I can't remember which country. Oh, it was Chad and another country. I can't remember. They were at war with each other. This was during around Cold War times. And they went and Russia was essentially backing Chad, I believe.
Yeah.
And they were invading another country. I can't remember which one it was.
I feel like it was one of those countries that has a long name.
Yeah.
You're talking about the Chad-Libya conflict.
Maybe, I believe so. But so that they were going, and Chad had Russia backing of their military, which Russia's like planes and tanks and stuff weren't great at the time, but it was better than the average African military by a long shot, you know? So they went and they were like, how the hell are we going to protect against this? And they went and there was a recent deal between two Japanese companies who were building trucks because they wanted to get into the American truck market. It is Libyan. Awesome. Thank you for that. The Chad-Libyan conflict, and they needed some kind of vehicles. So they literally two different, I can't remember, the two different Japanese companies teamed up to start making pickup trucks because they wanted to get into the American market because Americans like pickup trucks.
Yeah.
They
And
made
cheeseburgers.
They made literally the best pickup trucks at the time, and well, a whole bunch of them got smuggled over there to Libya.
I'm assuming these are going to end up being Toyotas because
I can't remember the name of it. I can't remember the name of the vehicle.
I love the memes where it's just like,
I believe it was a Ford, actually.
I just love.
I
the
think you're
meme.
right because it's called. I've opened the Wikipedia article and there's an entire section called Toyota War.
Yeah,
So I'm
can
assuming
you send me that real quick? I'll pull it up.
I love
yes.
the whole meme.
I'll put it in muted chat
popular
if you can.
vehicles to have as technicals,
But-
or
Yeah, let's say-
vehicles that have been mounted with machine guns and armor because
Yeah.
Toyotas run forever. They're small, they're cheap,
Exactly.
and get them.
Yep.
Exactly. I was gonna say. So they literally went and they only had the trucks. So yeah. So living experience was still impressive, and tanks have lost its key support of the Chadian allies. Okay, yeah. I remember that there was actually a French militia group. Killed as a movie. Anyone? That would actually, I would love that. But they lost. It was a French mercenary group that was actually helping the other side. And I can't remember their name, but they had a funny acronym if I remember correctly.
Funny acronym.
Okay.
But yeah, so there was literal tanks and helicopters that the other side was using, and they put fucking anti-aircraft and LMGs onto the backs of these trucks.
On the Toyotas.
They could be driving and using the LMGs off the backs of the trucks. So what happened? Because you think, okay, they could take out the infantry or a slow-moving tank. Okay, that makes sense. But how the hell did they combat a helicopter? Well, it was the fact that they would just start running circles around a helicopter. Like 5 of them would just start circling it, just mowing it down with an LMG.
That's fair. That's fair.
And
Actually,
go ahead.
I was going to say, actually funny we speak about that now because very recently, I don't know if you've seen the Chad president, Idris Deby, who's been president
Yes.
for like 20, 30 years, died.
So yeah, because he was the
Actually,
president.
still in cars, they still charge those columns against those
He-
this rebel group in the north. They actually still go to battle in the cars, armored cars.
Yeah, no, it's still a thing today. They use those same cars, the same model.
Hell, any country where there's any sort of civil conflict or war, the poorer side is going to have Toyota trucks.
And it works is the thing. Yeah, he recently it was so it was funny because Count Dankula put out the video and he was like praising this president, and then he died 3 days later, and it was just like, oh no.
I just love picturing like Toyota boardroom is just like, we need more money. Somebody start a civil war in Africa.
So
I just want to point out really quickly on the other side, the Fanta was greatly strengthened.
Toyota at one point did have to say that they don't endorse ISIS or any other terrorist groups.
Yeah,
because
you know that they've had to do that. They had to do that back then.
They have
even.
had to do that several times.
Yeah.
Where they say,
But-
no, we're not supplying them.
On the other side, the fan was greatly strengthened now with 10,000 highly motivated troops because they gotten the French mercenary group was on the other side, and they actually defected over once some winning happened. Provided with a fast-moving and sand-adapted Toyota trucks equipped with Milan anti-tank missiles. I want to pull up the picture of these things.
That looks impressive.
These motherfuckers were on the back of Toyotas.
I bet you that damn Toyota. I bet the shocks just had that thing. Depending on how you shot it, but if you shot it like off the side, I bet the Toyota went up on 2 wheels for a second.
Like, trucks gave the name Toyota War to the last phase of the conflict. Yeah, it was insane. Like, because it was one of the things. It was like, one, they were reliable and they moved quickly, but also, if anything broke, if the shocks broke, if the engine got fucked, you didn't have to have a trained tank specialist in.
No.
You had to have the local hillbilly who knew how to work it. You could just bring it into his shop and he could fix it up for you, slap its ass, and it was going back out there to chase down a helicopter. Like,
God dang it. You don't need a shop. I can fix that. Just get me a couple of cinder blocks.
yeah,
That sound like
yeah. And you know, the boys down there were probably doing it for a couple beers as well. Like,
In Chad,
It
it
doesn't-
just like they do it for a few gallons of water.
it doesn't matter where you are. You're gonna have the hillbilly that can fix up a fucking Toyota.
Oh, I know some guys who used to weld down in South America years ago, and they told me stories about how down there they fix crap in the most weird and crazy ways. And and the weird thing is, a lot of time the weird shit they do to fix stuff actually works. Which I mean, the necessity, mother of invention, all that. But
100%.
me and
It's
Dylan,
really
mostly
common
Dylan.
here in this area to see people taking. It'll usually be two Toyotas. One's always filled with stuff, and then like in tow and tape on the back as they go, especially to El Salvador,
Yep.
where they'll take Toyota pickups usually, or really any Japanese vehicle, but it tends to be Toyotas because Toyota has a reputation for being very easy to fix and very reliable.
They are.
And you can fix stuff like that in the easiest of ways. Cam, you were there possibly. I don't know if you were there for that moment at Wasteland where they drained a Toyota of all of its oil.
I was not
and
there,
ran it
but
as hard as they could. They just dropped the cinder block on the gas pedal, and the thing ran for about 20 minutes
yeah.
as they hit it with hammers. It was, I mean, a couple cars will do that, but Japanese cars in particular are really, really good for people who don't have a ton of money or resources to be able to continue the lifespan of.
Yeah. There's already a Killers movie in development. I did not know that, and I'm excited.
Neither did
I hope it is a well-made one. I hope it's not like like how there's the new Waco TV show where they were just where it kind of was like portraying them as it kind of lied, to be honest.
Yeah.
About some things to try to make them even worse.
Well,
And I have a feeling a Killdozer movie, unless it's a small team making it, is going to be very biased.
Yeah, you can guarantee that if it's any movie studio that you've ever heard of, it's not going to be very fair to the Killdozer guy.
Never mind, it's already out. Oh, let me look this up real quick.
Okay.
We can keep talking. I want to.
I was going to talk about the Japanese vehicle industry. The reason that Japanese cars and trucks and stuff are so reliable and so good is because of the difference in the way they run their vehicle manufacturing over there. Like most vehicle manufacturers in Japan, it's like here in America, unions and the actual business are sort of in conflict all the time. They're sort of like foes of one another. They're hostile towards one another a lot. But in Japan, the relationship is more of a, hey, we, the union, want you to do this because we think it'll help production. It'll help us do better, right? Here, it's like, we need you. Here, the union's like, pay us more money because you don't pay us enough money and you're a greedy businessman.
Mm-hmm.
You know.
I love the idea of unions. They're just kind of ruined.
I like collective bargaining. I think that one thing that would help fix unions a hell of a lot would be if a union does form, it has to dissolve at some point.
Maybe not dissolve, but they have to actively have some kind of goal for actually trying to help people.
Well, I know. You set a goal, you reach that goal, and then you dissolve, because one of the biggest problems is that these unions stick around, and their whole point is they become just a means of perpetuating themselves.
Yeah.
That's all they do. They don't actually give a crap.
Also, I found it. It's called Tread, and it came out in 2020, or I think it was late 2019, early 2020. It has decent reviews, to be honest.
Really?
I will also piggyback on, once you're done with that, on something that Ellen brought up.
I'll say really quickly, this would be a fun one to do as a movie thing we talk about.
Yeah,
watch Tread, and I say especially Zane, you seem interested in it. That I think would be great to for you to watch it with us, and you could jump on and we could all discuss it, because that sounds kind of interesting actually.
Right. But what were you gonna say, Dylan?
I was gonna say another thing is that American auto manufacturers have a policy of, and this is for most things in most capitalist countries, but particularly with the U.S. auto industry, of planned obsolescence, the same way that Apple does it, where it's like your iPhone is supposed to stop being good, it's going to get a little bit worse, and then the new product comes out. We do that with American vehicles.
Yeah.
And like, don't get me wrong, I'm a muscle car boy. Like, walk outside and you're going to see nothing but American cars and like one Japanese bike.
Mm-hmm.
But the way Japan does it is make the best product possible.
Yeah.
Yeah, but
Because that's how you are as a company. Unless you're Nissan, in which case you don't have a plan. But everyone else goes with that same sort of idea that it's making the best product possible that can last as long as it can. The legendary 2JZ as an engine comes from the factory with like 200 horsepower, but it can take up to like 800 before the block splits in half. Because it's like, yeah, just overbuild it. Why not? Because just cast a little bit more metal and more people will buy it and more people will love it and they will like our brand, as opposed to an American car. And it's like, it came with 200, it stayed 200. It better stay that way, buddy.
Well, another problem with American car manufacturers is they can just apparently rely on the government to bail them out if they're about to go bankrupt.
That's true. Yeah, that too.
That's true. A lot of things in 2008.
Yeah.
But another thing that doesn't help modern cars at all is all the damn computers that are put in them anymore.
I think that specifically for cars that are like built for having like computerized stuff, it's cool. But whenever it's not used, when it's just like, hey, we put a computer in the engine.
Yeah. Well, it's
And if they helped in any way, that'd be great. But they don't do much. You got a Sonic Twisted
Well,
text.
it's the main reason that it's done is for fuel injection, just for more power and more fuel economy. And it's kind of just like we're not going to go back to carburetors. It's just not a thing that's going to happen.
Replacing
Screw
carburetors
that.
is fun, isn't it?
screw
Isn't
that
it?
two-stroke gang all the way. You want gas in your engine? Here's some gas.
Pretty much. Then it smells like gas, which I'm not going to complain about too much until I'm in the cab and it's like, okay, I can't. I'm starting to see unicorns. But like there is a degree to which, well, we already have a computer in there. Let's just add on a bunch of other things that help. And those things are sort of superfluous, but now it just adds clutter.
Yeah,
that
it
now
does.
you have to go through 40 different wires to get to the one that actually runs the engine, because this one's a diagnostic, this one tells you this one tells you this. And that can be a pain. And it's part of like Louis Rossmann and his whole movement of like trying to restore right to repair.
Yeah.
Both on like personal technology as well as things like vehicles, because you can still fix your own stuff. Like Chris Fix is doing great with tutorials on YouTube, but it's so much more difficult to do even the simple things now than it was in like the 70s to, oh, you just need to do this. That's 2 wires and a bolt.
Yeah.
It's going to be 4 different sizes of bolt, but have fun.
Yeah, because I was by forcing the specialization, they know that they will force you to go into their shop to fix it.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah,
so
and-
you'll be spending money rather than just fixing it in your
On that
garage.
note, too,
I mean, some places make it
also
illegal.
making stuff that's very much like, we are the only one that have this part, or this is a specialty bit, and you can buy it on Amazon. But you have to go buy it on Amazon because they don't sell it at the hardware store, and it's not part of your like Harbor Freight toolkit.
Yeah.
Whereas every car made before like 1990, it's like, yeah, you want to change the oil, it's a 1/2 inch or a 5/8.
Yeah.
Done.
Right.
What's even worse is companies like Apple, which have patented their own screws,
Yep. And
so
use
that
even
they,
know
any
they,
of
so
them
that
to
they
cure
make
one
it
part.
they make it
for all
illegal
different
for
types.
you to repair your own phone. That is genuinely what has happened. They have taken down businesses who are meant to really come up because there's a demand to fix iPhones.
Yeah. Wasn't there there was this one dude who just went before Congress going after
Louis
Apple.
Rossmann, the one that I referenced.
Yeah, I knew it was one of the
It's-
dudes you
it's-
talked about.
It's amazing that like that he's going and trying to do it, but I don't think it's going to work.
Well, there's not a lot of people behind. A lot of people don't even know who he is.
Yeah.
A lot of people. So he doesn't really have a whole lot of support behind him. The media doesn't give a crap about this.
Yeah.
So it's not like they're gonna, put it out. So I mean,
I will say he's gotten more steam than I thought he would.
I was glad to see
and
it.
the
Yeah.
movement in general. The problem is that it's happening in the United States, which
Illegal.
is
It's hard.
currently
It's hard to go up
going
against big
through a
companies.
transitionary period of presidents, as well as a global pandemic, as well as just everything else that
It's going to get
ignored.
ignored.
well, I mean, right now we're
Yeah.
currently being run by a Muppet. So
Oh, what was the? I'd seen a meme. Never mind. I was gonna say. Oh yeah. So we were talking about a minute ago about how Japanese cars are just like fucking amazing, right?
yeah,
And at some point we were gonna get into this, so I'm just gonna get it out of the way. Japanese cars, Japanese manufacturing is great, and also there was another country that were really, really good in their engineering. And they were also very, very fucking good at their fashion.
no.
And I hate that they were, or I hate what they did with it.
You just mad
just
that you
love
can't
Swiss-
wear black
Swiss
leather
watches?
trench coats.
Swiss
Trench coats.
watches are fantastic. What the Finns did with their rifles was amazing. Shut up.
But man, I'm sorry. They're. I'm not even gonna say the name because it could get fucking something happen. But they made goddamn good fashion as well. Their military fashion was mwah. Andreas,
Well,
Oh my god.
do you agree?
yeah, I guess so.
Come on, you've agreed with me off stream before, don't you?
Well, that's why I don't push it.
I mean, you can't blame him. I mean, France had some big issues with this country you're talking about.
This certain regime, we
I
could
think
say.
most
Yes.
people had most
Well,
issues.
most people had issues, including their allies.
Well, yeah, a lot of people had it. I'm not saying France was the only one by any means.
They had some major issues. I mean,
Like, this particular nation was really good at pissing a lot of people off. For good reasons.
Yeah.
The other countries got pissed off.
mm-hmm.
You know? America sort of got into it kind of late.
Yeah, yeah.
But that was because, Japan sort of,
Japan
Well,
fucked
actually,
up really bad.
apparently, well, I still haven't understand whether this is an actual thing or a theory.
I know
But
FDR
apparently,
wanted to.
I was watching a documentary, but apparently, the reason why the Japanese attacked Pearl Harbor was actually great work by the Soviet ambassador to Japan, who was actually not KGB. I don't remember, Secret Service foreign influence agent, and he managed to convince the upper echelons of Japanese society to invade America rather than the Soviet Union, because Japan. I don't know if you know about this. Japan has always had they had a separate high command, which means they didn't have a merging one. So they had their own Navy high command, the Land Army high command, and the Air Force high command.
Which is hilarious
And,
because they fought each other.
Yeah, and they hated each other. And they actually had very different goals. So the army, which was obviously mainly on land, was mainly focused on the Chinese war and trying to take Soviet territories in Siberia for the land resources, mainly steel. The navy, which needed mainly tungsten, rubber, and oil, wanted to expand in the European colonies down south. And so they had very competing interests. One wanted a war in the north, the other wanted a war in the south. But apparently, the Soviet ambassador managed to convince parts of the Japanese high command that a war with America would be much easier to fight than a war against the Soviet Union. And that is why eventually Emperor Hirohito and his government decided to go for the southern naval strategy rather than the northern one. And that's, if it's true, that changed history, because one Soviet ambassador managed to, because the Soviet Union would have been fucked if Japan had been from the
Yeah,
east.
they would've.
They could have handled one, but maybe not, definitely not both.
Well, they had the numbers to out die
Yeah.
the first one, but from two fronts, no.
No. There's also the in addition to what you're saying there, it's not a confirmed fact, but we're pretty okay. So
I love
the Japanese fleet didn't just all of a sudden appear by Hawaii,
No, they were convinced that the Hawaiian Islands were the entirety of America. That's why they attacked.
No. No, there was the fact that they were seen. The fleet was seen on radar as it was approaching, and apparently this is the story that the report went all the way up the command to the president, and it got lost.
Did it get lost, or did FDR just want to get into the war?
Exactly. That is the thing. Is that apparently it was stuck under papers in his in his inbox.
I actually thought it wasn't FDR. I thought it was the local admiral in chief.
Oh,
And
well,
he never received it, so he never transmitted it.
No, he. If I remember correctly, the guy got it, but then it was supposed to be an emergency message directly to FDR. But he just put it through into the files, just like into the middle of it.
God, I tell you, the best thing FDR could have done for this country was to roll himself into traffic. He was a terrible president.
I mean, I don't know. I mean, I'm not American, so I can't judge, but some things pretty good.
That a lot of people will argue is that, on the contrary, is that the United States was in the middle of the Depression, had no way out of it. We were a super young country at that point. It was just, we're either going to get invaded by somebody else in the mainland at some point, or Canada and Mexico are just going to split us in the middle and say things.
Look,
who got more land? I guess. Well, it's fine. Can I take California? I don't want it.
let me.
But then getting involved in a total war after World War I, then it says, okay, we have a way to make money, and this is a big conflict, and we can make guns.
Yeah.
I have a question for you. How do you make money in a war?
There's a lot of
it's not even, but don't think of it in terms of actual money you can count in your bill. Think of it in the way that you have a ruined industry, you have high levels of unemployment, and the only thing that could possibly bring an end to this is intensive government spending and mass mobilization. The only way to get intensive government spending and mass mobilization justifiably so, without triggering political debates, is a total war. And World War II was perfect for that, because not only did it force mass mobilization, both in terms of troops and actual, workers in the workforce, but it also, government spending obviously increased, and anything from military lobbies and industries and monopolies, etc., would get huge amounts of funding, and it brought everyone back into spending. And the best part about it is that it wasn't temporary, because by the end of the war, well, Europe obviously was in shambles, and nothing left was functioning, everything was bombed to the ground. The Soviet Union had its own rival bloc and things to handle, and so not only did you save your industries in a war that was very profitable in the long term, but you also ensured yourself access to a huge market, which was Europe, which, it being complete destruction, had to depend on American exports
Well, I guess
to
we had to sell them bricks to
import.
rebuild Britain.
Yeah,
So,
exactly. Basically, labor, equipment, anything you can think of, from the basic farming tools to the most expensive and advanced technologies. So that's what ended recession. Like even if you're against, like, I guess, what was it, FDR's New Deal, like
I am
that's an
very
exact, like,
against it.
it slightly helped, but it could never have been enough, because it was in the end a civil time, and America was still isolationist. But as soon as you get a war conflict going on, then it's much easier to justify mass government spending,
Let me put it to you
and that's
this
how
way.
you get.
And
I am
following
so
World
against
War
the
One,
new.
where Germany basically had to pay everyone a ton of money.
I am so against the New Deal that if FDR were alive today, I would strangle him with my bare hands. I would
I'm
roll him
personally
off of a cliff.
Somebody
I'm
clip
personally
it.
not against government spending, but I guess I can
I'm
understand.
very much against over government spending, and the problem I have. Look,
We can align all four of our icons to different quadrants of the political spectrum.
Probably.
listen, I hate FDR. And
Maybe,
there are
yeah.
plenty of reasons for that. One of them is because his spending was just ridiculous. He was also very tyrannical. He took over more. He brought the government more power in his what were they, 3-4 terms? I know he got
Right?
his 3. He
He died in the. I don't remember.
Yeah, he died in the third
Some
one. That's right.
recent things, but
But he wanted to stack the Supreme Court because he couldn't get the Supreme Court to agree with him. His own party had to turn against him on that. Instead, in order to try and stimulate the market for food, do you know what he did? When Americans were starving in the streets, he decided it would be a good idea to try and raise food prices to try and make people spend more money. So he had them throw away perfectly good food. He had the farmers, instead of sell it, he just said, "Here, I'll pay you. Now throw all that food in a ditch and don't let anybody buy it."
And we still do that today.
Yes, we do. Sometimes.
I'll say one thing like Unique is saying, just start World War III, more free money. Thing is that during World War II and post World War II American economy hasn't really stopped. We still make so much military spending that we are still inflating our infrastructure by using military spending while not being at war.
The American dollar is about to inflate beyond comprehension.
Yeah, it's like we are keeping it it's a bubble that is just being held up by the fact that we are just churning out more fucking billion-dollar claims.
You're the reserve currency of the world, so you're safe basically.
Well,
Because
so
it
long
would
as
take
people need to continue
everything to go to shit very quickly at the same time for it to go
so
bad.
so long as the Middle East continues to have to trade American dollars for oil, we'll be fine. But also, Biden has an inflation fetish. That's my theory.
That I don't use the term inflation fetish. You fuck. I know
all
what
I
you
can tell you, all I can tell you is, having lived in Europe obviously for and especially during 2008, and I started getting interested in politics around that time. I need to tell you, inflation is only bad when it's mismanaged and reaches level like Venezuela. But the current obsession that the European Union has with the euro, to maintain a sub 2% inflation rate and to have tight financial controls and zero, what they call austerity, which is basically no government spending if you can't afford it, that has destroyed European growth for the last 10 years. It's a wasted decade. If you want to fix an economy, ultimately, you need to change the system, and the only way to do that is to invest money in, so that hopefully it cycles back out eventually. Because in the end, public debt is self-sustaining, because the idea is if the economy grows, the profits from that will always outweigh the interest you have to pay on your loans. So the debt problem is only a problem if you look at it on a short-term perspective. But being obsessed with trying to maintain inflation below 2% has destroyed growth in Europe and has been a real issue for unemployment. I think, obviously, I agree, you can't go willy-nilly starting printing money and giving it to everyone.
Yeah.
Yeah.
but obsession about keeping it sub 2% is still very negative. And I think we need more government spending. Like COVID shows us, like it's the only way to solve it. You have to spend money ultimately.
Two things. One, I want to point out, Praxis asked the real question: will the value of baguettes also inflate?
I don't remember where I saw it. I think France consumes, I think it's 3 billion baguettes a year. So the government will have to put in place price controls if that happens.
Yeah.
Who doesn't like bread?
Exactly. Who doesn't bread, cheese, and wine? I can't argue with the French on this. Like,
Well, I don't like wine, but
it's fair. It's a lot of baguettes. Yeah. So what one?
But for wine, alcohol is good for cholesterol. So have both.
One thing I'd say, Unique said, maybe if we could just make people pay their taxes, we wouldn't have a problem. And I agree with Praxis. Two good starting point would be massive corporations, just like Amazon. Yeah, tax them. I am a very libertarian-minded man in terms of, I say taxation is theft. I understand the need for it. I just absolutely hate it.
well, here's the thing. If you're referring to like the idea that rich people don't pay their taxes because they dodge them, I'm going to admit to you, obviously, people dodge their taxes.
Yeah.
It's not just rich people. I'm fairly middle class, and I dodge the shit out of my taxes. But the thing, I did
In
not
Minecraft.
admit that.
In Minecraft.
In Minecraft. But,
Shit, did you see they're catching on to that, by the way?
yeah. But the
Because
thing
we're
is,
live, there's dodging and there's avoidance. Avoidance is legal because it just means you. No, which is it? One of them is legal. It just means you optimize your tax revenues.
Praxis,
The other
which one
is
is legal?
But look at this. Unique
and then
Unique just put
tax,
in.
tax the other one.
I want to point out to Unique right here. Here's the interesting thing about taxes in the United States right now. Right now, the top 1% of taxpayers in the United States, they pay like 27% of their income to taxes, plus all the other taxes they have to deal with all the time. I don't actually disagree with the flat tax, Andreas. But anyway, I want to continue with my point. The top 1% pay 27% of their income to taxes. They also pay like all the other taxes, like commerce taxes, property taxes, all those taxes, right? But when you actually look, so the revenue from the top 1% income tax actually adds up to about 40% of all tax income by the United States every year. So that's a lot more than people actually suspect it would be. I'm not familiar enough with how corporations are taxed. I do know that corporations actually are taxed. The problem is that a lot of the time
There's a lot of ways of skirting it.
There's a lot of ways of skirting it, and one thing is they're not taxed on money that they claim to spend on research and development. To be fair, a lot of the stuff they've done has helped, but income tax. Well, corporations, the people who own the corporation do pay income tax, and because all the money goes to them, the corporation itself isn't taxed on income. That's true, but I had one more thing I was going to say, and that is, like the bottom 50% of American taxpayers actually, when you take into account all the benefits they receive from the government, actually pay net negative taxes. They get more money from the government than they pay to the government.
Yeah. One thing I was going to say, I totally agree, Praxis. She was technically the owner's corp, and they income tax corp itself is a fiction equivalent citizen has their own tax obligation. Yeah, sorry, I'm reading. Everyone always seems to say the rich are paying taxes. It's flat tax 20% for 6 shit. All that makes sure impressive and say. One thing I'll say is like I completely agree. I think that corporations should pay the same taxes. Like I hate how they skirt around it. That really fucks the lesson. But if we did it for a year, we'd see how much they aren't paying exactly. I think corporations should be treated as citizens in the way of being taxed, because it is like on any total gains, it makes sense.
Well, what size corporation would you be talking about?
Well, one thing I was going to say, I think like businesses in general should be counted as people for that amount, for their profits. One thing I would say is the flat tax rate, I feel iffy about it just because I have the idea, and this is not me knowing anything in terms of like advanced economics, but in terms of having people getting under a certain amount of money just shouldn't be taxed.
To a point, I would agree.
So
Like-
I'm going to throw this out there too, to kind of piggyback off of all three of your points, because like here's the problem with the flat tax in that way. If Cameron makes $1,000 in a month and you have a 25%, which is a ridiculous rate, but let's just say that's it for math.
Yeah, that would fuck
Like that would completely destroy the world. But
Yeah.
let's just say that that's what you've got. then now he's making $750. You're taking $250 from him.
Mhm.
Definitely in that bottom 50%. If you're getting any benefits from that happen put you in the negative, then that's probably because you're only making $1,000 a month.
Mhm.
And then if you go to, say, anyone in the top, doesn't even need to be just the top 1%, because that brings with it connotations, but just the people within a
1 million.
very high percentage of income,
Mhm.
there's a certain point at which that 25% means absolutely nothing. And the best way
Yeah.
I've thought to have had this explained to me is that you very seldom meet uber wealthy people, not wealthy
Mhm.
people, but uber wealthy, like billionaires, who are decent people or who do things correctly, actually pay their taxes, actually
Mhm.
do whatever, because you don't get to have that much wealth unless you are okay with screwing over the common man,
Mhm.
unless you're okay with having bad business practices. And that goes for pretty much everybody, even people who do noble things like Bill Gates.
Mhm.
You still get to that level of wealth
Man's divorced.
after a certain point of,
Woohoo!
well, you could
Pain
have
and suffering for Bill Gates,
maintained
high
yourself
five.
at this status,
Yeah.
but you went to this status instead. You're still just hoarding a mountain of gold.
Mhm.
And that gold doesn't help you
Yeah.
pass. Like, once you have enough to make a bed, that's great. If you have enough to make a whole house, that's great. That's fine. You earned it. But past that,
Mhm.
I think then it becomes the role of government or whatever entity of whatever country system you have to say, where does this go? Because that's not cool as a single entity
Mhm.
to
I
be able to own all of the resources of the world when the bottom 50%, even in a negative state,
Mhm.
still don't have homes,
Yeah.
still don't have access to the basic needs of food,
I
water, uh, any of the basic needs.
so I totally agree if the government was spending it in any way that actually helped the people.
That's true, but I also want to
Military
add in there real
spending,
quick.
not helping people.
Exactly. Yeah.
I want to add in there real quick. So I would assume like you'd be talking about people like Jeff Bezos and stuff, right?
Absolutely. Jeff Bezos
right.
is
Well, here's the thing about people like Bezos, right? So his net worth is of course in the billions, right?
That's not really the monetary value he has himself.
Yeah, I know. That's
but
my
yeah.
point. That's my point. He's not actually sitting on billions and billions of dollars. I think the man's annual salary is like $80,000, right? He has a lot of money, but the majority of his net worth is in stock in Amazon, right? So if the government were to just seize all that stock in Amazon, that would make the majority shareholder in Amazon, meaning the government ran Amazon, meaning that Amazon would instantly become the post office and therefore shit. So and that's why a lot of people you see today, like Elizabeth Warren, Bernie Sanders, they want to implement this thing called a wealth tax, where they just charge you for assets that aren't liquid cash or liquid money, which I don't agree with at all.
That's why how I put it is it's not a technical term, but the profits should be taxed, not it's actually once you've because so I'm thinking of it in a small business kind of way.
So
you have
you're
a small
thinking
business
like-
in which you make a decent bit of money, like I mean, a restaurant I worked in back in my smaller town. It's like you make a decent bit of money each day because of how much you're making, but most of that is going right back into the business because of how much you have the cost to pay people and do stuff like that. It's the profits that I believe should be taxed rather than
Look, Unique. What you're saying, Unique. I completely agree with. I think the income tax is way too much. I think the government takes way too many taxes in general. You can't even die in this country without getting taxed for it.
Yeah, there's the old meme where it's like okay, so you get paid, we're gonna take a tax out of not just you but also your employer.
Your employer has to pay taxes on your income, and then you have to pay taxes on your income.
And you pay taxes on buying stuff, owning something, dying. Yeah, but like, it's not the fact that there is taxes. It is how it is implemented that is what I hate so much about it.
Fun fact: the income tax was actually supposed to be temporary.
I do know about that. Yeah, the income tax was not supposed to be a permanent thing. It was supposed to help with which.
It was supposed to help. I think it was Woodrow Wilson who was trying to.
It was World War I, wasn't it? Income tax. It was World War I, I believe.
Yeah, it was. He was trying to pay for the war, and I think he was. It was partly the war, and partly he was trying to get funds for his League of Nations.
Yes, you're mentioning the marginal tax rate. It's like the reason I don't like the flat tax rate is just because of it doing the same amount of damage to, or exponentially more damage really to lower class people, people who don't make as much money.
Most humans on the planet.
But like necessarily a flat tax rate that has a it only starts at, like Price is saying, for the brackets, each bracket were flat. Holistic, it would deter earning more money. But it kind of is, in a way, in terms of like right now, where if you get into a new tax bracket, then it can fuck you up. Are you not plugged in?
Yeah, I'm plugged in. It's just running out of battery.
Gotcha. Like getting into the next tax bracket, even with the way it works right now, fucks you up bad.
It does.
Like people, because people, I mentioned how it transfers over, but it is still in terms of because I know this specifically because my parents, my father works border patrol agent, so they make a decent bit of money. And my mother had 1 year started working from working from a restaurant to working at the post office, so she got a decent bit of a pay increase, right? Mm-hmm. Well, in the end, they made less money in the year because of moving up in the tax bracket, because it shot up enough into where it taxed an even greater amount, so where they were more on the whole. And that's I mean, it's not going to happen to everybody, but it is a thing that does affect people.
In my
It's
opinion,
not-
I've been in that same situation too, where it becomes, especially not directly related, because your example kind of brings up a lot of my examples, but as a different one, just real fast, it's like just applying for scholarships at school, and it's like, no, because you make over this amount of dollars, and it's like I make, like, as a family dependency situation, we make $50 over that amount, and they say, yeah, so your $30,000 worth of scholarships becomes nothing, because it doesn't scale with things on the same slope, because people exist in wealth on effectively a curve going upwards. And when you do bracket systems, then that leaves large triangular gaps.
Well, then okay, so,
I would get rid of the
Some
whole
people,
bracket
and then
system.
cut out other people.
like they're saying in the chat, I understand it's because it is, you only get taxed past that certain bracket. What I'm saying it does is it de-incentivizes getting into the next bracket. It de-incentivizes you growing.
I mean, in the UK, the way it goes is, for instance, so if you earn, I think it's very simple. It's 20% tax on £25,000 a year. Then it goes up to 30%, I think, on 100,000. Then 40%, no, sorry, 40% on £100,000 a year, and then 45%, 100,000, or anything above 100,000. So but it's not like if you're earning 120,000 a year, all of this is taxed 45%. It's so
it's above the
25.
amount.
So you're still making more money.
Yeah, you're
You're
still
paying more
making more.
tax.
What I'm saying with it is that it's not that you're making less necessarily. You're always better, and the next dollar might get less than the dollar in the next bracket, but the dollar reduces some of the better making dollar. Well, yes, but you got to think of also the work put into it, because if you are, it's one of those things where it disincentivizes people wanting to make that more, because if you're putting in a lot of extra work for it, but then your amount is lessened by it, because I do know a decent amount of people who understand how it works, at least in a basic level, but it's like, okay, well, I'm going to be earning that much less on these hours past making the certain amount, so it's going to de-incentivize them.
You want to know? You want to know our biggest problem?
Which, really quickly, I was going to say that's a problem with any kind of tax bracket, is that it's going to de-incentivize making the extra work of making more, unless it is a complete flat tax, which I also don't like.
I'd rather have the bracket system, because I can eat food with that.
Well,
than a flat tax.
You want to know all our biggest problems that I think we can all agree with right here is that, let me put it this way: if the American government were to seize all of the liquid money and assets, by the way, and we're assuming that they can turn all those assets into the maximum amount of money possible, if they were to seize all of that wealth from the top 500 richest people in this country, that would run the federal government for about 2.5 months.
Mm-hmm.
So our biggest problem is that the government spends money.
Yeah.
Like they are burning coal in a furnace. Right? What we need is to have wait, hold on. What is about this? The Jim Crow?
The New Jim Crow, the book. He's mentioning there's a strong argument that the benefits are considered the legit problem with certain low-income individuals that do wind up losing wealth by making more money as it strips their benefits.
Oh, well,
yeah, because that's the thing. We were mentioning, I was mentioning the lower amount, but yeah, once Dillon kind of mentioned with scholarships, where if you just barely make it past a certain thing, you can lose so many benefits from it, which makes it lower.
I've never in my entire life gotten a scholarship.
Right, well,
it makes slightly too much money. But when when I show up in the parking lot and everyone else has a Hummer or BMW and they are all getting complete full rides, it makes me slightly upset. And it's not that we shouldn't have access to that. It's that there's a discrepancy in people who have actual more assets and wealth, but might rank it in a different way based on certain criteria that aren't really factored in a way, and which is hard to do, all things granted, to try and make a system that works with that, especially as the world changes.
Mm-hmm.
Well, it's just crap. I forgot what my point was going to be, but we just have an issue in this country where we need actual oversight of some kind over government spending, and we really just don't have that because all we have is these secret congressional committees. We don't even know who all's entirely on them. The media doesn't cover it. You have to do your own research to figure that out. Which, granted, I'm not against people doing their own research. I actually expect people to do their own research, but we don't know how the government spends their money. And to a certain degree, they'll say parts of the government need to work in secrecy. It needs to be covert. And I get that. That's fair. I'm not happy about it at all. Like, I want to know more of what's going on. But there's something else when you talk about, like, we've found expenditures of, like, the Navy spending $5,000 on a damn hammer.
Yeah.
Like, what kind of hammer was that?
I
want to see the hammer.
I think also the meme was the one where it was NASA spending about it was making the space-proof pen.
Yeah.
Zero gravity pen where they spent so much money and then the Russians use a pencil.
Yeah, but there's a reason why.
I know there's a reason for that, but I'm saying that kind of anecdote is used with a lot of military spending.
That is a fun joke, but just to clarify for chat, that's because graphite will blow up a spaceship, and because we did in fact do that, and the Russians also have used the space pen now.
It's because to the Russians, the cosmonauts were expendable, whereas we cried on the Challenger.
That's entirely fair.
That's not a political take. That's just the Russians didn't care about the cosmonauts.
Also, I put a poll in chat, but I also want to get your opinion. Alan kind of mentioned it. It was okay. A flat question. I just wanted a yes or no real quick. Does the government, and I'm asking you, Andreas, for the British and or French government as well, does your government spend money well, in your opinion?
It absolutely wastes it. And that is the thing, I agree. But see, that's why my view in the end is the solution of that is not to restrict the belt, because these people, it's almost like by spending their money badly, play to the argument of people who would like to reduce government spending. I think there is something that could be considered proper management. Mm-hmm. It's definitely not the case for most modern countries. The amount of wastage is crazy. But ultimately, I think the solution is not to stop the government from spending money. It's to have in place, public, civilian,
right? So you're not saying spend less. You're just saying spend it better.
Yeah. Exactly.
Well, I think if if you spend it better, you can spend less. Is the thing.
Yeah.
I mean, I think
for a
both
little bit of thrift here.
Like, if they're not mutually exclusive as far as what to go, but I think part of it could be like, hey, maybe if we don't spend $5,000 on hammers. Mm-hmm. Or if we, cover military budget.
Or hammer. It was one hammer.
Okay. One of the things was we spend multi-million dollars on single missiles, right?
Yeah.
That we use to destroy a $10 tent in the Middle East. You know what the worst part is? Is there's actually there's been people in the Middle East that will go and they'll make mock-ups that look like military encampments or like terrorist encampments. They'll make like little tent city things that look like it because they can have the missiles shot at it and then take the scrap metal and make a profit.
Yeah,
and that is fucking hilarious to me.
It's making a mockery of us. But
it is 100%. Also, I want to point out unique. The best part of Congress, how they spend money wrapped in bills, 400 pages long, which every congressperson admits they never read. Fucking exactly.
Yeah, I know, right? Like the current tax bill or the current tax code of the United States is over 10,000 pages long.
Yeah.
Right. Yep. I want the page numbers reduced by about 80-90%.
Yeah. Right. What Louis Rothman was arguing in his recent debacles where he got called to court or something over like some minuscule.
Did the boy cut out a little bit? You there, Boyle?
Dillon cut out a lot.
Andreas, you there?
Yeah, I'm here.
Gotcha. Okay, disconnect. Sometimes these problems, I think, is probably going to reconnect.
I'm back.
Okay, awesome.
I was going to just say real quick on Louis Rossman's recent thing was talking about a very minor, I think $127 fine he was given for like repairing a laptop.
Mm-hmm.
He had to go to court for, and they could not for 2.5 hours find the actual law discussing it because a lot of laws are written in a way that's just meant to bury it with whatever. Mm-hmm. There's validity for why that's done in some reasons, but there's also a lot of times where it's like there's 100 pages here. most of these are just meant to be little gotchas.
This thing is that like yes, you want laws to be written very particularly so that there is an understanding, and it's not like, well, how does the law exactly work? The law should be very obvious.
I actually disagree because I think ultimately, if a law is too obvious, it's no longer a law. It's a court ruling basically. I think if the idea of law is to always provide in in various fields, obviously, because there's so many fields out there,
Yeah.
but general rules to adhere to. Because the problem is, if you do too specific rules, then you end up drowning in codes of law
Yeah.
that make up thousands and thousands and thousands of the page, and which is not fair. Not because it's not good to have lawyers and judges; these are absolutely essential. But it's not fair that the average citizen cannot, like, I'm not talking every citizen should be able to defend themselves in court or even hold it, but it's unfair that they cannot absolutely not do it in any circumstance because the law is so complex.
Yeah.
Laws should always be extremely general, and I think the best part of things is that's why we have judges. Judges are there to interpret the law and see to each specific case how it applies. And I guess you can be against that, you can be in favor of that, but I personally believe that if you make laws specific, that's the first step to dictatorships
So,
is
that,
having very specific actions being ruled upon by the state and with unflinching authority. I think we need to leave this place for the human interaction,
yeah. See,
which is
I didn't mean specific. Well, see, I don't mean specific in terms of like this exact thing, but I mean legible. Like the average person should be able to at least vaguely understand what the law is. You know?
We run into an issue there where the where language just evolves over time.
Well, yes, of course.
You know, because obviously, I mean, I can read the Constitution and understand it, but I have a damn English degree. Okay, a lot of people can't understand the Constitution, and obviously, the only example I need to point out is that some people don't understand what the
I know where you're going.
freaking sentence "keep and bear" means, and shall not be infringed.
I will throw this out there though as well, because there is a for those of you who don't know, as context, I do a competitive 3-gun shooting very often, but I'm also in support of gun control. And there's a group of people that I follow that are very, very good at what they do, and they're a great source of like information as far as like skill and technique and whatever. And they, as non-politicians and as non-linguists, decided to define for their audience what the Second Amendment meant. And just the way in which they interpreted that was very frustrating as a person to listen to someone like, and I'm not going to go into specifics on it because it's been a while and I don't want to like misconstrue what they actually said, whatever. But it's a difficult thing. One, like we've all said, when the laws are written in a way that you don't understand them, or how if things change over time, then it needs to be clear what they are. And I think part of the problem comes from when people try and interpret things in a way that is non-faithful, but because they have steam behind it and that's what you want to hear from it, then that goes for any situation, whatever side it leans to, where you have somebody who can say something like, well, in this term, bear means, and then they go on a 47 sentence long paragraph about what bear means. And it's like, bear means to hold, to have access to. Don't overcomplicate that part for whatever side you're arguing for. Examine it. And also occasionally throwing that out there, re-examine things and see what needs to change based on language and on the world.
I agree. And I want to add on that usually, although it's obviously not done nowadays because it's convenient for groups of people on both the left and the right to try and make it as possible. I think we all need to remember that when people lay down these laws and these statements, they were meant to be understood in the most obvious and simple way they could be. Right to bear arms is just that. The right to bear arms. You can have a musket in your house. You can have a flintlock pistol in your house.
They had cannons.
They did.
They want you to understand it. That's the point of law. The whole point of law is to make it very simple and very quick. And we could always debate, argue about how languages evolve. But those people who try, to then write essays on what a single word could possibly mean, these people are failing the very basis of law, which is what is written is meant to be understood in the most direct and simple and obvious way it is written in.
That's a very eloquent way to say what I was trying to, so thank you. It's like to see somebody try and break down into like 127 word thesis what is a 2-word like pair
Mhm.
is just really frustrating. Where they're like, in order to, and they're like, let's examine what that means for 40 minutes, and it's just like, no, it means in order to.
Yeah.
That's all it means. In order
Well-
to whatever. That's it.
Well, sometimes what people run into, especially in regards to the Constitution, is some people want to treat it as like a living document, right? Which it's not. A living document is a document which can constantly be written. The entire point of the Constitution was to be very, very hard to change at all, and that's because the founding fathers did mean for. Damn it! Oh, shit. Sorry.
He's trying to log onto Discord on my phone because his computer's running out of battery.
Yeah. There we go. Okay. But anyway, they did not intend for the Constitution to be changed very easily at all. That's why there's only two ways to do it, right? There's only two ways to do it, and they're both extremely difficult to get done. Keep and bear arms. I can go into what that actually means in the context of what the founding fathers meant, but in lieu of the fact that the both of you just sort of like call that out as being kind of dumb right now, I'm not going to do it. But
Well, see, I think
I
there's a
just want
difference.
to end. I just want to end my point real quick. Andre, not Andre. Dylan, I would be interested to know what you mean by gun control, and for just full disclosure, I am like near 100% against gun control. So I would like to know what you mean by it.
Effectively, it's like everyone says, "Oh, gun control." That means you're going to take away our guns and you can't buy anything, you can't whatever. And I'm like, that's never going to happen, and I don't believe that ever should happen. Otherwise, you end up with a country like Hong Kong.
Well,
And the point of it in the Constitution is, in order to form and maintain a well-regulated militia, with the subtext being, in case we need a revolution or whatever, for that purpose, and also for self-defense and everything else, on a personal level, whatever. But it's that the well-regulated part of that is to say, I mean, I have to register my car, and I 100% agree with it, and it's a pain. Like, I have a super illegal car outside. I have a couple of illegal cars outside, but one of them is really bad. And as much as that annoys me, it's also like, yeah, I understand why, because this shouldn't just be a floating asset that can go commit manslaughter at any point, whatever. So if it could be that sort of thing where it's just register it, keep tabs on it. And yes, there's always the argument of, well, someone's going to get one if they really want it. Those people, no matter what you do, that's going to happen.
Yeah.
But it's the convenience of getting it. So, for example, me as a depressed teenager in high school, as a officially, medically, with a note signed, depressed, anxious teen, should not have been able to buy a gun, yet alone several guns, yet alone enough ammunition to do bad things. Or especially a handgun, which I could have used to just kill myself, which is a big problem. And I particularly care about it in terms of things like veteran suicide, accounting for like 86% of male suicides in the US, which is the highest amount of suicides. And it's like, if you go to a gun store and you walk in, you say, I'll take a 38 special and 5 rounds. And you walk out and you go home and you shoot yourself, you shoot your wife, or whatever it is. It's the little things we could do to prevent stuff like that, in terms of registering a firearm, the same as you have to do it with the vehicle, attach a title to it. That's great. It adds lineage, and it means it can't be destroyed, and you can't cut up an old classic STG-44, which bothers me. And it keeps it accountable in some way of law that only really bothers criminals and helps people who shouldn't have access to one quick, because the biggest problem we have in the United States, specifically with guns and access to them, is the ease of which we have access to them and the lack of repercussions after we have them. Because you can go to Kmart, buy one, and then that's it for the day.
Dylan, have you ever bought a firearm?
Yes, I have.
Did you have to go through a background check?
Yes, it took all of 45 minutes for me to buy every last gun I've had to buy.
So let me ask you something. If you have that note from your doctor, did you not read the part on the background check that said, do you have any mental health issues?
This has been since past then.
Okay, well...
I couldn't buy one in high school. Point is, you can walk in with your father and buy one.
Yeah, and your father has to... that gun is then legally your father's.
It is registered to him.
Yeah. But point is, like, who it's owned by, and that's part of the ease of access within the United States is things like that. Since then, since being taken off of that as a legal adult of buying age for a firearm, then I've bought them that way, and I've felt confident in doing so because I am in a mental state where I'm fine with that, and I feel responsible with that.
Well,
So
there's another question here. I'm sorry, Cameron. I'll let you go in just a second. But the point about there's another issue with the mental health thing is like, does somebody with a mental health issue automatically lose their right to defend themselves?
I was actually thinking about this quite a bit the other day because there is a lot of complication with the mental health side of things, and like who we allow to have things and who we don't. And I think there's a lot of hard decisions to be made on that kind of topic where it's like if especially female with, say, anxiety issues or whatever, probably caused by some sort of trauma, perhaps of a certain kind, is going to college and wants a handgun to defend themselves, I don't think that should be an issue. And it's hard to make judgments on things like that, which that is definitely a debatable area. But in terms of things that are like simple, like across the board things, like make a 5-day waiting period. So when Tom gets off the boat, comes home, and he's a depressed veteran who just had to bomb a whole village in Syria, then he doesn't walk into the gun store, go home, and shoot himself that night. He has to think about it for a week. Little things like that, I think, could add some accountability and help to that. And they're like the issue you've got, I don't really have straight answers on with in regards to some mental health stuff. I don't know. I don't think there's any easy answer on that. And it's really just going to be up to debate or a system that hopefully makes it better just in terms of mental health as it is. But a big part of it would be if you just make things require time in order to accrue certain things, then it becomes more difficult for you to do things on a whim, whether that's mental health related or whether that's terroristic.
And I'm sorry, but I have to regard that as an infringement. I'm sorry. That's just my opinion.
The time-based one thing is a lot of places already do have time restrictions in which you have to wait a certain amount of time.
They do.
And those places haven't really lowered any of their rates. Because one thing, especially you're mentioning
on rifles,
well,
not handguns.
The thing is, you're mentioning a soldier, coming back. Most of it's not immediate. Most of it's months and months later. So it doesn't really change anything. You know?
It's the occasional issue where like someone goes to, like, I hate that I can't even say the most recent shooting because we're Americans and that means absolutely nothing because we've had 100 plus. But where
the one thing
the high
is
school kid who went and bought an AR-15 that day.
The one thing is also if somebody wants to, you mentioned originally handgun suicide.
Mm-hmm.
If somebody is going to have to wait and they really want to die, then do you know what they're just going to do?
They'll find a way.
Suicide by cop. That's the easiest one.
Suicide
but it's part of it's convenient, and it's eliminating
that
part
is
of an
very
issue,
convenient.
not all of it.
Suicide by cop is very convenient.
It is, and it's an issue that very much bothers me personally. You would understand why.
Yeah, I understand, and I feel the same way. But the thing is because they're just going to go and hurt somebody else to make them be able to die. Yeah.
Like, there's nothing you can do as a law to prevent people from killing themselves.
Do you know what?
But you can help.
Do you know what? Do you know what helps more than anything? If we would just help people with mental health issues.
Oh, 100%. That's what I tried to make fun of a couple sentences ago, saying that's the only way to really address that part.
Like a lot of people don't acknowledge that. It's like, yes, if we help mental health issues, and I'm not saying there's an easy way to fix it. I'm saying if there's any slight help, because our help is kind of shit.
Yeah, and that's all I'm going for with this too, is like, you can't fix the whole problem with a bunch of these things, but you can.
I feel like anything you're doing there is a very expensive Band-Aid to a very open wound that wouldn't help.
Well, the thing about mental illness is, like, in this country, a few decades ago, we had actual mental health facilities. Now, granted, a lot of them had bad reputations.
A lot of them were fucking horrendous.
A lot of them were, all right? And that's true. But they got shut down. And so now all these people who do have mental problems don't have anywhere to go.
Yeah, we don't have anything to help people. We have small scale therapy and stuff like that, which is very useful for a lot of people. But one, it's not easy for anybody to get,
No.
and two, it's not great on the large scale.
Part of the problem is, instead of like shutting down all the mental health, all the mental asylums, could have just introduced some regulation that said, hey, don't
Torture
poke
people.
people's brain and cause them to become vegetables, and don't shock the
And
shit out of them.
there is still stuff like that nowadays with
There's
psych
still,
wards.
but it's like we used to have facilities that were extremely dedicated to this stuff.
But
where
psych
people
wards
could-
are like that.
Yeah, but like there used to be like whole buildings and
Psych wards are whole buildings.
Yeah, but still,
I'll say
to have
the thing
more is my point.
even nowadays the psych wards are still shit.
Yeah, but we used to
Psych
have
wards are
more
not a
is my-
good solution to
No,
stuff.
'cause-
Like Cam said, the only real solution to a lot of that stuff is like personal therapy, and even that's real hit or miss
Mhm.
and expensive. So if you don't get it the first time,
I'm just going to add one more thing, because in the end that also has to be said. Even if I agree that it's essential to have proper facilities to help mental patients or patients with struggling with some mental issues, be it from the lowest levels of depression to the highest levels of sociopathy or whatever. Ultimately, because considering that, I don't know, I was reading something about this recently, that the rates of depression, anxiety, etc., have spiked through the roof in the last 30, 40 years. And if you think, I mean, some people say that it's simply because they're better recorded now than before. I think that's still hard to believe. I also think that
disagree with
even before the providing mental health, the best thing we can do is increase the basic decency and standards of living of a population.
Well,
Because
I-
most
I-
of that
if
is
you have
caused
less
by-
homeless veterans,
Exactly.
then my whole example is less of an issue.
Yeah, I say
Exactly.
it's not only that it's being documented well now, but also the fact that we have global news is actually like a
God.
big problem because of the fact that we can see, like, I mean,
the constant stream of bad crap.
Well, I was
The
gonna say
world's
the
the safest it's ever been,
Yeah.
but it feels the worst.
because we see everything. One thing it was whenever we started recording wars, people that's whenever approval ratings for wars went down when people actually saw what the fuck was happening. And that's the thing is the more we see, the easier it is to I know the term doom scroll, in which you go on Twitter and you're gonna scroll, and if you've already gotten yourself into where you see shitty things, all you're going to see is shit. That's all you're ever going to see, and that is going to bring your mental health, especially during COVID era, down so hard.
No, absolutely. I like during COVID especially, I had to struggle with like how I wanted my personality to change because for a while it's like there's if certain people do this, then I'm just not going to interact with them no matter what because I have no respect for them, and while I still might not have respect for those people, I've had to change my thinking this far into it just to survive and be like, no, this is either going to turn me cynical or I'm going to try and just be open arms about it to the whole world because otherwise it just keeps going. But 100% just being able to see the amount of garbage that goes on just makes it so much worse.
Yeah.
Because the world is improving slowly.
It is, for the most part, always continued to improve. There has been dips, but overall, the world is better than it ever has been.
I would.
Depends. From a look of, let's say, general prosperity, yes. From a look of political culture, I'd say it's going worse. Actually,
I'd agree on that. I
over the
just meant
past
in
couple of
terms of,
years,
like,
it has dropped. The
average
political
human
landscape
state.
has dropped.
I'd say it's actually the last 30 years, or even I'd go as far back as World War, the mid 2030s. So in between World War I and World War II, I think the weight of government and the amount of controls installed, which has spiked recently with modern technology, especially since the 80s. I think political culture is definitely going down, and even if there's actually my theory why there's so much big talk right now going on about personal liberties, etc., is because the actual liberties of not being policed by your own state by cameras on every street corner is probably because they go on about them so much because they're actually being diminished slowly but surely. Whether for good or for bad, that's something else entirely. But I still think like some things are getting better, but some things are definitely getting worse.
I would argue
to
also.
clarify,
I would
I
like
was
to point
only
out that,
referencing like personal safety.
I would say that also one thing that has really caused a lot of mental health, and I know I'm probably going to be the odd man out when I say this, but if you look at that time frame, you also see a huge spike in the number of people who have become atheist in that time frame, right? And just saying this, this is the only time I'm going to bring this up, but as a Christian, I too have had mental issues before. I went through a huge stint of depression after my parents' divorce and everything like that. Like I had a hell of a lot of issues, to the point where my depression was severe enough where I actually had memory loss. Like there's huge parts of my life that I don't even remember because of my depression got to the point where it caused my memory to fail. Part of what helped me through that was God, was the love of God, was loving God, and having a personal relationship with Jesus. So I'm just saying, not a lot of people are going to agree with me on that, but that's how I feel about it.
I'll say, as somebody who is mostly an agnostic atheist, I do completely understand where I'm coming from, because I would always say is that if somebody is going through these types of hardships and they're able to find relief through religion, that is amazing. I love it. It is an amazing way for people to help themselves. I do think there's a lot of people like me who the only way I say is I wish I could be religious, because I know that it would help me with a lot of things. It is extremely hard for me to be. Like I can look at it and I understand. I'm like, I think I would be better off mentally if I was able to do that, but the way my brain works just does not allow me to, for better or worse, you know.
I actually kind of want to jump on that. Shrimp kind of started what I was going to say, which is I 100% agree that most people do need some kind of spirituality, or at least some sense of purpose and sense of service, that something is bigger than them. But I don't think the issue, as you were saying, Moose, is so much that it's for people becoming atheist. I think the issue, I personally I don't call myself an atheist for intellectual reasons, because I think we cannot know for sure. So I call myself an agnostic, but I lean towards atheism because I don't actually think there is divinity. But I think the issue is not so much the lack of religion, it's replacing it. It's been replaced by shit values like consumerism, mass information, short-term pleasure. And I definitely agree that these are very bad, but I wouldn't say that these are a result of atheism. These are a result of people having a product to sell. The last 30 years made this much easier. And the replacement of religion with, instead of other values, by something completely artificial and superficial.
And
I think that's
I 100% want to support that and kind of tie all of this in. And I think, again, to not to like pick on thing like the rise of atheism so much as the loss of religion, because we tend to see this after like horrific world events like World War One, where you get like German expressionism and all kinds of movements like that, where you like losing my religion as a song, right?
Yeah.
In response to people who are like, you know, well, how can God allow World War One, whatever, and then they lose it because the world, and maybe it's because we've become more informed that's why it's happened, and it's not that is the cause so much as that has been the response of people to the world losing their faith in whatever gods it is, whether it's Christian, whether it's Buddhist, whether it's whatever, because they see the way the world is, and then they lose faith in that, and then like Andreas is bringing up, not replacing that with other good values of love thy neighbor and everything else, replacing it with IKEA furniture and Cardi B and everything else. And like, no shade if you like IKEA and Cardi B, but
No, I throw shade. I throw shade upon you for Cardi B.
Cardi B
You deserve the shade.
I don't listen to them or
well,
know
she's not a
them.
good
I just
person
know
in
the name.
general.
She's not a good person, and she don't make good music. Full shade upon you. I cast shade upon you all.
But I would definitely agree with like you're saying, where it is the because I think everybody has some kind of values. It is just that a lot of values have been, like you're saying, consumerized, where it is not actually caring for anything except for the materialism, which is actually something that became very prevalent in a time period a lot of people like, which is the 80s. The 80s was the rise of consumerism, which I think fucked up a lot of people. And the thing is that that's not a ancient time period in which it's only the great-great-grandparents. That is very recent. I mean, all of us here were born in the 90s.
Yep.
We weren't born that far off of it, you know? So we are still...
I mean, I grew up with a bunch of plastic crap.
Yeah, we are still... I mean, we are still in an age of consumerism, which I don't think having better things that we can buy isn't bad. It is the holistic worship that we have of it.
So
The way in which we value it.
So I would argue that my argument with you guys, I would have more arguments with you guys, but they would be mostly semantic and in the end kind of a waste of time, because I think we both because that's sort of my point too.
Well, we agree on the main basis. The one thing I would say is I think there's still plenty of people who are also religious who still have who value consumerism over God. You know?
Oh, no doubt. There's been a problem with
super churches.
Yeah, no, there's a problem with a lack of religion and a perversion of religion, I believe, and a lack of understanding in general towards religions. I've done a lot of research into Christianity and other religions too, like Islam and
Yeah, I was gonna say, as in high school, I mean, I got really into researching a lot of different religions.
Yeah.
I read the Bible, I read the Torah, I read the Quran. I enjoyed exploring these things because they all have very interesting teachings.
Could I interest you in a cup of Scientology?
Yeah.
Ooh, no.
Really quickly, I'm back. What did I miss? So we went from tax brackets. I don't remember the middle ground, but we are now
We've moved
talking
from
about
politics to religion.
Yeah. Sounds like we were talking
Buckle
about
up.
religion. That makes me fucking randy, baby. Like I said in Praxis, if you do want to join in, jump into the waiting room, and I can get you a part of it. But I think the main thing we've all agreed upon is that consumerism is fucking trash. Also, Andres, like you were saying earlier, I mentioned atheist. I use the term atheist because most people understand that better than agnostic, but I would consider myself more agnostic than anything. In terms of because I'm like I look at the universe and I'm like, something's fucking out there.
Yeah.
I just don't understand it. Like
Mine is more of a, like, from a philosophical standpoint. I spend a lot of time discussing this with my brother because he's studied philosophy and we're very into this kind of shit.
Gotcha.
It's not so much when I say I'm agnostic, it's literally purely for intellectual honesty reasons, because I do not believe I can prove the non-existence of God.
Yeah.
Just as
It's,
you can,
it's a non-binary decision to
I
make as
still-
an individual.
exactly, but I still lean towards no divinity. So I am technically atheist because I don't believe in any God, but I know I can prove it to myself, so I have to be honest with myself and therefore say I'm technically agnostic.
Yeah,
But I still don't believe in one. Rather than say, I don't actually know, it could be, it could not be. I still think it's not the case, but I can't prove it. Therefore, I say I'm agnostic.
I would say I'm pretty similar to you in that, in terms of I don't believe it, and it's kind of bringing it into more of a like a scientific theory kind of way, where I cannot completely disprove or prove, but I'm leaning heavily one way.
Well,
I just want to read what Prax is saying real quick. He said, "I believe that are very close to Andreas. This question seems incredibly stupid because it's so obvious, but what exactly do you mean by belief? So what would everybody here say would mean by beliefs?
I'm going to define it in my personal opinion, my truth, if you will.
Okay.
In my case, belief is I genuinely feel love towards God, and I genuinely believe that I feel His love for me.
Oh.
And what does belief literally mean? I don't know. Bring up the definition.
You said my truth, but what does that literally mean? Your truth is what he's saying. Like, I believe something has insufficient evidence, otherwise it is a fact.
Oh, well,
It goes beyond that.
I guess what I have is not really belief. What I have is faith, because I don't have any proof.
That's fair.
Proof.
I was actually going to say, yeah, belief and faith are basically synonymous. I was going to say, I think but tell me if I'm wrong there, Moose. Feel free to jump in anytime. When people who are religious talk about belief or faith, I wouldn't just summarize it as insufficient evidence to otherwise assert as a fact. I think it goes even beyond that, going to the level that you're basically saying there is no evidence, and you don't even need the evidence because the way things are to you seem obvious. That
It proves it.
Yeah, exactly. So I wouldn't say it's, but I don't agree with that position myself. But I think that's what religious people mean by faith or belief. It's that it is so. It doesn't even matter what science says. It doesn't matter what evidence you can have, because the scientific process would be part of a creation, and God would be beyond creation, obviously. If you know what I mean.
Yeah.
There is an interesting way to define that that I encountered a couple of years ago, for someone was saying, like, no matter what you believe in, whether you're talking about religion or like the color of a dress, it's like, if you truly believe in something, test the hell out of it, because that's the way to prove that you have faith in it, is by being willing to test it in a way, because you still believe that it's going to come out that way. And then if it doesn't, then that's your new truth, and that's your defined thing, and that applies for anybody, whether that's a Christian believing in something or believing that good things are going to happen when you put your hand in a blender. Like, the way to figure that out is to have faith in it, to test it, and then see how that reacts, and then that is your truth. And for some people, they test their faith in certain ways, and that maintains their truth, whatever that is, whether that's agnostic or not.
One thing Praxis is saying, which kind of doesn't necessarily go against it, but you're kind of like idealism with it, is saying if there's concrete evidence, faith would be impossible. Which is true, because you would not be faithful to it. It would be the truth.
In
It
order to
would
have
be
faith, you almost have to have no evidence.
Yeah, exactly. And that's the thing, is that yes, you can test your faith and prove your faith, but there is no actual way of doing that, because then it wouldn't be faith.
Right.
You can and so on top of that, I think faith is a strength. And that's one thing. Before you came in practice, I was agreeing with Moose as well, where it's like, because the way we got into this topic was actually from gun control, talking about mental health, in which there's a lot of people who faith is a amazing way of mental healing, is how I would put it, in which it is able to help people, and I think that is amazing, and I love it. Faith is a strength in that way.
Right. I wanted to say something real quick. Sorry, Andres. But in regards to what you were saying, Dylan, about about testing and being tested, is like the interesting thing about being religious and having religion and having faith in something is that there is testing there. It's just that you are the one who's being tested. You know, I can't test whether God exists or not, because I have no possible way of proving it, right? No matter what.
Yeah.
But I'm the one being tested here. I'm the one who's being challenged on whether or not I can continue to have faith in a God that I cannot prove exists.
Yeah.
Which is
That's
the
that
whole
was
point.
part of what I was trying to get across. If it came off differently than that, that's just my lack of semantic
Also,
skill.
Also, and just one more thing, like literally part of being a Christian is that you aren't supposed to test God. Like, you're not supposed to shake a stick at the sky and say, "God, burn my stick to prove you're real." Like, no, that's how you get plagues.
Well, I want to ask you, kind of practice, if you can agree with this. He's like, just like with the temptation of Christ, you're starving. Turn the stone to bread and eat. It would help you in your time of need, and it would be an absolute proof that you're indeed the Son of God. And yet Jesus replies, one does not sustain himself by bread alone, but by the word of God. Is that kind of a thing that you would agree with?
If I remember correctly, that particular passage is referring to, it's referring to faith. It's like, I might be wrong on this. I'm trying to remember because I've heard lectures on this exact one before, but that's all about how, like, having a passing relationship with God is good, and that can sort of keep you on the straight and narrow for the most part, but you have to, and like, or even just being aware of what God teaches, and not even necessarily having faith, but just being aware of what those practices are, can help you. It can keep you a good person. But what it means is, like, you have to, like, you have to have a personal relationship with God at some point. Like, the interesting thing is, I don't even think you necessarily have to go to church to be a Christian, or to even
That was
be
the question I
religious.
was going to ask you.
No, I don't think you have to go to church. I think that what's necessary for anybody to have faith is to actively meditate and think just about God, about your place in the universe, about how He created the universe. And one book I would recommend actually on this, which actually I read recently and extremely reaffirmed my faith, is The Politically Incorrect Guide to Christianity. Because it's just really good. I know how that sounds, but it's free on Audible. It's free on Audible, if you have an Audible account, but which you have to pay for, so it's not technically free. But
Not sponsored.
yeah, not sponsored.
Yet.
But in that book, it sort of helps you. It sort of helped me to. It gave me a lot of technicalities about Christianity that I wasn't aware of, and it also just helped me to figure out how to meditate. Like, on the drive here, I had a 450-mile drive here, and I thought about God, like a good portion of it. It's just, you don't even have to go. Like, you don't have to go to church. You don't have to listen to a preacher. Like, Martin Luther did a whole thing about this. But anyway, I'm rambling. Somebody else take over.
Just to connect to that ramble real fast, because you mentioned two things. I slightly lost one of the thoughts I was having, but one earlier was like relating, like, the loss of, like, religion as hope for people, like, and that being what it means to people is having hope. And
I would say not necessarily the hope, but the faith, having faith.
Yeah, just having. I'm just using hope to, like, get away from the word faith, just for, like, the purpose of, like, it not losing its meaning, I guess. But just, like, for people to have hope when it's, during dark times, and then that's why some people lose that hope when times get so dark that they feel like, whether they were supposed to test it or not within their own religion, that, like, that it's been broken. But then, and this is the part that I keep forgetting the way I wanted to word it. For some people, it's that's what it is. And then, oh geez, I really just need to find that thought and bring it back into the corral. If someone wants to go on, and they'll snap back in when I can think of it.
I'll say putting Alan here in the hot seat for a decent bit. I've been tending to the coals under the chair.
Yeah.
I was gonna say, I kind of mentioned where you're like, you say that you don't believe people need to go to church to be religious.
No, not necessarily. I think it's a good starting point, but I think you reach a certain level.
I'll say, do you believe there is a certain line that you have to cross to be religious?
Just the line of having faith.
Mm-hmm. Do you believe that somebody has to pray?
I think that praying is kind of a word. It's like, how do you mean? Like, bow towards Mecca 5 times a day?
No, I'm saying, do you think somebody even has to pray a single time? Do they have to physically try to not speak to, but like
Do they have to
communicate
perform?
to?
Well, praying is sort of a word. There's like no one way to pray.
I just mean in a way of does somebody have to be actively trying to open a connection to God?
I think that an active connection to God, trying to perpetuate one where, like, when I pray, I actively speak with God. You know, I talk, like, I'm not crazy. He doesn't talk back. Okay. But I talk at God. I'll say that. Like, every night before I go to sleep, I pray. I pray for the safety of my family and profess my love for God every night before I go to sleep. And that helps me. But I don't think that everybody prays the same way. I think that everybody prays in their own way. Like, if you believe in God, then you're praying in some way, right? Just whether it's just when you're thinking about Him, when you don't have to. My point is, you don't have to actively talk to God to be praying. You don't have to get down on your knees. You don't have to fold your hands. These things can help, but you just find a way to pray you want. Preferably, you do so. You pray in a way that's not bat crap insane and involves blood sacrifice. Okay, so don't do that.
You want to sacrifice to Inanna?
Sacrifices to Inanna. Just throw her a Vienna sausage. That's your sacrifice to Inanna.
I did finally find my train of thought, by the way, once you're done, Andreas.
No, go ahead, because I was going to go for a fair bit of time.
Gotcha. I was going to say, remembering the other word I was trying to go for with, on one hand, religion serving as almost hope for some people, and then as people losing that as they lose hope or whatever, and then on the other hand, because you mentioned a couple, to rewind a little bit to some of what Alan was saying here, is like the role of religion as like a set of guidelines or teachings, which it's strange how some religions, namely Christianity, don't tend to function in that way. But things like, if you go read like ancient Greek tales or whatever, it seems almost like they're saying less so than this is a person or an entity or an idea or whatever, or like the set of characters that you're supposed to believe in. It's these stories are meant to teach you this lesson, especially like Greek theater. That very much is a religion that seems almost like a set of, look at these examples of how to be a good and bad person and do good and bad things. And here's the moral of the story every time, very clearly. And that, I think it's like, that it's just odd that there's some religions sort of teach and function in that way of being a set of teachings and guidelines, and then others being, I guess, all of them sort of being sort of a sense of hope in some ways. But I think there's a disparity between the two, and that's what my thought was, and I don't know where to go with that. I was just going to throw that out there.
I think the reasoning for it is kind of just like different ways of doing things, not necessarily. I mean, people will have their beliefs on which one is correct for them, of course. But I think it's because people are very different how they believe. Because you mentioned ancient Greek and stuff like that, but it's not even a thing that's just stuck in the ancient. Because you can look at, and correct me if I'm wrong, but more stuff like Buddhism or Taoism or something like that, in which 100%. It is, yes, there is the thing, but it is a story based. So I think that's something that hasn't gone away. It's that different people view it in different ways. They have their faith in different ways, and
and I think that's the point I was trying to make was just to bring up like the Greek religion is an easy example.
Because everybody knows it more.
Yeah, like a bunch of people know it, and it's typically taught in school where it's like, what's the moral of this story?
Mhm.
Like, well, don't be greedy, otherwise bad things happen to you and you get turned into a spider or whatever it is.
Mhm.
Yeah, and what's the moral of this
But
story?
that,
The
that
moral
that
of this
still
story.
definitely exists in modern religions, but it's just, I guess some religions, function more as a source of hope or faith or whatever it is in a way that provides people relief, and then other ones, like both do the same thing, but
Mhm.
they kind of min max. So one is based on that, and then the other ones tend to be like, here's a set of guidelines, please follow them. And I think Christianity also does that, of course, too.
Mhm.
But I think it's viewed differently by most Christians as being more of a hope-based religion than one based on follow these values.
One
I
thing.
think the answer there is, if you look at it, I'm putting it of this from this point of view, trying to be like from the historian point of view. I think the answer there to that is very simple. It's purely historical. The fact that Christianity, when it became what it became, the official religion of the Roman Empire, you have to remember it became so in total opposition to the pagan pantheon of Greece
Yeah.
and Rome.
Good
And
point.
I think you're absolutely spot on when you say that the way Greek religion worked and Roman religion through them, because it was basically the same thing, was a set of guidelines and teachings. You know, this happens when you do that, and so don't do it, basically. And but you're free to come to your own conclusions. But if you put it into historical context, that Christianity generally grew oppressed under these religions, these pagan traditions themselves, and so basically it's not really surprising that they grew in the complete opposite. And rather than going for uh, general guidelines and leading everyone to make their own conclusion, they went the opposite direction in very specific and strict teachings, and religion not based so much on teachings, but the single biggest purpose of life being to achieve your a good life on this earth to eventually be redeemed in the afterlife. So I think if you keep in mind that Christianity grew in opposition to these pagan beliefs, then it completely makes sense how different they are.
Mhm.
Right. You know, the interesting thing about Christianity is that um, most religions actually put forth a means by which the people who follow it are supposed to govern themselves. Right. So Judaism, they have the Judaism has certain laws that you're supposed to follow. Islam has laws that you are supposed to follow. Like they actually outline this is how you should
Yeah.
structure your government. Christianity actually, especially in the New Testament, did away with that.
Yeah, the New Testament did change the way in terms of what we were mentioning, the more structured and the more abstract. It was very different from the Old Testament in that way.
Right. Especially, I
I
mean, there's
think
one
that might
passage
have been it.
in the New Testament in which the Pharisees are trying to catch Jesus, right? And they're trying to say they're trying to catch him in a paradox sort of thing, and they're trying to ask him, hey, um, I think it was about worshiping an idol or worshiping somebody other than their God, and they're like, look at this coin; it has a picture of Caesar on it. That means that the people who use these coins worship them, right? Or it was some, or maybe it was about paying taxes. I can't remember. But anyway,
But
the point
that's
is,
Caesar to what is it? Go to God what is to God, and unto Caesar what is to Caesar.
yeah,
Basically, the idea was pay in respect for land powers, but that has no influence on your spiritual
right.
faith.
It was basically
Yeah,
interpreted as, the government is the government, and God is separate from that. God is
yeah.
above that. So follow the rules of the government, but also render unto God what is God, which means do right by God. So, but
I think
my point was that Christianity doesn't like specifically outline laws, and a lot of the time people blame Christianity for laws that get passed or certain practices that have been perpetuated in the past. But a lot of time that was just the interpretation of
Yeah, I was gonna say
the
it's not
improper
necessarily.
interpretation of Christians.
Yes, it's not the religion itself. It is how people have interpreted it.
Right.
Yeah, I think that's what I was going to chime in on too. Is that I mentioned, of course, on this topic that it's like a lot of people follow Christianity specifically as a different kind of religion and as one that's not like a law guidance based thing. And it tends to be that anytime that there's like someone has a problem with Christianity, it's people citing it as if it has like set forth laws, whatever. And then, of course, the opposite thing being like, well, if you follow this as a law, then why is this coming from here? Separation church and state, all that too. But then also, like well, within this, it's not supposed to give you laws so much as suggestions and just a faith to follow. And beyond that, it also being, things like, well, are you supposed to stone someone to death for planting corn next to, whatever other crop? It's like, no, because we got rid of those once I think we figured out that the religion's not about that.
I
So I
say,
think that's odd to see too, is usually it's when Christians try and cite it as a source of rules, which I think we're all going on to.
exactly, yeah. It's less of a problem, at least for me. The problem isn't with religion; it's how specific people, especially people that are in power, interpret it. You know?
Well, yeah. What you have there is like when somebody who, like, what I try to do is what's the word that that you use when you're talking about somebody who doesn't from a it's from a point of view that's not religious. It starts with an S. I'm trying to remember what the name is. What the word is.
Secular.
Yeah, secular. What I try to do is whenever I have a political opinion, I defend it exclusively almost from a secular point of view.
Yeah.
I have my Christian point of view and that influences it, but I make sure that I have secular reasons and that I can explain my secular reasons. And part of the problem with those Christians who just like point to the Bible and say, "'Cause the Bible says," well, it's like you're only saying that because A, you haven't figured out a reason why you yourself oppose it. So you're not thinking for yourself. You need to think for yourself. That's in the Bible as well. You need to, you don't just you don't just like follow everybody. You're supposed to have your own personal relationship with God. There's guidelines.
Yeah.
But in general, you're supposed to think for yourself. And also, if all they can do is point to the Bible, then they haven't thought it. It's the same point, but they haven't thought it through enough.
Yeah.
If all they can do is just point to that's like a point of authority fallacy in a debate.
Yeah.
At
Would
that
you
point,
say
it's
that
blind faith in something.
Would you say that people that do that type of thing, where they have their interpretation of it and they try to, for lack of a better term, in terms of law, force people upon it, would that not, in terms of trying to make it so that other people have to follow it in their way of interpretation without any type of secular reasoning, I feel like personally from my knowledge of Christianity, that is kind of going against God's will. Yeah,
it is against that. Like in Christianity, you're not supposed to force anybody to be a Christian. All you're supposed to do is you're supposed to introduce them to Christianity.
Introduce and encourage.
Introduce them and encourage.
With guns.
No. But
the conquistadors were a little wrong there.
yeah, the conquistadors were a lot wrong.
Fire.
To
Get
fully
it right.
maintain a more accurate Christian religion.
All you got to do to know that the conquistadors were pretty wrong is to read Bartolome de los Casas.
But do you know what the biggest problem was? They also had really good fashion.
I will
You
depart
cannot
from this.
tell
They
me that
did
those
not.
metal pointy hats looked good.
They did.
They
Come on.
did not.
Oh no! Further than that, not only does the pointy hat look good, but it looks even better when you see their weirdly large
Feather.
vests and feathers, and also on
I
the
was
trousers.
very
with a
afraid you're
little-
going to say not only does it look good, but it looks better on top of the pyramid.
But I just want to touch one more thing before I get the sense we're about to move on from this, and I just want to say one more thing, and that is you have people who these days, like you see in the Westboro Baptist Church, the people who hold up signs that say God hates gays, right? There's nothing more wrong in the world than that, because God doesn't hate any human being, right? God, Jesus would have hung out with gay people. He would have left them under no illusions that what they were doing was wrong. Okay? He wouldn't have, right? But he wouldn't have condemned them for being gay. He wouldn't have hated them, and he wouldn't have even rebuked them. He would have just introduced them to God and tried to encourage them not to do that kind of thing. And there was one more thing I was going to say. It was like anyway, I'm just going to leave it there. That's my point. If the question is, what would Jesus do? And the thing is, Jesus wouldn't hate anybody. That's my point.
I was just going to ask something because I'm actually curious to see what you guys think of this. Because my own position is a bit, I guess, opposite of Moose in a way that I consider religion to be a social and human construct, and that is not why I dismiss it. For instance, I'm a bit of a contradictory person, I guess, because in a way I 100% adhere to the message. In a way that, for instance, what I hate the most, especially in France, but everywhere else in the Western world, where there's an increase by, generally speaking, more libertarian and generally speaking, left-leaning people about a harsh break with Christianity.
Libertarian left-leaning is very different.
Well, there are left-leaning.
Well, there are,
They're
but-
they're very rare.
But
Socially libertarian.
Okay.
So
Mhm.
promoting gay rights, etc., which is fine, of course. But generally speaking, this kind of people, and I never understood why they place Christianity on this like hatred pillar, because for me it's very simple. I consider it to be entirely artificial. From the historian point of view, I consider it to be a human construct which made sense in the time it's raised. But that does not mean I hate it. And actually, it's something most of my fellow members of university who were extremely anti-Christian most of the time did not understand is when I could tell them that France as a republic is secular, and it's actually more so than that. It's laïque, which is the French brand of secularism, which is slightly more extreme. But France is Christian, and by that I meant a very simple thing: the republic is the political organization, and the social aspect of France. So for the well-being of everyone, including those members of a society that are not Christian, France recognizes, as in the government, that no religion is superior to another, and anyone has the right to have a religion or even not have one. But then when I say that France is Christian, what I mean by that is in 1,000 years of history, France is obviously undeniably Christian. It promoted the Crusades. When you go to France in all those tiny villages, you don't see a synagogue or a mosque, you see a church. And they couldn't understand and they thought it was contradictory. But in my view, it's very simple. For political organization and a sense of modern self, no government should have an official state religion, because I think I can understand why some people would feel oppressed. And I think, like most French people do about the French secularism, that French is an entirely private matter and there should be no overt sign of faith in the public domain. But that does not mean I want to disband and reject my entire history. For instance, I'm not religious at all, as I was saying earlier, but my grandmother, who is deeply religious for her own reasons, tends to go to mass. And one of the best moments I ever had with her was simply accompanying her to mass every Sunday when I was there with her. And you don't have to be religious to appreciate the social aspect of religion. More specifically for me, Christianity, because that's the environment I was raised in. But you can reject the spiritual aspect of it in the sense of believing in a God creator, Jesus, etc. But you can still appreciate its social construct and the fact that it brings people together. And so I'm just saying this because you obviously seem to be a very devout Christian and full on with the spiritual aspect of it. But I wanted to know what you would think about someone like me who does not at all follow or adhere to the spiritual aspect of it in the sense of believing in a God and Jesus Christ the Redeemer, but that 100% gets behind and likes, even appreciates, because I was going to mass and enjoying it, the social aspect of it. So like the physical expression of Christianity in a society. And I just wanted to know what you'd think about that.
Well, no matter what, God still loves you, right? And I personally believe. No, I'm being serious.
No, I was.
Oh, I'm
I was
sorry.
nodding
I
my.
saw you out of the corner of my eye.
No, sorry, I was
thought
nodding
you
my
were
head and
sitting there
agreeing. I was
going,
no. Sorry, I was nodding my head.
But no, yeah. No matter what, God still loves you, and the whole thing is not really going with the whole spiritual part of it. It's sort of a complicated question you've just posed to me, but it's like ultimately I believe it comes down to whether or not you're just a good person in general, right? So,
Well, I'm screwed.
Well, we don't know.
ever since Jesus went up on that cross, you gotta really try to be a bad person.
How
right?
bad is degeneracy?
Uh,
He's really thinking right now.
like Jesus still loves you.
Okay.
You gotta really try.
He's gritting his teeth right now.
hard. No, I'm not.
I know, I'm
gritting
just
my
fucking
teeth.
with
I'm
you.
being
No, yeah.
completely honest. Like Jesus, God literally loves everybody, right? Like, the whole point. Like, he even loves everybody who went down to hell. You know? He loves everybody. The thing about hell is, God doesn't send people to hell. People send themselves to hell because they reject the love of God through their actions and everything, and by rejecting the offer of forgiveness of their sins from Jesus, right? So that's what it ultimately comes down to, is whether or not, it's not even necessarily that you believe, it's just whether or not you understand right or wrong, and you actively seek. Like, do you have regrets, Andreas?
So what I meant more with my question of what you think about it, not so much as my soul going to be saved. I really have.
No,
And
but this is my. I understand that you're not really personally asking about yourself, but I'm saying, like, if a person has regrets, if this person recognizes right and wrong, then having those regrets mean that you are seeking redemption, and
Of
that
course, but this makes
you
sense.
feel bad. So you don't necessarily you don't have to have read the Bible. You don't have to even have a very personal relationship with God. But having regrets, wanting to be a better person than you are, means that you are seeking redemption, seeking forgiveness, and that puts you on the right path. I would say that a personal relationship with God should be sought, but I don't think it's strictly necessary.
What I meant when I asked you what you thought about it, I was more meaning it in a way of, as a devout Christian yourself, how
Yeah.
do you feel about people who see it like me, who see it more as a cultural thing that they can appreciate?
Oh, how I
But
feel
we've
about
had,
it.
I mean, he
yeah,
hasn't
how
killed
you,
me yet.
Oh no. I at this point, to be honest, just a lack of active hostility is a breath of fresh air. Uh, but
I think a lack of
and
active hostility is great in anywhere nowadays.
That's
It's kind
true.
of rare.
Yeah, it's
Um,
very true.
I've got something to say
Which-
on,
believe it or
on
not,
both of those topics once you guys wrap up.
yeah, I was just gonna, yeah, I was actually gonna add on that just to finish up. But believe me, I 100% agree with you because having spent a lot of my time with profoundly anti-Christian people for reasons that I consider to be completely dumb and or simplifications of history, I will always side with a devout Christian who's trying to be tolerant
Mhm.
than those arch crazies who just want to, wipe out the past and start over fresh. Because I think these people are the most dangerous for.
Right.
Because I still think, so yeah, you can keep and appreciate the message without having to adhere to the actual entire thing. But yeah, and I don't want to take too much time.
Mhm.
What was your
I'll say
thing?
to piggyback on both of those things. The one that I think, because it was the first one that got brought up by Andreas, is the like absolute hatred some people have towards religions. And I've never understood that, and I've had to deal with so many people who like they let you know they're an atheist, and they have to forcefully tell everyone that they're wrong if they don't believe in that, whatever. And it's like,
I'm sorry, Dylan. I gotta
That-
interrupt you real quick. Your animal making noise is the funniest thing.
hello, they want to be part of this conversation, but they don't speak English.
Oh, I thought you were thinking of that same joke I was thinking. Of.
What?
Oh,
I'm sorry, Dylan.
You're good.
it's just that joke. It's like a nihilist, an atheist, and a CrossFitter walk into a bar, and the only reason I know is because they told everybody within 30 seconds.
And the peacock, because it yelped really loud.
He's got a fucking peacock at his house.
Why do you have a peacock?
It's outside. They're rescue things. Anyway, their names are Salt and Pepper. I don't know which one that was, but they want to say hi. I guess. But no, just to wrap that up, it's like all the way back to earlier. It's like religion serves a purpose to people, whether that's a societal thing or whether that's something that's like truly believed by someone. And I'm not gonna disclose any of my own personal stuff. We've got 3 people who've thrown that out there for us to all chew on, but it's just always bugged me how devout some people are, whether they're hating on a religion or a lack of religion or whatever it is, but specifically people hating on Christians, just devoutly. I've grown up with those people, and it's just I've never understood why people want to just continue spreading hate, and they're like, oh, because it's a hateful religion. And it's like, well, you're not achieving your goal then,
You know what
especially
I
on an
always
individual basis. And then the second thing being, how do you know when someone is a vegetarian? We'll get to that. But the thing you guys just talked about, which I guess kind of created this thought in my mind, is going back to earlier, where it's like, what does taking your religion in mean to you? And then Andreas asking about like, what if you follow the practices of it, whatever, but or like you take part in an action, or what does it mean to you? Do you have to sit down and pray? Like, hello birds. Like Cam was bringing up, is it's like you can be a good Christian without being a Christian, because you exemplify the same
Ideals.
like moral ideals. Like you're doing that, and in that way, it's like you're embracing that religion by just being, whatever that religion goes for, and hopefully that's one of the religions that exemplifies, or that hopes to inspire people to be decent people. In which case, it's like embracing that religion doesn't mean that you have to go to a mosque or a church or read the Quran or whatever it is. It just means, hand that dude a $1 bill when you walk by him, or give that dog some water, or say hi to the person, or don't be an asshole. Like golden
That's the
rule
most
of
important
life.
one.
Yeah. Like
But
the
these things-
the 2 rules of life, I think, that kind of encompasses what most religions are trying to get people to do, whether that's practicing something specifically religious or just, hey, please do this, whether we're giving you guidelines or a faith in something or an example of Jesus Christ or whatever it is. It's like, be cool. One, rule number one. Rule number two, don't be an a-hole.
Mhm.
Like that encompasses everything that every religion is supposed to teach. And unless it's like murder baby religion, in which case you have a really weird definition of cool. But
Like the Spartans, where they put out babies just on the
hey,
mountainside.
hey, we've got
I just
some
want to
images
know
on
that.
this.
That's a topic I kind of take to heart, and I am not justifying it in any way. It's really important because I always try as a historian. You need to put it in context.
Mhm.
The people they would, and it's actually not just the Spartans. Actually, we found pits like that in Athens. Most Greek city-states, and probably the Romans and most civilizations actually had this practice. You need to remember the babies they left out to die in the wild were not, healthy babies that were expected to have a very happy life. They were usually very heavily deformed, and it's obviously atrocious.
It
It's
was
horrible.
eugenics.
You need to remember that. No, it's not even right. You need to remember that they would have probably, if they had survived childhood, which is a huge if,
Yeah.
they would have probably have been enslaved, beaten up, or stoned to death publicly. So, again, in the times, we've had the current medical practice we have, which allow us to fix most, but not the most horrible deformations. You need to remember that, as horrible as it sounds, I know, again, I'm not justifying it, but in the context of a history of why it was made, you need to, you kind of understand why they did it. So it's like, no one wants to see their children to suffer. It's not just, wasteful, I don't like you, I'm going to throw you away. It clearly took a lot of parents to do that. It wasn't something, they celebratedly and did it happily.
Can you imagine that though? It's like, come on, I want a strong boy. Oh, it's a girl.
Actually,
over the
Spartans probably
shoulder.
must- just flick it.
Like the lightsaber in Last Jedi.
Yeah.
One thing I was going to mention, kind of as a kind of a wrap up point for something like this, is the whole idea behind me wanting to do a podcast like this is that not just the three main people I have on here with me, Moose, and Andreas, but also anybody who I ever would plan or even like to bring on, like Dillon or Praxis or anybody, is the fact that let's look at even just us, the three, the shrimp, the moose, and the frog.
Yep.
We are all very, very different people. I think that we agree on a lot of things and we disagree on just as many.
Yeah,
But
but I disagree with Andreas's insistence on continuing to be French.
But
I
like,
disagree with your
Well,
particular
if you were less
being
American, you could become American.
but one of the things is we can sit here and we could probably unironically go for 12 hours on a single topic if we needed to. But
I'm sure.
we are, at least from the conversations I've had with everybody who I like and would love to plan to get on, we are all civil people. As much as we can make jokes about being assholes, and we can be assholes.
Well, I mean, part of the reason is because I left the gun in the other room.
My gun's in the
Why I
safe. But like we can sit here and it's like we can finish a debate, a conversation, and disagree with each other.
Oh, don't worry.
And the thing is we can end it while still disagreeing
Oh yeah,
and not hate each other.
yeah, but
Yeah,
here's the
and
thing.
that's what
I
I
need
was
Dylan.
just
I need
bringing
your
up.
address, and I need Andreas' address because I have some anthrax to send you.
But I guess that's what I brought up earlier.
Christian
It's like,
anthrax, very forgiving, very loving Christian anthrax. It's coming to you.
Crusades? Anyone? Like I was saying
Yeah, that
earlier,
is-
it's like
Smallpox
I
blankets.
started-
It's Crusade, and I
Oh,
promise I'll let you speak after that, Dylan.
Right.
But I just want to this point on Crusades because that's actually one part that annoys me a lot, especially in Europe, because it's part of this whole revisionist view. And I'm not saying Crusades respected the Christian message, obviously not, because you went around to kill people. But
Oh, yeah,
what I
there were
will
some
point out
problems.
is when you put it in the geopolitical context, portraying the Christians as the bad guys during Crusades, except the fourth one, which was on other Christians, is completely wrong and is part of dangerous revisionist history. Because if you actually put it in the historical context, what happened was Roman Empire becomes Christian under Constantine, and actually Theodosius. Constantine legalizes it, Theodosius makes it the official and only state religion. You need to remember that the Roman Empire at this time controlled Syria, Egypt, Palestine, and Anatolia, and all these territories were deeply Christian. Then comes the Arab conquests and Islam under Muhammad in the 7th century. And the First Crusade happens about, 4 centuries later, when there were still profound Christian populations living under another empire. If you put in this context, you need to understand in their minds, they're not going around killing Arabs because they don't like Arabs and don't like Muslims. They're going in there to free their oppressed fellow Christians. And that's why I've never understood why Crusades are always portrayed as these wars of aggression. Technically speaking, they're wars of defense because you've lost the territory and you try to take it back.
It was a response.
Yeah, that's what I want to point out.
That book that I recommended earlier, Politically Incorrect Guide to History, actually has really good sections on the Crusades and explains that same stuff.
Yeah, it's one of those things where it's like, yeah, we're not going to justify everything that happened during it.
Oh no, there was some bad stuff.
It's one of those things where if you disagree with something, well, I'll say if you disagree with something, don't lie about it.
Yeah, no.
That's one of the biggest things is that people who disagree and are making revisionists and trying to change it, you're just strengthening the defense against it, you know? Oh, yeah. Whereas it was like you should just talk about the actual things that were done wrong rather than trying to make up things. And I think that's a thing even to today with today's politics. Really quickly, before we get into anything else, it has been about 3 hours. I want to take a small break to take a piss and get some water.
Me too.
I think that everybody here should go do this. I'm going to pull up some lo-fi music for the stream. I think that we should all take a small break. We've been talking rather intently for a decent bit.
3 hours, Jesus Christ.
Yeah, almost 3 hours. Yeah. Let me find
Andreas, what time is it?
late.
Yeah, it's fine.
I was promised Mad Max. That's why I'm here. And now we're having
You got brought in as
based
the Mad
on
Max
existential
correspondent.
nihilism.
Man, you could have left, but you didn't.
Yeah, that's your fault. Nobody held you here.
Look, when we're coming back, we're talking about like the Doof Wagon and flamethrowers.
I will be glad to talk about whatever, but
Obviously, that movie very much is about religion and humans, so let's maybe not.
I'm gonna go to my truck and grab a few energy drinks to shotgun.
Gotcha. I'm just gonna put a little BRB thing up real quick, and I'm gonna mute the streams, and we'll be back in about 5 minutes.
Bye, stream. Bye, Andrews.
Yes. Maybe
Okay.
I
What
have
I
to change
was
my
sounding like?
You time changer what?
sheets.
Nice.
Forgot to do that.
But yeah, so we are back. I just watched Alan just straight up chug a energy drink right in front of me, and he has a second one ready. Um, also, no, he did not go to grab a shotgun. He did not want to kill us heathens just yet. Well, I don't think he has the gun ready. He's ignoring me now. But yeah, Prex, we just pretty much finished up with the. There was not I mean, there was single topics, but it was really just tangential constantly as we just moved from topic to topic, which was rather enjoyable. I enjoyed that. And then a service, how's the stream going? Been going pretty well. We just came back from the break, which let me put the BRB down. Let me, lo-fi might be a good thing to play throughout it, but we also talk a lot, so I'm just going to pause that. But yeah, we started off with shit posting, and then somehow got to religion through a lot of different conversations. So yeah, I think we have Dilly Boy still muted and deafened, so he can't be heard. Was there anything chat was wanting to mention or ask us before we inevitably find something to talk about?
I'd like to.
Like to ask me, is it about my calves? Yep, about some pics. I thought so. Can you still? Are you?
Yeah, I can. I'm getting like an echo from you.
Let me see. Let me see it. About my calves? Yeah, I know. I know you wants it.
I don't know how to stop it. I'm hearing two of Cameron, and it's scaring me.
It's because you haven't muted me.
I don't know how. It's your phone.
Are you able to hear me now?
Let the echoes stop. Hold on.
Will the echo stop? Is that good?
No, it's still going.
Is it?
Yeah.
I don't know what happened.
I don't know either.
Hit me with a photo of your
Wait a second,
fibularis longus.
Wait, did it? No, that's. Ay, ay, ay.
Oh wait.
This is irritating.
Okay, I think you hear the echo? I don't know if you can. Popped into the stream twice while on the road, and it went from the
Yeah,
Toyota War to religion. Quite the jump. Not doing. Jesus Christ, that sounds naughty.
I went to my brother's room to ask him, and he listened to the Toyota part. He laughed a lot at that.
Yeah. Oh, that's great. With the jump that big, we got good calves. You know it, brother. Me and Andreas got the best calves in the business. Wait, what? Nice emojis. So boys, only real chats get Toyota in war. Was there anything that oh god, wait. Did I just you unmuted yourself, Moose, and I heard myself through there.
I'm trying to figure this shit out.
Click
okay?
on me and press mute.
I've got you, and I'm.
Or just turn the volume all the way down if it's not working, so then you can't hear me at all. But yeah, Andreas, was there anything that you thought you wanted to do? I could think of that you wanted to bring up. Any recent news or anything?
I don't know. I'm trying to think. Let's see.
I heard you twice.
Not any specific topic, I guess. It's like if I just don't want to bring something up that's not of particular interest to you guys.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I'm happy to talk about pretty much anything and everything. So really,
I think what's been going on lately that we can talk about.
Well, honestly, I'm interested to just hear what's going on in France.
I haven't heard about too much in France lately. Anything interesting?
I know that there was those 20 French generals who sent that letter to the government.
Interesting.
Yeah, that was. I mean, it's very complicated. Basically, it's yeah, retired generals mainly who sent a letter to the French government complaining about certain things, and that tended to lean, unfortunately, not all of them, and not all propositions, but most of them on the far right. And yeah, I mean, they were just dismissed. An inquiry was started to make sure there was nothing major going on in the army, and that's about it. But no, specifically, I mean, really, France is just actually, well, to be fair, credit where credit's due. Macron could be way worse. We could end up with one of those incompetent, self-proclaimed socialists who are about anything but socialists. Ever since the Socialist Party stopped being socialist in the 80s, and I'm not even placing a moral judgment on that. It's just they're not socialist. I'm not saying socialism is bad or anything. The socialism in the modern sense are not socialism as in communism, socialism. I I despise that ideology. But let's say modern socialists, a bit like the Democrats, basically. They've been social. They have not been actually socialist since the 80s. But anyway, so yeah, pretty well credit to. I mean, Macron, he's done some good reforms. Economically speaking, he's a bit too liberal for me. He's very much in favor of reducing state spending and reducing state controls, privatizing major industries, etc. But yeah, I mean, not much really. The economy has been struggling. COVID has been a bitch for us. But yeah, not much else really. Actually, we have
Gotcha.
elections. We have elections in a year.
Oh, really?
That's good. Yeah,
I feel like it was so recent that that the
17. So it's been 4 years. French
Isn't
president
it?
last 5 years. Yeah.
I don't know why it just feels like it was not too long ago, but I guess it has been a while.
The last 5 years have gone by
It's
really quick.
it's every 5 years, and yet you don't do it on 0, 5, 10, 15.
It used to be 7 years, which was much
Okay.
better. Actually, yeah. So
That's so long though.
it's a very difficult debate, but my position is very simple. Obviously, I don't know how familiar you are with French history post World War II, but we owe our current constitution to someone called Charles de Gaulle, which I'm sure you know, at least by name. Probably the greatest Frenchman of the 20th century. He reformed the state in many ways. He's left a lasting imprint on the way government works in France. I consider him to be a great statesman. In France, we have a name for people with his ideology. It's literally called after him, so Gaullism. I personally would call myself a Gaullist when it comes to politics, which basically the idea is, neither left, neither right. Whatever policy works for France and the French.
That's fair.
Trying to unify this country rather than just fight an ideological war. And anyway, so yeah, it used to be 7 year because France used to be like the UK, a parliamentary democracy, and it led to the disasters in World War II. Amongst other things, it was the most unstable regime we've had. On average, we ended up having 72 governments in 2 years.
Yeah, that's pretty impressive.
Awful, absolutely awful. So he completely reformed the state, instituted the Fifth Republic, which is basically our fifth constitution, where the president so it's a semi-presidential republic, where the president is directly elected by universal suffrage. He appoints the prime minister, who answers to the legislature. So the French president cannot be dismissed by the parliament. That's very important. The executive is very powerful, but answerable directly to the French people in referenda. And so the idea about that was to have an executive that was directly linked to the people and bypass parliament when parliament was doing things usual parliaments do, which is political intrigues, etc. And so the usual idea was 7 year presidency, which worked really well. It's never been an issue until, the socialist president came into power in the 80s, who was probably one of the worst presidents France ever had, and who was basically not socialist, but anyway, won the ticket as a socialist.
When you say he's
And
not socialist, what was he?
he was, let's see how to put it. I guess in the terms within Europe would be a center-right liberal. So extremely in favor of deregulation, privatized a lot, stopped government spending, reduced worker rights, etc., etc. But shortly speaking, it's more complicated than that, but basically, which many people are in favor of it. But obviously, that's not what he was elected for. That's the opposite of a ticket he was elected about. But anyway, and so anyway, shortly after this presidency as well, we got a final president called Jacques Chirac in the year 2000, well, in the 90s and up to the 2007, and he made a referendum to
That's
change
exactly
the
what my
constitution
nickname.
to to reduce the presidency from 7 years to 5 years. And obviously, the referendum passed with like I think 60% approval rating. But guess how many people participated?
Not a
30%.
lot.
30% of it. So I personally consider this referendum to be null and void. Obviously, that's not the case, but I think there should be a constitutional change that states that referenda with less than 60% participation should always be considered null and void. But yeah, anyway, so French presidency now 5 years, but I think that's actually not good. It should go back to 7 years.
So yeah, at least from my perspective, I very much like the relatively shorter time period, time scales. Which is
I don't
also
want to have perspective on that because I've only ever lived in one country.
yeah. That's what I was gonna say. I'm like the thing is mine is like coming from an American perspective, where ours are pretty dang short compared to other ones. I mean, you can get multiple times, but even then, it's still shorter.
I
Start to
agree
do
for
things in the
short
final
terms.
3 weeks.
I agree for
demand-
short mandates on everything except the presidency. I actually think parliamentary elections should be every 2 years. But for the president, I still think it should be 7 years because it provides a stability. And also, when you keep in mind that it's not directly like in the USA. Like in the USA, you have all the weird shit with electoral college and each state. In France, it's literally directly elected, so all citizens vote.
Yeah, I mean,
Whoever
being a
citizen-
lot smaller country makes it easier for that.
yeah,
I would say
And
that.
also-
you make decisions there.
it's not federal, so you don't need to take into account various states because it's. But yeah, basically, so the president is directly elected, which means that he's more accountable, which means the 7-year term limit is not that much of an issue.
Is there an easy way for y'all for, if the people believe the president to be incompetent, that they can get it out?
Guillotine.
There's the ideal way, which was how it was originally intended by Charles de Gaulle, who was a very righteous man. He made it very clear, although he didn't write it in the constitution, that should a president basically lose a referendum or parliamentary elections, or his party lose parliamentary elections, they should consider that to be a direct repudiation of his policy. He was a very righteous man, so when he did lose a referendum eventually, after I think it was 10 years of power, he resigned. He resigned without any complexes, without anything weird. He said it. If I lose this referendum, I will resign. He lost it and he resigned. He was a very righteous politician. Well, he was not a politician. That's the point.
Yeah, I was about to say. I'm like, I think that's an oxymoron right there.
The original idea was that should a president ever lose regional, parliamentary, or referenda, he should resign. The problem is obviously because that was not written into law. Most of his successors did not have his stringent political sense of duty. And they would lose referendums, they would lose elections, and they would do what is called cohabitation, which is an aberration, which should never have happened. But yeah, basically, ideally, the idea was a president, should he lose an election, would resign, even if they're intermediary elections. But that's not what's happening currently.
So that's when they bring out the guillotines.
Madame Guillotine. But there is a very important chat that needs to be addressed.
I was gonna say, Praxis is bringing out the words of wisdom as always. You want to solve the world's problems? Give us more Gothic Latinas. I have no argument
You gotta
here.
pronounce it right.
Gothic.
There you go.
Goth in general, honestly.
I'll leave the room. 'cause
Which I want to point out. Even my buddy Alan here can
Yo.
appreciate the Goths, right? Yeah.
Well, I mean, hell, a lot of goths run around with Christian crap all over them. That upside down cross, the name of Satan thing.
Fair. But I just want to point out we do have somebody here in this call
They're in
who
the Christian school and they got a
who
response
does
on
not like big titted goth girls.
Who dat?
I do like.
that. Mine, so I can't say anything.
The problem is if it's more goth than it's big titty.
He does not like the gothic look.
If she has,
He's too Roman for it. the goths scare him.
Okay, but there is something to be said for goth versus actual goth. That's a very
Yeah.
different look.
Yeah.
someone who has some black lipstick, black nails, and wears tight-fitting leather jackets, I'm fine with. Someone who's an actual goth, as in the
But
real sense of what goth was. I'm a bit more skeptical. Put it that way.
Unique, I can't disagree with you. If you were undisputed ruler of the world, it would be interesting for sure.
I disagree vehemently.
And I think it would be interesting.
Andreas, you either. No. But if it makes you feel any better, I don't want to be either. Nobody allow me that power. Nobody allow Shrimp that power.
Come on.
Don't allow Dillon that power. For
Don't
God's
give
sake.
me the power of the ring, Frodo. Can't be trusted.
God, how fucked up would it have been if Gandalf had taken the ring? God, everything would have been really cool for about 10 years. And then shit would have gotten bad.
What if a Balrog did not pass?
The Balrog didn't pass.
What about you didn't try to pass?
Oh, what if the Balrog didn't try to pass?
Your platform was mandatory Minecraft Mondays. God damn it.
Okay, I gotta bring this up. One of the comedians I watch online, he did this thing where he did a sketch of Trump doing Twitch streams.
Oh
He
no.
was playing Minecraft.
God.
And I just want everybody to look up that video because it's so damn hilarious. It makes fun of Trump if that makes people happy about it.
Well, I get copyright claimed for it.
Probably.
Yeah, so I'm not gonna pull it. Okay, I just want to be sure. Can you have a title?
Steven Crowder,
Homework doer.
Trump Minecraft stream.
Okay. I think I've seen memes from it actually.
You probably have.
Homework doer. That's not. I don't think that's what she meant by title.
Nah, that's what they meant.
Oh. What? Oh, okay. I see. Also, I've been just sitting here staring at the picture Dylan drew for us that is on the screen, and I don't know, like the look in my eyes, in my shrimp man's eyes.
I will say
I'm looking
I've been
lustfully at something.
looking at Andreas this entire time, anytime that Alan speaks. And I don't know why, but that's just become your face at this point.
Like
It looks like
Andreas
your
looks like a
boyfriend
Chad. Andreas' picture looks Chadish. But then there's me who just looks like I'm looking lustily up at the shrimp word.
I tell you what, Dylan, when you redo this thing to add
Andreas
me onto
Bonk
it,
also.
when you do this to add
Can you
me
change
onto
this
it, just
midstream?
put
Yeah, I can.
Bullwinkle with a gun,
Bullwinkle with a gun. Oh my god.
and that'll do it. That'll do her right there.
I see, and Andrea, Alan and Dylan. There's a good argument here. So if we have our single person controlling the entire world, which one is worth less, women votes or French votes?
Who put that in?
My sister.
Oh my god!
Oh no!
In answer to my provocation.
I know, but I'm going to do this. This is my stream. You can't stop me.
Crap. I don't know. Either way, you know what? I'm gonna say French because that gets me in trouble with less people. There's fewer
Also-
French people than there are women in the world.
I'm going to make you a very good point that breaks it down. The proposition was brought forward by a woman with no constitutional value, therefore it cannot be actually put in place. So French vote, obviously.
Hot take.
I put the fucking poll. God, this is a time for for the Twitch admins to pop in the chat.
Time to spend my channel points.
Wait, I think I made a
just
CT.
say the gamer word right now.
No, my system. The votes are based on how large your breasts are, so that means that the French votes are worth less.
Does that also mean that fat men have?
Yeah. Do I get slightly more channel
mine
points
do.
by having like a B cup?
Bruh, I'll
I
flex
think I
my
have a
pecs.
negative vote.
No, we're talking about pecs, not ass.
Hey.
I'm just gonna ban you. Don't abuse your just because you have power. It's gender agnostic. Fair enough. Just want some titties,
Some tiggle bitties.
Some tickle bitties. You think I won't? I can ban you. Oh, good. That looks so jank on my screen because it's not lining up properly.
It is janky.
If I stretch it out a little bit more, there you go.
Oh,
That's
there
better.
it goes. That fits. That works.
Oh goodness.
Okay, I think we need a real topic.
Yeah. What can we? Let's see. Anybody in chat give us a topic or?
Let's talk about how much we all hate Canada.
I love Canada.
Canada's not that bad.
Dylan, you get out of this podcast right now.
It's
Can
not
I go to
that
Canada?
You go to Canada and you stay there. You deserve Canada.
Canada's
Gladly.
not that bad, Alan.
I've never been to Canada.
Nobody
I
asked
don't
me
have
what-
any problem with Canada, really. It's
do you-
just fun to make fun of them.
What do you? Nobody asked me. It is my stream.
No, yeah, you sure.
You're the genie from Fairly Odd Parents. Just Canada's had it too good for too long.
They're getting too damn confident over there. Gotta show them their place.
Hey, what else am I supposed to do?
Oh, hey,
Oh,
did you hear it?
did you hear it?
That was a schmeedy schmack, so.
Cam.
I can't really hit shrimp. Like, if I were to hit shrimp like I were to hit my brother, shrimp would have a pretty good bruise.
Yeah.
That would be a sin.
That would be a sin.
It wouldn't be a sin. I don't think. Maybe. It kind of. I feel bad for it, so even if it is a sin, I'm fine.
Oh, hot take number 2.
Number 2? We've only had 2 hot takes here.
I just
Since we
want to
rejoined the stream.
disclaimer right there. Feeling bad about something does not give you a license to commit whatever sin you want.
Okay.
Okay.
Just had to be sure.
This isn't
sword
like
down.
ancient. This isn't medieval Catholicism where you can just pay your priest and then do whatever the hell you want.
Oh goodness.
No comment. I want to talk about Spider-Verse.
I will always gladly talk about Spider-Verse. Is my legitimate favorite movie. Andreas, you haven't seen it, have you?
It's an excellent film.
Yeah. That is unironically one that I think we should bring on for the podcast at some point for all of us to watch together.
The art style alone is just attractive enough for me.
Put
to
it this way, I think every single part of the film is amazing. There's not a single part that I hate. You know,
There are a lot of it is amazing, and what's not amazing is way better than most shit
yeah.
that gets put out today.
There's not the weakest points are still strong. You
Yeah,
know?
really.
Like the money powered religions, they're so much easier to get redemption. God damn it, unique.
Oh Lord.
What about the favor powered religions? That's the ones that Mochi likes.
It's just like, no, that would be terrible. Because I mean, half your weekly check would go to paying for all the other sins you're going to commit.
Yeah, but then you could be a degenerate all you
I'm
want.
going to drink and go to a strip club. You only get half that money because the other half has to go to the church.
And the other half goes to the strip club.
At least in my church, it's only a tithe. It's a tenth.
I was gonna say, I much prefer a Christian solution where I sin all I want, then every Sunday I go to church, say confess, and then do my shit again. It's much easier.
You have to feel bad for it, like genuinely bad. That's the point.
What, do you have to feel
enough that
bad
you don't
the
do it
whole
again.
week? You have to feel bad enough the whole week, or just whenever you're paying?
For God's sake, just the easiest thing to do is not sin in the first place. How about that? How about we all learn a little bit of self-control anymore?
Ways to partay way too hard, then feel terrible about yourself. Confess, feel bad again afterwards.
And Jace, you don't even drink that much, do you?
You know, you get.
He's
you get-
French. He practically has an IV of wine.
No, I don't actually drink much.
I'll say apparently he doesn't even drink that. I don't drink that much, and I drink more than him.
Neither do I. I don't really drink that much at all either.
You just chug fucking energy drinks.
We're talking about alcohol, are we not?
Still. Also, apparently women votes are worth more in my dictatorship. Sorry, Andreas.
See?
Because you're a dictatorship, you don't care what other people say, except what French advisor says, and he says that French votes vote more.
Well, apparently my women advisors just ousted you.
But we have a good
have
point
women
here. Is that
Who was okay? So I know Squibby voted for women votes, but like who else voted for women votes?
I don't know, but here's my question: is who is voting on what in a dictatorship?
My advisors are the ones voting.
But do you care?
It doesn't matter if I care, but like there's an idea there. Also, so yeah, podcast topic: advice on how to tell a guy you're not interested without feeling bad. You say no, thank you.
Yeah.
You know,
Honestly,
I will say unironically, you are going to make things worse by not saying anything.
Yeah. Be very
if you
clear.
then say no, it's worse because you give him hope. Just tell us straight away. No,
Yeah.
I'm not interested. It's fine. We don't take it badly. That's how
Okay,
it works.
Scooby, let me give you. Yeah, exactly. Let me give you a real world example that I've told you before. I'm pretty sure. So, you remember Kimber and Louie? I'm giving fucking first names out here. They're not listening. Back in high school,
Last names and it will be okay.
Kim
like-
and Lou. Kim and Lou.
I had some buddies in high school. So I just want one night stands. Unique bonk. No. But this was Kimber was one of my exes, and Louie was one of my good friends. Well, she liked him. We were all cool with it. It was like, fuck yeah, go for it. And for like a good 8 months, she's actively trying to flirt with him. And he just looks like he's so oblivious that he doesn't understand it. And the thing is he was so oblivious he didn't understand what was happening. He was that awkward. I'm a socially awkward fuck. He was a lot more. This is like legitimately a whole school year in high school. Could not figure it out. So we eventually get to the point where we're going on a Spanish club trip. We're going to San Antonio. And we're all like, so a whole bunch of us guys are in a hotel room. It's me, him, his brother, and another one of our buddies, Max. Who were sitting there, and we finally were like, me and his brother, his twin brother, we had taken bets like 8 months ago on how long it was going to take for him to figure out. We both lost because he took too long. And it gets to the point where we all confront, we're like, hey, she likes you, man. Like, she's actively been trying to flirt with you. On the bus ride up here, he was sitting on the floor in the back of the bus because there's areas like cargo holds, and that was a good spot, was to like sit on the floor, you know? Yeah. She literally goes and tries to cuddle with him on the bus. And he was like, yeah, I thought that was kind of weird. And he goes and we're like, okay, so now you realize this. Are you interested in her? And he goes, no. He's like, I'm not really interested. I'm interested in being your friend, but nothing more. We're like, cool. Tell her.
Yeah.
But I don't want to feel bad. I'll feel bad if I if I make her feel bad. And I went, you're gonna make it worse by not doing anything.
Yeah,
you've made it worse by not doing anything.
Letting the hope that it can work.
Exactly.
And then crushing it is far worse than telling them straight away because they can move on. But if you give them hope, then they don't move on until they actually know it's not going to happen.
We eventually got through to him on the trip. We mentioned to him that, and then like a whole bunch of people come over to our room because we had Xbox and Halo, so of course everybody was coming over. And literally, like, we're playing games, and she like gets behind him and just like wraps her arms around him from behind, and just like trying to cuddle with him while he's playing games. And I can just see in his eyes, we've told him about it, so he realizes it now. And it's just sweat. It's like the Key and Peele sweat face of him just like he realizes what's happening now. And so my buddy, I love him to death. Haven't talked to him since high school, really. Still would protect him with shit. He's an idiot. Because he goes and we're eating out at this place, and we're waiting for the teacher to go pay. And like so we were waiting outside in the area, and there's a bridge, and like, it's the river walk in San Antonio. Yeah. And we're looking down the river and whatever, and she comes up to him, and he was a person. I mean, a lot of us in friend group, we all we're like huggy people, you know. And she's like, hey, hug. Like she's walking up to him. And you can just see the fight or flight response appear in his eyes.
Did he dive into the river?
And, no, but he's like trying to figure out what to do, and he's looking around. And then he goes, and she's walking up to him, right? And this is like happening in slow motion in front of my eyes as he like opens his arm for a hug and hugs the girl next to him. And you could just see her realize from that this was a very obvious thing he did, you know? And then she just walks up over to the thing and looks over into the water. God. In the most just like movie way, and I'm just like,
and then just out of nowhere, music played. And it was just
exactly. And we were just like, well, at least you like did something, but god damn it, you couldn't have done that in a worse way. Like I legitimately walked up, and I was in high school. I make worse jokes than I do now, and I'm like, okay, I'm gonna go be on watch. So we were gonna talk to Kipper and everything. Everything was good after that, but it was just like you did that in the worst fucking possible way.
The most important thing, Squibby, is that if he professes his feelings for you, do not say ew. Okay?
I need to change this right fucking now. I just saw what you sent me.
That's a good one.
If you put it, I guess, Squibby, it's a bit of a meaner way to put it, is if you can't tell them no because you're afraid of feeling bad, it's kind of selfish because it's about how you feel rather than how they feel.
Mm-hmm.
The nice thing to do is to tell them, no, because then they can move on, and the temporary discomfort of you rejecting them will go away in the snap of a finger. But if you do not feel bad in the short term, keep them hoping, then not only do you put them in a weird situation, but then yourself as well, because then you're constantly thinking, but I want to break up with him. How do I tell him, or how do I do this, etc., etc. So it's actually easier for everyone if you just straight up refuse if you're not interested.
I would like to point everyone's attention to the new stream screen.
Thank you, Dillon.
Which, holy fuck, I love it.
I do not appreciate the gun covering the flood.
But it is the most fitting place for Alan to be pointing it.
At a symbol of the Trinity? I kind of have a
well,
problem.
no, but the French. Yeah.
pointing it at... No, I'm pointing at the symbol of Mexico. That's better.
You're pointing it at Dillon, if anything. His head peeking in.
He's aiming a little low. He's trying to shoot the bird.
Who's to say I'm not trying to shoot two things at once?
Dillon, why am I looking lustfully at you now?
You're looking at your.
I'm looking at my what?
I
I think you just cut out. Yeah, you cut out there for a bit.
It looks like your guy's about to try a really crappy pickup line. Like, hey, you're not allergic to shellfish, are you?
You're looking at him like that because he's a flying fuckstick.
I'm realizing this now, but the cross-eyed look of Bullwinkle, he should not be holding a gun.
You can aim. My uncle was cross-eyed, and he could shoot the hair off a gnat's ass. All right, it don't affect
I'd kick him off the range if I were them.
Oh my god.
If I saw this character at the range, I would go home.
Fair.
And clip of an old French movie.
Yeah.
It's a cross-eyed German trying to hit an airplane with an anti. Look, and it's so funny.
God. Give him a laser assist. Exactly.
Well, it's just like in Spaceballs. Who made that man a gunner? I did, sir. He's my cousin.
Trist's not like someone I know, so I just tend to ignore them until they move on, which is rude as fuck. Yes. It's not even that it's rude. You can be rude. That's fine. Just make it easier for everybody, including yourself.
I would say that be polite,
Well,
but
try
also
to
be
polite,
very,
but-
very clear.
Yeah.
It's like, hey,
I'm not interested.
No. Sorry, but
As
no.
with everything in relationships, no matter what, exactly that. Be
Communication.
polite, be clear.
I can't tell you how many times it would have been really nice for a girl who had just said no.
As soon as he started that sentence, that just hurt.
Yeah, but it's like, you know how much time I wasted and invested into thinking about whether or not a girl was interested when I would have just begged for a clear answer.
Man, I can relate to it. Just like just be honest.
Just tell me.
Like, it's so easy.
Like, am I all attracted to you, or am I just the next best thing to Quasimodo?
Scooby, you know the situation. I think how much easier would it be if things were just clear, you know? Yeah.
Yeah, who wants a mystery box?
Not the same thing, but also if you ever
Look, I'm just opening closed wounds, aren't I? Oops. No, some of them aren't even closed.
Oh, here I can add tears to all of us if you want me to do that. I can add some wine for Andreas.
You gonna add for shrimp some guacamole?
Wine is both French and Roman, so it double works. And Greek as well, actually. So yeah.
Also, okay, so I mean, we all make jokes, but Andreas, I have never heard you once talk about anything relationship-wise. Is that just a French thing, or?
I don't know. It's more of a. I don't have a great history.
That's fair. I mean, I don't have a great history either. That's why I talk
What is
about
a
it so
French
much.
That joke was good, and
That was a
on.
good one. I did enjoy
Come
that.
on. You guys
This is
are
what
a-holes.
people 15 years younger than me, I don't have to wonder.
See, I feel like that's untrue. I feel like the older people would be more honest.
It kind of depends.
Okay, boom.
I think I've seen that. I
not
think
even
I've seen a
some-
scene from this movie.
Andreas, will this give me
But-
copyright struck if I pull it up?
I don't know. It's a really old movie. Probably not,
I can buy the
It's in
rights.
color.
but I'm not sure.
Here, I'm gonna do the age-old check, which is to open it. That's an ad. And then,
That's an ad for Grammarly.
yeah, and okay, there's no description and comments are turned off, so I'm gonna say no, just because a lot of times that's kind of sketchy.
Yeah.
Just watch it yourself for
Yeah.
the context.
Well,
What's the
I
point?
can watch
it
it and
depicts
badly
World War II
transcribe it
German
into
soldiers, so I'm not even saying what the colloquial term for them is.
I like how cautious we've been of that. None of anything else. We're just cautious of that.
Well, because there's certain words that are apparently like triggering to the algorithms.
Yeah. I'm pretty
Isn't
sure
that just-
fuck shit cunt is also those, but I'll say it all day.
I just remember Dillon talking about a cross-eyed. You can just watch it amongst yourselves because it's funny.
Mm. I'm not getting with someone 15 years younger than me. Thanks for making that clear, unique. Oh yeah, but Squib wants you to spell the T, Andreas.
No, that's literally what I meant. There is nothing to spill. There is no history.
Oh, you said it's like a bad history, so I thought you meant like bad.
No, as in bad history, as in literally
Boring.
never been. Yeah, boring. There's nothing happened. As haven't been in a single long-term committed relationship.
I mean, I've never been in a long-term committed relationship either. I got funny ass stories.
I was very close.
don't know.
Yeah.
I
No,
say
I was very
drop
close to
top
one as well.
Story of me being completely oblivious. It was my first year of uni,
Yeah.
so before I got better at socializing. Basically, it's very similar to the story you said. It was a very nice girl. I never met her before. She came on to me after class. Actually, no, it was during a lecture, so we sat next to each other. Or she sat next to me. We just started chatting. Gave each other our phone numbers, started talking. Having had a really good time, just spending time with each other. Went on what I realized later on were technically dates.
Yeah.
That's how clueless I was back then. I liked hanging out with her. She was chill.
No, that's fair. That's
Only after like the second year where we had no more classes together, and we stopped talking because I guess nothing happened, so she stopped pursuing it, and only after then did I realize how obvious all the signs were that she clearly wanted something more.
I just love the idea. It's just like you're just sitting there one day, and it's just like, were we dating?
it's the thing where you wake up one day and gone, "Fuck, I messed up."
Exactly, that's exactly it. And actually, I do kind of, because if there is one of those things I regret, it's this one, because she was very nice.
Yeah. Well, I was gonna say that's one of the things is that, and it's not good. No, just because you are friends with somebody does not mean you'd be good in a relationship. But a good relationship normally does come out of somebody who you can be very good friends with.
I still am one to argue that if you're not friends as the basis,
Mhm.
then
There's probably no chance.
It's just a physical attraction then.
Last
So
less
hard.
than a week.
Which physical attraction can go somewhere, but it's not gonna last.
It'll work for max a year. I'd say 2 months would be a record.
I think I know some people that have gone off of just physical attraction for longer than a year, but that's not good.
It's probably not very happy with each other.
Yeah, exactly.
That's what leads to weird things, like butt stuff.
But there's also
Oh,
the
that can
thing
happen in a
for-
lot less than a year.
For me, on a relationship
About
point, it's also
women
that
on man butts.
I know what you
don't-
mean.
I don't want to say I'm unhappy in the UK because that's not true.
You're just
But-
less happy.
But it's not even that. It's really weird because I'm definitely not unhappy. I just know I'd be that much happier if I were back in France.
Mhm.
Like, all my previous friends I left, etc. When I was 14,
Yeah.
etc. And so it's also this very thing that I am. I don't want to say judgmental, but I have there is such a thing as cultural shock.
Yeah.
And there are far more differences between French and English people in the way we do things and talk to each other and how we start conversations, etc., than I thought there would have been when I initially moved in. And there is this sort of distance that I still struggle sometimes to understand how they do things. And especially in London, not so much in Birmingham, but especially in London, where I feel that most people are extremely fake, if you know what I mean. It's fake politeness, fake happiness. It's never genuine. And so I really have a hard time connecting with most English people I meet, unfortunately.
Do you feel like you'll
Film and Californian personality apparently is also in London?
so do you feel like being in like the US would be better than the UK? From what you know?
More varied.
Mhm.
Yeah, the UK is not a country I particularly enjoy.
I liked France more than I liked the UK. That's for sure.
Yeah. I mean, somebody you've been to France. Would you feel like the UK or France? Would you feel like France is closer to the UK or to US in terms of like how the people interact with each other?
I would say that I felt that in France, really it's a difference between like countryside and city.
Of course.
But I felt that in general in France, people were acted more polite. But like,
see, well, one thing people always say is that people give the stereotype that French people are rude, but like from what I've understood, it's not that they're rude; they're just honest and direct.
Straightforward, exactly.
Which I love personally.
Exactly. And that's why I felt so fucked up when I first came into the UK, because then I got random people who did not like me and
Yeah.
still talked to me for 5 minutes, and I was like, and I realized, a day later, wait, why are you talking to me? You hate me and I hate you. Why are we still talking? It's fine. We don't have to like each other.
So
They
the
kept coming
difference.
to me, like, there were some weird reasons of having to be sociable. Like, fuck off. It's fine.
So the difference is between how Squibby deals with relationships and how we do. Squibby is British in terms of that.
so,
I'm gonna read chat real quick. You mentioned I said it because Shrimp Scene indicate the young girls would be less honest. Figures point out it doesn't matter. I'm sure it's for everything, but at least in my experience, I don't like to make blanket statements.
yeah.
But a lot of young women I talk to aren't open and honest about stuff.
It's kind of.
But I would say a lot of young men are the same way. Like
I would say that
I think
I
it's
don't have
probably
a
the
whole lot
same
of
if
experience in
you
this
talk
area.
to more women than men about that.
do I? Oh, about that. I thought you meant I talked to more women in general. I was like, "Who the fuck do you think I am? Look at this podcast."
Yeah.
But
Look
yeah,
at that shrimp. What do you
I
think
made
that
you look
shrimp
like that
says?
for a reason.
yeah, I cannot get invested with someone who I wasn't friends with. That's why I hate anyone that comes into me very forwardly when I don't know them. And I think one thing is that you can definitely become friends with somebody after starting to talk with them. Like I don't think it's like you can kind of get vibes from people, but if you like immediately feel weird towards them, like the last relationship was very rushed and I badly say anything quick, like that freaks me out. You say quick. My sister has had 2 long form relationships, and that is 2 more than I ever have.
I've had. I haven't even had one really long form relationship.
I haven't had any.
I feel the bad thing about mine was I felt that it could have actually been more than it was.
Yeah,
if I hadn't met her in the last semester of college. And then, like, after that, it's like, what am I going to do? She wants to be an actress. What am I going to do? Drag her all the way back to my little town with 300 people?
That was the thing from when because I knew a lot about Alan's situation. And it was like it sounded great, but it was a very right place, wrong time.
Yeah.
I feel like, which was very sad.
Yeah. The bad thing was she was beautiful, man.
For me, Squibby, it's not so much that I'm happy with that. It's more that I don't want to find it in the UK. Because first of all, I want to move in like less than 6 months. I should be moving back to France.
His
So
thing
then,
is he hates the English.
I don't. I just have a hard time. Like, actually, not the English. Honestly, it's really London because I've spent so much time with fellow English gamers online. My first community server on TF2 was English people, etc. It's really a London thing. People are just tend to be fake in London. But anyway,
No, I hated London.
it's just I'm not looking for one here because I know I want to move, and I definitely wanted a long-term committed relationship, but I know I wanted to be in France.
Yeah,
and at least
you don't want an Alan problem essentially, where you meet somebody that you really enjoy, and then you're like, "Fuck, I gotta move," you know?
yeah, exactly. I'm gonna and then I'm gonna try a relationship. Once I'm actually settled and know what I want.
Yeah, I would say unique. I kind of had something. You say you had a single-tail relationship in high school, just never did anything after that. I had 4 relationships in high school of varying shittiness. The first one could almost be grooming. But
On her part or your part?
she was much older than me.
Okay.
It was in your class.
I forgot. Yeah, I remember who it is now.
You're now remembering the person.
I'm remembering who the person is. You dodged a bullet, bud.
It's simple as that.
I feel bad.
That's not even the worst one, I don't think.
No.
Is it the other a person on your Instagram I nearly befriended?
No. That's all stuff that was.
You will never have met this person.
No. That's all stuff that happened. That is a very interesting and long discussion that I don't feel like getting onto on the podcast because it is ongoing still. But yeah, that is a different person who Scooby finds hilarious the situation.
Yeah, that was.
See, this is why I don't search for any of this. It's just one of those, if it happens to come across and you feel like you can't do without it, then that's a pretty good sign that that's a thing.
Like, yeah,
Because like you don't walk into the shop and you're like, I want one of these. It's like, no. It's like you just wait until that one thing is like, I'm part of your life and you can't do anything about it.
Yeah.
And
then
it's
life
like,
gets in the way. It
Whether
screws
this
you
is
over.
fun or not, this is how it's going to be, and then just do your best to make it enjoyable.
absolutely.
And
Although I still nudge it along, but yeah, basically.
then life gets in the way and screws you over.
On nihilist, everyone.
What?
This is our nihilist, whatever.
But yeah, no, similar to kind of Unique mentioned, I was like, since high school, I actually haven't been in any like actual relationship because I'm like, I don't really care to, It's like if I found a good relationship, cool, but I'm not gonna try to force any relationship just because like, I don't know, it's easy being single.
That's the thing that I definitely agree is that people nowadays, not everyone, but a lot of people, they're in a relationship because they have to be in a relationship. If you're not in a relationship with someone, you're somehow failing in life.
Yeah.
And I think the main problem is that so many people look for relationships just to be able to say they're in relationships. The primary goal of relationships is no longer there.
Yeah.
So the original goal is find someone you very much enjoy and then possibly settle later on in life. But if all you want is is to be able to say you're in a relationship, then your beginning goal is probably going to lead to failure because that's not why you should be looking for relationships.
Yeah.
You know what I think is also a problem with modern relationships is that you basically start out knowing a hell of a lot about the other person these days, especially if you get together through like online.
Well, I think the problem maybe not that you know a lot, but that you know a lot of curated things that may not be entirely true.
There's that, but
in terms of with dating sites where it's like, oh, you know so much about them now, but it's also not always entirely true.
Yeah, in the fact that it's not true, it sort of leads you that the dishonesty can be a problem. But I think that even if they are honest, you start out knowing too much about them, because part of what builds a relationship is finding these things out about each other.
Mm-hmm.
You know, so I think I just think that relationships sort of the dynamics of relationships have really changed very quickly in the past 10 or 15
Yeah, I
years.
mean, the advent of the internet has changed a lot.
I do think, on that same note, to what we said a minute ago too, it's like you can learn those things too, especially as friends as well, and that can take over.
Yeah.
Time. And it's just weird now that people you don't have. I mean, yeah, I'm sure they, some people use this, but it's not as common as somebody on Tinder, for, oh, this is a friend making app.
Yeah.
It's it's clear what someone wants here is this title and a set of qualities about a person rather than necessarily that person. But when you make your friends, whether they end up having, a suffix or a prefix attached to that in some way, then it's you're just choosing to continue to, or to slowly let that person fade away from your life based on every interaction and knowing all of the things about them. And how you get to be friends, I guess, is up to every person. But I think that's, an interesting thing to think of on that.
Also unique. I mean, the only thing a relationship gets me a friend doesn't is sex. So I would just need a friend with benefits or a hooker. I would say relationships, in terms of the relationship, it gives you more than just sex in terms of something without a friend. I mean, the companionship is of course, friends are companions, but there is a different type of companionship. But you can get a lot of fulfillment out of just having friends.
I also feel it depends how close you are to other people, because many people, for whatever reason, sometimes they don't have great relations with their family members, and they don't have that many close friends. So, finding a partner that basically becomes, their partner in every sense of a word, from which they hide very little, etc., etc. It's very important. And some people, I guess, have a chance of having that earlier, because I know that I'm extremely close to my brother. We don't hide anything from each other. We basically love spending time with each other. We're always comfortable with each other. We always support each other. There's literally, we basically want to move together back to France. I'm very close to him. And so there's also that aspect that if you're not missing that, maybe your drive to look for a serious relationship with someone else is also not as strong, because you have that companionship aspect already, which is, for me, I know is definitely the case.
Yeah. Well, and I think that if you don't have that kind of companionship in your close life and you're looking for a relationship, that's not necessarily a bad thing. But I do think that a lot of people who do have bad relationships with their family or not very good relationship with friends and stuff, when they jump into it, they get stuck in bad relationships,
I agree.
Yeah.
Because they put too much hope.
Searching for that is not the bad thing, but searching for that and wanting someone to just fill that need and not caring about that person for them, that I think is the problem with it. It's I just want to be loved. It's oh, well, then that person, they're screwed from the beginning.
You can be loved by a very fucked up person, very shitty individual.
You can also be loved by a pet or a friend or a family member or whatever. So if you're just searching for a quality of a person, then that's just I think unfair to them and unfair to yourself, because you're going to get neither.
Plus, the way AI is advancing, love
Elon,
will soon be attainable.
Creation's going.
The electronic cat girls, come on, man.
No jokes, I do think that is extremely unhealthy and probably dodgy.
Yeah.
I think
What, porn addiction?
No, there's enough alienation and lack of human contact between people to add on top of that an alternative to actual IRL relationships.
It's like that one meme. It's it's the year is 2030. All men now have sex robots. And the women yell, "They don't love you. They don't really love you." And men say, "Neither did you."
Also, as Unique said, everyone will get their own Pokemon.
I can't even bring to mind what that person looks like.
Right? Here, I'll pull it up right now.
Wait, person?
Yeah,
Pokemon.
Pokemon is very much person.
Are you sure?
Or the streamer that got in trouble for something, and then I ignored what you said. It was
The bathwater lady?
No, that's not Bathwater Lady. That's Pokemon.
Oh, okay.
No, Bathwater Lady was Belle Delphine.
Yeah.
All right, you're right.
Yeah, only heretics. God damn it. But no, I think there's a lot of people that get into shitty relationships because they're almost forced by the fact that they don't have good relationships in before that they jump into something and it's somebody who gives them the slightest bit of care and affection, and then they get attached to it even though it is an extremely toxic situation.
Yep. Raise your kids right. Be a good parent. Be a good
Yes.
friend. Be a good family to people.
Yep.
There's the
Yeah, that's
tips.
why I harass Alan.
Raise your boys to seek out a good woman, and raise your women to seek out good men. All right,
just
silence. Love it.
I'm just raising heirs for my empire because I need successors.
I'm just raising more trap cards for this deck.
I just want to
I
be
thought
happy.
you were about to say,
I was
I'm raising more traps. Oh, no. No, no.
I don't want to be
That Christian anthrax is a-coming.
One of my decks used to be basically, usually people have more magic cards and less trap cards. One of my decks, I think it was warrior kind deck. Basically, I had 90% trap cards and 10% magic cards
Yeah.
Wait, you play Yu-Gi-Oh?
for a while. But then I went,
Back off, Cameron.
I for a long time.
I just
My
remembered.
favorite deck,
Oh. Sorry, go ahead.
no, I just said my favorite deck was Mech.
Ah.
That's about it.
I was gonna say this kind of leads into the big story I kind of wanted to mention of what happened to me today.
Talking about Yu-Gi-Oh?
Oh, yeah.
No, of the
We
funny...
are talking about Yu-Gi-Oh. Go.
No, we're not. But
We are.
the funny situation that happened to me today. So why I was so late to starting this, because we were planning on starting this like an hour and a half before we actually did. So one of my roommates, my close friends, Moran, we were going, and he has a good bit of Pokemon cards. So he was going to sell them because he doesn't really care for them anymore. But he has some old rare ones, so we're going to this card shop to sell them. Well, we get there, and it takes a good while for for us to be able to get through the stuff, and then he's looking through a big-ass binder, so it's taking a while, and it's taking a good bit of time. Eventually gets through it, and it's like 30 cards, and he was going to get like 170, I think. It's like, that's pretty dang good. And the guy's like one click away from finishing it off, and all of a sudden the power flickers, shuts the computers off, and completely fucks them up. So we wait there for like 20 minutes trying to get them to fix it. They can't fix it. They're like, hey, you can come back tomorrow or you can go to this other shop. And I'm like, I still got some time. Let's go to the other shop. And so we go to the other shop, and it's busy again. Okay, we got to wait a while. Wait in line. Like, it's going to be forever. Okay. We get to the front of the line. Finally, we're able to do all this stuff. So it's taking forever to do all this, right? Well, that would be a problem. It would have been late. But it wouldn't have been that interesting of a story. Well, the guy in front of us, this guy was like selling him and his kid were selling his Pokemon cards. Okay, whatever. They're looking through the cards. Well, apparently they're going through it. The guy behind the counter accidentally doesn't price one of them, and the guy gets angry. Okay, the guy gets angry. It's stupid for him to get angry, but like interesting. He kind of just storms off. Whatever. Situation resolved, right? The guy comes back in the store and is now accusing the man behind the counter, who is sitting behind a normal counter. It's like a glass counter. You can see through it. He is accusing the guy of stealing one of his cards, one of his Pokemon cards. The guy points out that, no, I didn't steal it. I gave you back all the cards. And he's accusing him. And we point out there's a camera watching him. We can all see the guy. The guy's like, I don't even give a shit about Pokemon, and your card is worth $1.40. I didn't do this. This would be a good time to point out that the guy looks like the best way to put it is a wannabe cholo. So he goes and is yelling at this guy, and we're all just kind of pointing out, like, hey, like, he probably didn't take this, dude. Like, can you, like, calm down and stop, like, screaming in the store? And eventually he goes and he gets up and he's about to walk out. And this guy's been extremely angry. So as I'm watching him walk around, I'm watching him because I'm kind of sketched out, you know? That was my mistake. As he's looking for a fight, he's glaring at people, and then he sees me looking in his vague direction, and he says, "You want to fucking go? You bad, essay?" And I'm like, okay, I'm gonna pretend to be stupid. I'm like, what do you mean? Am I bad? I don't know what you mean. We're in a fucking nerd card shop. What kind of hard ass does he think I am? Apparently, he thought that I was the hardest guy in there because he targeted me and asking if I'm hard, which I wanted to make a sexual joke about, but it was probably not the time. Yeah, he starts threatening me. He's like, "You want to fucking go outside?" I'm like, "No, not really. Like, I do not care about this." And he starts threatening me. The guy threatens to call security, so he starts walking outside. So the guy the guy behind the counter hangs up the phone before he finishes calling security. The guy notices that and then stays in the store and starts just like pacing around, glaring at me. So they actually call security. And this whole time I'm like, fuck, this guy's gonna come try to fight me. Like we told the guy, we're like, hey, if you could actually really call security, because I'm afraid if he goes out there and then we leave, he's gonna wait until I go out and try to fuck me up, you know? He's this guy a little bit smaller than me, so he's probably going to pull a knife on me, you know? And, yeah, and then as we're about to finish, he comes back into the store and then just starts power walking up to me. So I'm preparing to get socked, you know, as I think this man's coming up. Miranda kind of, like, moves in the way, like not unconsciously, but, like, pretends to be doing other stuff and just, like, getting in the way. And then the guy comes up and apologizes to me. Because he recognizes that everybody in the store knew he was a fucking moron with it and had his, like, 6-year-old kid there that he's just screaming in front of. And then he apologizes and then goes outside and just stands out there and watches it. And I'm like, this motherfucker is still watching me. We waited in there long enough for him to eventually leave. But yeah, so I almost got was going to get stabbed by this cholo motherfucker because of a power outage that made us go to a second store.
We did talk about Yu-Gi-Oh!
I already heard the story.
Yeah, I know. So yeah, that was a time.
Yeah, and unfortunately, this is the second time I've heard that story, and I'm just as disappointed the second time around after finding out that there was no fight.
I was not wanting a fight, but I was ready for a fight.
Do a Pokemon duel.
No,
I would even a Pokemon duel would satisfy me at this point.
this man was like cholo looking, like I said, had a teardrop tattoo.
Oh yeah, that his kid probably had just dabbed on with a wet rag.
Like he was like, I was like, he probably has done shit, but he also looks like a bitch. Like I wasn't that intimidated by him. I was just more intimidated by the fact that he'll probably pull a knife on me. You know,
he like hangs out with the real cholos, but the real cholos they just make him get the coffee.
Yeah. But that's why I was so late here because I had a lot of situations to deal with.
Yeah, I had to drive 450 miles, and I was on time. So
I had to do the artwork for the stream like 4 minutes before it started.
I have to give Cameron shit.
You didn't have to do the artwork. I said I had something. It was much worse than this, but
that's why the title is so crunchy. Is I was like, I typed "sent" as I was writing the thing.
Yeah.
The shrimp and the
and
frog.
then I asked for your email after that.
The shrimp and the frog.
Indeed.
I was okay with having had to write that, but he told me to. I was like, fine.
It was Andres' idea, okay?
So,
It was born while playing Sea of Thieves.
Yes, it
So-
was.
I just came up with, he's a shrimp. That's for shrimp. That's nothing offensive, but I'm French. So what's French? Oh, frog. Shrimp
Yeah.
and frog. The adventure shrimp and frog. That goes pretty well.
Which it works pretty well.
yeah.
Which the shrimp, and then we add moose in, so it's just the fucking animals.
So,
My idea was a shrimp, a frog, and a shrimp, a moose, and the Frenchman.
All animals.
we have a question in chat. I would like to get your take on it. and
I
give
read
you
it.
5 minutes. to read it.
I read it, and then I was just like, Dylan's gonna read this.
Okay, well, I've read it. I want you guys to tell me what it would look like.
See,
so
I
can draw this right now.
no, I'm just imagining, like, not even specifically Yu-Gi-Oh, but a trading card game, like, say, based off of kind of Yu-Gi-Oh, but with Mad Max characters and like, things as the cards, you know?
I was about to say that I was pretty sure that Yugi already wears leather. So, I mean...
He does. He wears
That
chains
kinda-
and leather.
I mean,
Mad Max
he's what,
shirt
like
or-
12? And he wears leather?
He's also
Weirdo.
5,000.
I mean, part of him's 5,000, the other part of him's 12.
All the blue would probably be like tanned brown.
Mhm.
And yeah, imagine the dual disc to be some sort of scrappy looking, bundled together scraps.
The best cards are made with human skin leather.
Oh
think-
no,
absolutely.
how do I draw that?
Pale.
Necronomicon style.
Yeah, so just have it like have stitches and
Yeah. So here I got
wrinkly and
a
stitched.
I got a topic. What's everybody's opinion?
Before you
What?
start, you want to start a timer?
Oh God, I'm just gonna look. It's 8:04. You got till 8:10.
Yeah. Oh no.
You said 5 minutes, didn't you?
No, but okay.
Oh, I thought you said 5 minutes. Opinions on Resident Evil Village.
There's already a
Person,
Thomas the
everyone
Tank
fan,
Engine
I don't
mod.
care.
Make sure. Did everybody hear what Alan said there?
There's already a Thomas the Tank Engine mod that makes Lady Dimitrescu look like Thomas the Tank Engine.
Do they have one for Macho Man Randy Savage?
Probably at this point, probably they already have one where some of the monsters are Barney.
Oh, I saw that. I've stayed away from any spoilers with it because I'm planning on buying it and streaming it.
Hey Andreas, how do you pronounce that name? Because I think it's French, isn't it?
Where is it?
I mean,
The main antagonist, the 7-foot tall lady that all the weirdos online are obsessed with.
Lady
No.
Dimitrescu?
It's Romanian. It sounds more Romanian.
Oh, it's Romanian. Okay.
Elkina Dimitrescu. I guess in French it would be Elsina.
Dimitrescu.
But Dimitrescu, generally most names that sound Latin but end in escu are Romanian.
Yeah, it's in
That
a native of an
I
Eastern
will
European
forget, but
country.
I think it's cool.
Just like the ones that end in ski are Polish.
Basically, yeah, exactly. No, exactly something like that.
Cool. I know how to identify Polish people now.
I don't like that as a statement.
That wasn't intended to have any sort of meaning to it.
But it sounded like it
I
did.
still don't like it.
I'm going to. So in that sense, I'm going to go skiing. Does that mean I'm going to go polishing, or what?
How do I have?
It physically hurt me.
How much time do I have?
You said 4 minutes, I guess. It's till 8:10. I don't know.
I'm done with the hair. The hair.
The thing is, I like Poland. I like the Polish. I have a lot of respect for the Polish people, especially
Same,
these
actually.
days. They're making a lot of political moves that I like.
Hmm.
But I won't get into those because some of those are a little bit too spicy.
Are they known for spicy food?
Yes, a kolache is very spicy.
You white ass.
Come on, they can put spicy shit in a kolache.
When have you ever had a kolache that was actually spicy?
One of them I had jalapeno in it.
One of them I had. Just glad you didn't say jalapenos.
Jalapenos.
Hey, I'm from Texas, all right? I've heard Spanish spoken in real life. It's not like I'm from Ohio or the Midwest.
Jalapenos, cabrón. Donde los come?
It's not like It's not like I'm a damn Midwestern Yankee coming down here and be like, "Oh, I love fajitas and tortillas."
You know, fajitas sounds very close to being wrong.
It's supposed to.
It's just, Also, well,
Yes, Squibby.
if you want. But also, I want to point out the, we always talk about, when we mention Yankees, we're talking about Northerners, right?
Yeah.
But it's funny because the rest of the world Yankee doesn't mean Northern United States.
I know.
It just means United States, which is interesting to think about.
It means generally speaking Americans, but it's still. I don't know. Most Europeans, I'm pretty sure, know that Yankee originally referred to the Northerners.
Yeah, I feel like they would say anybody's a Yankee except for Texans. You know?
I like how
own thing.
I like how Texas is sort of like its own thing
Yeah.
around the world. It's like,
A lot of fachina.
and that's the thing.
Your own
Whenever people ask me
country,
where I'm
you
from,
already are.
it's like the other day I was online. I was playing a video game, and this dude wanted to make conversation with me, and he asked me where I was from, and he was like, "Are you American?" And I was like, "Texan." And he just started laughing.
There's 4 states in the United States that mainland United States that everybody else knows. That's Texas, California, Florida, and New York.
Yep.
Florida only because of Florida, man.
Yeah, exactly. And California because fuck them.
Because California, everybody knows California. To a lot of that's where all the movies come from.
There's one good thing in California.
What?
That's Wasteland Weekend.
Oh.
So that's okay.
Is there anything good about New York?
I hate New York. Not as a state, just the city. I hate it.
New York. Their pizza's good.
I do like Brooklyn
not
style
that
pizza
good.
more than like Chicago style.
Yeah, Brooklyn style pizza is good. I feel like.
I remember. I don't know if you guys were. It happened like probably about 4 or 5 months ago when I was playing TF2. It was really funny because um, it was like all these American people fighting on a forum about where the best pizza came from and where pizza originated. And so you had all Americans people, saying best pizza is Chicago, best pizza is New York, best pizza is. You had the most random names of some tiny villages in the US. And then
Tiny
you
villages, tiny
Villages
villages.
in the U.S.
and
Oh
then
yes,
there's the guy
Chicago.
that just
You gotta realize
posts.
New York has like as many people as France does
I
in
think-
total.
No, no,
No, I
no,
think
no,
he wasn't
no.
talking about
I'm
city. I
saying-
think he was
I'm
talking
saying so,
about
no.
like
So-
villages.
Yeah, a lot of people were posting, Chicago, New York, and then you had the most random places as well
Okay.
being named because
Oh,
people really wanted their
like
place to be
someone's
the best
like,
pizza.
Yeah.
And then you just have that random dude who just posted, bitch, please, what about Naples? Where pizza was invented in
Yeah.
Italy, please. I need to find this. It was really funny.
I need a good, deep dish margarita pizza. Sounds good.
I need something to eat.
Yeah, me and Alan have not eaten all day actually.
Oh, I've eaten all day. I just am
Oh,
hungry again.
I haven't eaten all day. He's
Oh,
just
by the way,
hungry.
Squibby, where are the points?
Don't.
Come on. His arm is sitting right here, ready to be punched.
Oh, I thought you were gonna say to be eaten.
And my knuckles are freshly dusted.
He's dusting them. You can hear it.
That was not the sound of dusting. That was the sound of awkwardly snapping using burger meat.
No, that was me whacking my hand against my knuckles.
I mean, looking at Alan, he pretty much is burger meat. It's lean.
Is that a compliment or not? I'm confused.
I said it's lean.
I'm not
lost.
gonna lie, I'm kind of hungry now.
You ate right before this.
Yeah,
Bro,
but we've
it's
been
5
doing this for
hours.
4
Oh, sorry,
hours.
actually, no, wait. I finished dinner at 9:30. Then
Yeah.
we streamed 2 hours late. And
Yeah.
then it's been 4
So it's
hours.
only been 6 hours. I haven't eaten all day.
I eat a midnight snack
mean-
every night.
I
The
do
later
too.
you stay up, the more energy you need, so the more hungry your body goes.
It's
Yep.
not really, but okay.
No,
What do you mean?
he's
Okay,
right.
have you never done?
I mean,
a
it's not
normal
going to
night and you
exponentially
just-
grow.
It does though.
It's
Have
going to
you-
linearly go.
You get
No.
Well, I
if you
mean,
do an
if you think
all-nighter,
about
I've
it,
gone from like dinner, so wait, lunch, dinner, then 2 hours later, snack, coffee, and before I know it, at 4 a.m. I've had one pasta meal. Then at 6 a.m. I go for a panini and a coffee, and then at like 8 a.m. because I know I have to go to stay awake till like 12. That was at uni. I'd go for a second panini. I'd just keep eating non-stop after an all-nighter.
Yeah,
I'd
that's
just
called
eat
being a
them.
fat ass like me.
no,
No,
it's
that's
called
called
trying
being
to keep
hungry.
yourself awake with calories.
Yeah, that's
Exactly.
not that you need it. It's just that you are
You
forcing
literally
yourself.
require calories to maintain consciousness, Cameron.
Yes, but you don't need to be eating to do that. I have done that. I have stayed awake for 4 days and only ate normally.
Where the fuck do you get calories besides eating? Or do you
Yes, you don't-
photosynthesize?
You don't have to. You don't have to eat more than normal. You don't have to eat more than normal.
It's the cocaine.
You don't have to. I've never once done cocaine. You don't have to eat more than normal. You can just eat the normal amount.
I have a
Look,
question.
lucky-
How
well,
much is
lucky
500
second.
grams of pasta in
Hey,
America?
you know like one like box of pasta.
Oh, I eat 2 of those.
The whole.
I literally eat 2 of those, like all the time. Yes.
Wait, you eat
That doesn't
one
fit in a
kilo of
bowl.
pasta?
Half of one
I
of those
can,
fills up an
yes.
entire bowl.
No. So I usually go when I'm alone and I go with just simple olive oil parmesan. I can go for 500 grams very easily. But
Yeah,
I've
I-
never done a kilo in my life.
No, yeah.
I've done a kilo of food, but not just pasta. My biggest
can
meal
eat-
ever.
I
Go
can
ahead,
eat
go ahead.
large pizzas by myself. I can
Oh yeah, I can do
Yeah.
that too.
Okay. A large pizza is
Just
different from
pasta.
2 large boxes of pasta.
I can eat that. Yeah.
The biggest meal I've ever had was at university, second year,
macaroni.
because
That's a little different. I think like this big spaghetti things.
Still a kilo.
I
By the
don't.
way, I asked what it is in American
Let me see.
or imperial measurements, if you want to use.
500 grams to what? 500 grams to what?
I don't know, ounces.
It is almost 18 ounces.
So that's about a pound.
500
pounds.
is.
One-
You're
no,
saying
1 kilogram-
you're saying
1
that you
kilogram
can
is
double
2
that.
pounds.
Okay, so my measurements were a little bit off.
You
but
can
in
eat the
my
same.
defense,
Okay, all of us are saying we can eat the 500 grams.
yeah.
Not the not 1,000. Fuck no.
Well, you say grams, and instantly I'm thinking about like drugs.
Well, yes. Is pasta not a drug?
Because over here in America, the
America.
only thing we measure out in grams are drugs. Oh, and the amount of black powder that goes in a bullet.
He's holding a bullet up to the camera. That's not on.
The bullet is not on. You're right. Because if it was on, there would be a hole in your ceiling, right?
Yeah.
In fact,
I feel like it would be
I-
off,
I use them to turn my bullets on.
and the guns turn him on as well.
robbing.
You've already established he's an American.
No. He's Texan. There's a difference.
I'm a Texan. Weapons are part of my religion.
Like just yesterday, I ate I didn't eat 5. I ate like 300 grams of pasta with a pound of meat and red sauce.
Yeah, I make that all the time.
Yes,
The biggest meal I've ever had was 500 grams of pasta.
pound of
I
meat.
went for like a semi bolognese type sauce. So yeah, 400. I don't know how much. 400 grams of minced meat, 500 grams of pasta, 4
Probably a
eggs.
little less than a pound. Yeah.
Yeah.
4 eggs, 200 grams of parmesan. I just dumped it all in one huge fat.
200. Wait, no, motherfucker! You put 500 grams of pasta and 200 grams of parmesan.
Yep.
He was making French mac and cheese.
Basically.
Yeah.
Mince
Okay.
meat on the
Fair,
side.
fair.
And but yeah, that's. I think I've calculated with my brother. This meal was about 1,500 calories, and it was just I never felt so weird afterwards. I didn't feel bad because I ate it super slowly because I usually eat fairly slowly because I watch shows, etc. But at the end of it, I thought it would give me energy because I had to do an all-nighter to write an essay. At the end of it, I was so tired, all my energy went to digestion. I just sat in my chair for like 5 hours watching a show, and it's like 7 a.m. My alarm rings, and I'm like, oh wait, I haven't worked on that essay. Fuck it, I'll go to sleep. That's
It's like,
basically what happened.
what happened to you, Andreas, was that your body was like, this many calories? It must be about to be winter.
Yeah.
I must go to sleep.
I need to hibernate.
Exactly.
Oh.
Hey, is it time?
It's been
sure.
time for 5 minutes.
Timers aren't good.
What's
Where's
happening
your
in 5 minutes?
his
I'll send
his
what I
art
have.
that he's been doing? His Yu-Gi-Oh, Mad Max art.
In 5 minutes, the trumpets start, Andreas. Look to the east.
Andres, when you come over, we need to do cooking streams.
Yes.
That would be fucking awesome. It's just like
For sure.
you make a traditional like French dish and/or just pasta.
And Cameron will make a cheeseburger.
It would. I was unironically. I mean, I could make. I mean, I could make a Mexican dish, or I could just be like, I'm going to make you an ultimate burger, which is big ol' fucking patties. Because I make my thick patties, where you make the burger medium rare.
Yeah, you gotta keep it a little pink in the middle.
Oh yeah, for sure.
Thick piece of cheese, bacon, egg, avocado,
That's one thing.
Sounds nice. What
jalapeno,
about bacon.
jalapeno
Some
pepper.
bacon.
Yeah.
I said bacon. Bacon was the first one.
Okay. Cool.
Bacon, egg, jalapeno, or bacon, egg, avocado, jalapeno popper on top. Have you ever had jalapeno poppers?
I have, yes.
Yeah.
God, I got so sick of it in England. It's like, do you people know how to turn the fucking grill off?
No. They overcook every meat here, but that's because they had, the mad cow's disease in the 80s, and so they're kind of obsessed with it. But yeah, they overcook meats. It's awful.
Jesus.
See, I worked
They literally, use, before they met, the wider European culinary traditions, fucking all meat they would eat was boiled meat. They have no culinary culture in this country, except that they still from the Indians.
but
Oh, you know what I saw? I saw this son of a bitch. I saw him boil a pizza and eat it.
Yeah, I'm not surprised.
Oh, is that the thing that Squibby sent all of us at some point?
I have no idea.
Shit, it's a desert.
I'm pulling up his thing real quick.
That is a great drawing. Dude, I am so jealous that you can draw like that so fast.
Yu-Gi-Oh shit.
So
it's a
bad.
desert.
Don't do that.
It is so cool. Bro, that's better than the fucking manga.
So I'm putting it like I said. The man spent 15-minute max.
Yeah, no, he's good.
I fucking hate him.
I hate him too, I'm jealous.
You
No,
know,
no,
I
I
didn't
hate him.
have to design much.
Actually, let me...
No, I hate him because he'll complain about how bad of an artist he is.
Don't hate him because you ain't him.
If this was
Okay.
pencil and paper, this would have been halfway competent.
Shut
Yeah,
up.
that's fair,
Terribly
but it doesn't
cool
matter what
website.
medium you use. I need to come up with my... I used to draw a lot. I draw every once in a while now, but it takes me a long time to... I've got Attack on Titan shit, I just need to go find it.
Yeah.
My best work is in metal.
But yeah, to go back to the food stream, that is Pogo's idea.
Yeah, like I would be like, we're just gonna make a fuck ton of food, too much food. Because I'm thinking, if you come down, what would be amazing is if we got the other people who all want to come down. Because like I'm imagining it would be weird if we got it, but like imagine if we got Praxis and House and all of them, and it's like, okay, we're gonna make so much, we're all gonna make so much fucking food that we're not gonna be able to finish it.
The only thing I could probably make would be, I could probably just throw a steak
I
on.
was gonna say you could probably make a mean steak.
Like,
There is no meal
Oh.
I can't finish. It's not a matter of quantity, it's a matter of time. As long as I
Andreas,
have time, I will
We're gonna
finish
do
it.
we'll do a cooking stream followed by a mukbang.
Andreas, favorite cut of meat right now. What's your favorite cut of meat?
Oof, no, that's too tough, dude.
Blood sausage.
All right. Favorite cut of beef.
Yeah, I was gonna say give me specific meats because there's various meats.
Beef?
I like.
Favorite
I'd
cut
have to
off a
go.
cow.
I mean, I have to go with sirloin. I mean,
The
it's
sirloin.
just- yeah, it has to be sirloin.
My dad always said that the best steak he ever had in his life was a sirloin, but I gotta go with ribeye.
Ribeye is so hit or miss. Well, maybe that's just a thing where it depends where you are. But I've had very very nice ribeyes, but they're always not enough. There's not enough grease in the meat, and sometimes they tend to be very they have a lot of nerves, and they can be tough.
See, that's gotta be
I've-
like it. That's gotta be a thing. That's just gotta be your bad luck because
Okay, maybe because
I've
I've never had
always
fish
had-
with sirloin though.
yeah, I've always had trouble with sirloins, and like
Okay,
I've always
yeah.
had trouble with sirloins being tough.
That's very funny. Yeah, I guess it's just where you are. But yeah, the best sirloins I've had. Oh my god, it just melts in your mouth. It's got the nice like part of grease on the edge of it. It just melts in your mouth if you have it rare, barely. Oh my god, it's to die
Venison
for.
is delicious.
Venison is good.
Ooh,
I-
venison. Venison is to die for.
My family, we used to do a lot more. We still do where we get a lot of venison. Deer jerky is fucking delicious.
Fried backstrap.
Oh, backstrap. Backstrap is the best, like legitimately the best meat I've ever had. And I've cooked it many different ways, and it's
Did you
never
ever
bad.
have lamb neck?
I've had lamb. I've not had the neck.
I don't
Lamb
think so.
neck is so tender. It's
Oh.
to die for as well.
Also, Scooby, so what you're saying is whenever Andreas comes down, you're just going to go kidnap Praxis and bring him over. Mr.
I
Sipper
would
Praxis.
love to see the stream.
I like chicken breast.
You
Unique.
guys
I like
all
chicken.
together
Yeah.
for waste.
Okay. Y'all can yell at me. I understand. I kind of agree with Unique. I love beef, but man, good chicken is delicious as well.
See, I don't like the white meat.
That's
Well,
fair.
I like the white meat. I'll definitely eat white meat. Don't get me wrong. But my favorite part of the chicken is the dark meat.
I love
That's
white meat.
fair, but there is I was just gonna say there's a good way of eating chicken meat, and then there's a bad way of eating chicken meat. And
What's
if
the
you
bad
cook
way?
it properly, like I mean not a
Raw
bad way,
versus
but if you get bored of chicken and you just always have it fried or the thigh and you just cook it normally, but the best chicken I've ever had and I could just die and eat it over and over again. It's you cook it in a white sauce, some fresh cream, you surround it with prosciutto. It's got a specific name. I don't remember the name. I think it's goujon, so chicken goujon. But so you take the chicken thigh, you cook it in a white cream sauce, surrounded with prosciutto ham. Ideally prosciutto, but any ham works really. Mushrooms in the sauce, and oh my god,
Yeah.
it will be the nicest, juiciest chicken you'll ever have.
Let me tell you how we do it in Texas. We take a can of beer and we shove it up the chicken's ass, and then we stick it in the smoker for like 3 hours. And it comes out juicy and it tastes like Miller Lite.
You know, the thing is, it's not lying. We do beer battered chicken, like
No, we do beer can chicken.
yeah.
Beer battered chicken is when you fry it.
Yeah.
I'm legit hungry now.
Yeah, me too.
You I've been hungry.
I'm starving,
Um,
and I might have to leave soon because I have to go check into my hotel
gotcha.
before 10 o'clock,
Gotcha.
which is an hour and a half away, but still.
Yeah. But yeah, chicken fucking. I mean, I love grilled chicken. Like, it's simple. I literally, because I got some bagels for free from my work because they were past the expiration date, but they're still good. And I just went and I just cooked up some chicken and made like a chicken bagel, some cheese and egg.
Yeah.
This is pretty damn good. Also, I added some chicken into. I've been adjusting my frittata recipe, which I've been making some delicious frittatas.
You know what's fun here that we haven't touched on? Worst meal you've ever had.
Ooh. Do we count elementary school cafeterias?
No, like a meal you've actually paid for.
Okay.
Okay, so like at a restaurant.
Like at a restaurant, or let somebody cook for you. No names, so you don't hurt anybody's feelings. But no cafeteria, because as we all know, cafeterias are shit anyway.
I think I can start this one. I don't know if it's the most, but it's the quickest that I can think about that has a visceral reaction to it. That was, which shows really how far we've come with like vegetarian and vegan food since then, because it was real bad back in the day. In high school during robotics, the co-founder of the team with me brought veggie burgers for everyone, and I had never felt so upset to bite into something as I did when I bit into that. And it was like, these are all of the plants that I don't know the names of, and I want them out of my mouth right now. It was horrendous. And there was no being nice about it because your body just didn't let you suppress the amount of anguish that you had once your taste buds realized what was going on.
Mhm.
So everyone just had to kind of look and apologize rather than say, "It's fine. I'm so sorry that I reacted that way."
I'll say this is coming from the guy who has been not eating meat and he's been doing vegetarian stuff. Really, whenever you should.
Yeah, I'm immediately gonna go have a veggie burger after this.
Yeah.
And it's gonna taste
And
great.
they're good. I was gonna say, like at the the restaurant I used to work at, we had some delicious veggie burgers. I preferred our actual burgers because those were even better.
Yeah.
But our veggie burgers, I would say our veggie burgers were better than any other burger in Alpine.
I refuse to eat veggie anything.
Some veggie burgers are very nice.
Yeah,
It's
we,
just,
we, we,
you
we,
know,
ho- we
I
homemade
will-
our veggie burgers. It was fucking delicious.
I
I
demand
will
that
have
something
veggie
should have
burgers by
died to
curiosity
provide
and
me
for
a meal.
enjoyment, but I still will eat meat because
Yeah.
I like meat. I like meat too much.
Andreas, worst meal?
Yeah, Andreas, worst meal.
Let's see. There's quite a few. What, do we
Yeah,
mean
you live in the
worst-
UK, of course. There's a lot.
Do we mean worst meal in the sense that it didn't taste necessarily bad but got me really sick afterwards, or bad as in it tasted awful?
I would say taste-wise.
Taste
I'm
bad.
gonna say
Okay.
taste.
So
Because you can
taste-wise,
still enjoy a meal that later gave you dysentery.
Yeah, Taco Bell.
exactly. So so that it would have to be we've got a brasserie type restaurant in the UK called côte, which literally means rib, and it's usually nice, but sometimes they have very dodgy shit going on. And so my brother and I just went for dinner once there. We each ordered. They had no sirloin, so we each went for a ribeye. It literally, like, I've never tasted such weird meat in my life. I legit thought it was horse meat because it did not taste like beef. I literally gagged when I put the first piece of meat in my mouth, and I just didn't understand what I tasted. It was a weird mixture of like rubbery, plastic, chewy, certainly not beef meat, and I was so like upset. I just literally couldn't finish. I had the side salad. I ordered something else and dessert, and then I just left because it was disgusting.
I have a question for everyone after we've answered this, and it will be very short.
Can go next to me?
You go ahead.
My worst is I don't remember the name of the place because it was just some weird random hole in the wall place.
Yeah.
We did in high
You
school.
blocked out the memory. It was
And
that bad.
I remember like it was like it sounded great because like the menu I'm like I want to get a good burger and they had a burger with bacon and egg on it.
Yep.
Fucking love that, you know? Like it's bacon egg, we're toasting the buns. I'm like, this is perfect. This is how I like my burger.
It's like lunch and breakfast. Boom.
The buns somehow were like blackened but still felt soggy.
Ooh.
The burger was charred the most I have ever had it.
Ugh.
The bacon was the British bacon.
Oh.
It was soggy as fuck.
Oh God.
Which, I'm sorry, you need your bacon to be crispy.
Well, I mean, yeah, there's no argument there. Don't worry, I agree.
Egg tastes horrendous when it's overcooked.
Yeah.
Over easy egg, and the yolk was completely cooked. I don't know how you do that.
that's
It's called
an epic
over hard,
fuck
but
up.
some people like it that way.
Yeah, and it's like it wasn't necessarily the worst thing I have ever had, but it's just how excited I was for one of my favorite meals to just be butchered in front of my eyes. It is like slaughtering my newborn.
Oh God. Part of the bad taste is just the expectation of
Yeah.
something good.
So it's like you ruined my night. You ruined a delicacy in my eyes.
My expectations
My
were low.
disappointment is immeasurable.
Exactly.
It has been ruined.
Mine is kind of similar to yours, Cameron. I was in Houston for a stock show, and we went to this fancy steakhouse. And when we got there, I had never before heard of a dry aged steak in my life.
Okay.
Right, and so I don't
I'm not
know.
a fan, but
Yeah, I'd never heard of this, and I was like, well, it's fancy. I'll give it a shot and see what maybe I'll find something new I like.
does everybody here know what a dry aged steak is?
Yeah, that's when we have them a lot in Europe. They're actually considered delicacies sometimes. It's just
I know
it's
they are
very
really
actually
bad.
more
Yeah,
expensive.
Yeah, they're considered really fancy over here too. Yeah.
Right. Well, I don't know if it was this particular dry aged steak that I ate, but it literally tasted rotten.
Mhm.
Well, what can happen?
It's called doing it wrong, but yeah.
So,
But it's very easy to do wrong.
and it was just tasted terrible, and it was a ribeye. And the really bad part was because the texture and consistency of this ribeye was great, but it tasted like roadkill. And I was like,
And he's had some good roadkill.
There's a very definite possibility that I have eaten something.
I've seen the
In my
restaurants in
life.
your town.
That was killed with
Hey,
a car.
just because the tamales start barking sometimes does not mean that it's roadkill.
Which
But-
Chinese place did you go to?
I went to the Mexican restaurant across the street.
No,
from
I'm
my
talking
house.
about in the college town. Which Chinese place would you eat at if you had to?
I never really. There was one place. It was called China Buffet, which is literally like the most generic name for a Chinese buffet
Yeah.
ever. Of course, but
I mean, it literally is China buffet.
yeah. So that's the only one I ever ate at that wasn't Panda Express. And it wasn't good.
Yeah.
My friend had
Panda
balls
Express
of steel.
isn't good.
Well, that's a matter of opinion. But my buddy had balls of steel because he went and ate the sushi there.
Oh,
That
you
is-
ever
that
found
is-
some?
yeah.
You ever found some gas station sushi?
No, because I'm not insane.
I've seen it. I haven't grabbed it.
Also because most of the time it actually has fish in it, and I'm allergic to
Oh
fish.
yeah, it's fair.
Wait, sushi is fish? Whoa.
I know, right?
The best sushi that I never expected to be good is HEB sushi.
No, yeah, my brother used to eat that. all the
I
time.
hate it because it's like it doesn't seem like it should be good, but no, they prepare it fresh right there. It's like, oh, cool.
Yeah, no, they've got the fish right there.
Yeah.
I-
HEB is an amazing place. It is like the best, and I hate that I don't have one here.
I had great pictures from last summer because in Greece, the island I go to, they have a great beachside restaurant that does sushi as well as Greek meals.
Mhm.
It's one or the other, and I used to have great pictures, but the sushi there is so nice. I wish maybe I still have the pictures in because my previous phone broke, so I didn't save the pictures because I'm a dumbass. But it was the sushi. Oh,
Yeah.
so
Oh,
nice.
Also, Unique said my worst meal is any sushi, so I think he's on your side there, Alan, of not being able to eat it. Whether
It's not really a side that I'm on. I'm on this side because God put me on this side. Okay, I was born without the ability to eat fish. I wouldn't mind eating fish if I could.
is crab something you're
No, I
allergic
can
to?
eat those.
Okay, so you can eat like California roll.
I could if it didn't have avocado on it because I don't like avocado.
Fair, okay. Is it? There's another roll which is crab, cream cheese, and cucumber. I can't remember what it's called. Is it Philadelphia?
There's one sushi roll from this one restaurant that I really love. It's called the Cowboy Roll, and it's got crawdad in it.
Okay, that's not what I was thinking of.
It's got crawdad in the middle, and then rice, and then it has a little slice of steak on top.
Yeah. They're all fish to my brain. That's no different than eating a cow in the field. I mean, that's fair. I mean, if you eat a raw steak, it's pretty much the same thing. But
You gotta let the age. Ideally, you let the steak age a little bit, but
there was during Art Walk, there was actually back in the college town, there was a truck that was there that was Texas sushi. They had a brisket sushi.
brisket sushi.
That was apparently actually really good.
That makes me upset by texture alone.
No, it was cooked brisket,
Still,
but
I just haven't. I like brisket, but I'm from Texas and my family loves to barbecue, so I eat brisket a lot.
yeah,
What are you guys' opinions on the tartar, steak tartar?
no,
I've never had it before, but I probably could eat it.
I would try it.
It's-
I would try it, but only if it's prepared by somebody I trust.
Oh yeah, well no, it's not even that. It's most importantly you want to get the meat from a place you can trust.
Yeah, exactly.
You
Yeah.
don't want it from like some shit old mass intensive farming cow farm.
Yeah, I see. To answer your question, Kibby, you are technically correct, Squibby. I could eat fish. There's not literally a force stopping the fish from entering my mouth, but the consequences are
Dire.
not deadly. They're just very unpleasant.
Yeah.
I get incredibly bad chest pains
Mm-hmm.
from eating fish. Also almonds and peas. Though peas actually do cause my throat to swell up. And I say, I'm like Kermit the Frog.
I'm-
Keep that in mind.
I'm really glad I don't have any allergies.
It does suck.
Yeah. At
Because-
least it's not like
We're
one
not
of the
here to
big
find out
ones
if
where like lactose intolerant.
Well,
I
no.
actually think I'm slightly lactose intolerant, but I just don't give a shit.
That's the one thing I'm actually worried about in the USA because apparently it's a very common thing. People from Europe and USA apparently are very difficult time adapting to the other region's milk.
What?
Like lots of people apparently from Europe, when they go to the US and start drinking US milk, have issues, and alternatively, when US people come to Europe, they have issues with
What's the
European milk.
difference?
I'm sure that
Yeah.
there's some sort of difference in like the pasteurization. And stuff.
Yeah, I
Yeah,
suppose.
probably.
That, as
And
well
apparently,
as
it's
what we
upset some the
like the
stomach.
kind of things that we inject into our cattle, and the way
Yeah.
that changes like.
Hey, what do we inject into our cattle?
Uh,
I'm looking at the cattle, man.
what we inject into our cattle, typically antibiotics first and foremost, and some people do steroids, but that's more for the beef cattle sometimes, and that's not allowed.
Yeah.
Steroids.
From my understanding, it's the kind of antibiotics that we put in them and what they target is different. So they
Well, I know that in Europe
what
typically.
survives is different.
I know that in Europe typically, yeah, it's the way pasteurization is done.
Yeah.
Wasn't it somebody? It was a French dude, something Pasteur, who created
He
the.
invented it.
Yeah, he invented it.
Oh.
Apparently, y'all are doing it wrong though. But,
No, you were doing it wrong.
Also, as Unique said, the funny part is that they call it lactose intolerant when the tolerance is the mutation. Yeah, so it's like, as humans, we're not supposed to actually drink milk really past being a youngin.
Very young.
That was how our body was made, but like,
I like milk.
no, I know you like milk, Gallon.
I'll sit here and drink like whole milk right now.
Would you like to tell the story? I'm just gonna let's give him the floor for a second.
One time when I was like 14, 13, somewhere in there, I was at Weston's house for like a weekend, and during that time I drank like 3 gallons of milk over like a 3-day period
Why?
because I was thirsty and liked milk.
And Weston's parents kept going back and just buying more and more gallons for him.
They just kept getting me milk, and later I felt bad because I was like, I didn't even ask them to stop. But it's just like, I like milk. Thank God I wasn't lactose intolerant.
You would have been
same.
shitty for
them.
3 more days.
Yeah. That would have been like drinking a bottle of magnesium citrate.
You could probably still drink a gallon of milk right now.
Oh,
So-
I still drink milk every day. Like I have milk with lunch and dinner.
As Squibby said, gallon.
That's why my bones are this big and strong.
Yeah, Alan's not actually big. His rib cage is just like a foot thick. One time somebody
It's
shot
just
him and the
armor,
bullet
boy.
stopped.
I'm a Pokemon.
With me, it really is big bones.
So
Never
I've got a
seen that.
question for you guys.
Yo.
Like forgetting any of like the survivalism usually attached to this question. Just assuming you were given a plate of willingly donated,
I'm not eating human
skillfully
flesh.
cooked human meat,
No.
would you do it?
No.
Why and why not? And what would you hope it would taste like? And also, what form would you want it to be presented in?
Most of those questions are irrelevant because I'm not eating it. Sure for me. And the
Not
reason
a
I'm
true
not eating it is because I do not care if it was willingly donated. I'm not going to be cannibalistic. I don't care if I'm starving to death. I'm not eating human meat.
Do you want to become a Wendigo?
Yeah, exactly. I'm part Cherokee. There's a definite possibility here.
I've already eaten the deer jerky. I can't get the other half.
Andreas?
Well, I mean, again, it's if I'm starving to death and the parts were given willingly, I'm not gonna say I'm not gonna try it. I don't know. I still find it kind of gross, but I'm curious enough and probably starving enough that I would probably try it. Yes.
Right. So I'm saying, forgetting the usual, if you're starving,
Yeah.
part of the question, because I think most people would eat horses,
like
dogs,
going to a
cats,
restaurant.
whatever, if they were starving. But would you do it just as a dish? to
Just
know
as
what it
dish?
tastes like?
No, I wouldn't. Nah.
I
Well,
would.
actually, let's say it depends. If it was a person's
There's a gun in
dying
that room
wish,
right there.
and
Gun in the
everyone
room.
told me that it was gonna
Yeah,
go
but
to
mine,
waste
I
if I
don't have
didn't
to
eat
open
it,
it,
then I
Steve.
might try it.
You could open
But
my
other than
door.
that, no.
You think I couldn't break through that door right now?
I if it
You would
is
do it to be
com-
nice. Where
if
you're
it
like,
is-
oh, I'm at a dinner party. I can't say no.
Fuck no. Where am I? At a dinner party at Nancy Pelosi's house?
no, you're at the Dahmer party.
Jesus, no.
At that point, you should probably just leave.
See, if it is completely ethically done,
In what sense would this be ethical? Who in their right mind donates their own flesh to be eaten, specifically
Steve, maybe
to be eaten.
I could so easily take this as my vegetarian preaching spin, but I don't want to be that guy, so I won't do it.
Yeah, but you're not gonna preach to me because I would do it.
So would you eat human flesh willingly
Yes.
given just to know what it tastes like?
Yes.
No.
I
In
am.
what form would you want it presented to you?
What do you mean? What form? Do you mean like what piece of meat or like how?
Do you
cooked?
want a burger? Yeah, or yeah, what
Well,
piece?
I mean, if it's
in
a, if
what,
it's a
in
shitty,
what
if
dish?
it's like an arm or like I guess burger would probably be a decent way of doing it, being able to consume it with other things around it. I mean, it would really depend on what part of the meat it is for how I'd want it to be cooked. You know,
A
like
better question is, what are you looking for? Are you looking like for American? Because American would probably be pretty
a
fatty.
little fatty, yeah.
Yeah. You know, of course, you went from like, I don't know, somewhere.
Okay,
like,
what country
North
would
Korean
taste
would
the
be
best?
Way too lean.
What country tastes the best?
There we go.
I mean, if you do like Russia, they'd already be
Andrew,
like
make
vodka
your case,
infused.
sir. Make your case to defend
Okay.
defend
I'm,
France.
I'm sad that I participated.
I was
in
gonna
this
say, I would say any Mediterranean country, including
That's fair.
France, obviously,
They're
and
already
maybe
spiced.
possibly India would be the best tasting meat because what we consume is probably the best food in the world and with the most savors,
Mhm.
like the
I would say-
spices,
Oh.
the
I wouldn't
olive
go
oil,
a
everything.
lot of disease.
Do you think the spices flavor your meat?
I'm sure they do.
I don't like how I phrase that. I'm sorry.
That's why you give that's why people give their chickens cayenne pepper.
Hell yeah, the spices flavor my meat.
I'm sure you can find a what's it called? You got banana taste condoms. I'm sure you got curry taste somewhere in the world. They sell curry taste
That
condoms.
sounds
You live in London.
terrible.
Go find them.
Andreas does a condom tasting video.
No,
Either that or those edible panties.
Yeah.
Thing.
I had a
Why
buddy
is
who
that a
bought some.
thing?
Yeah. How'd they taste?
Yes,
I don't know.
you tried them.
Well, I would have assumed you would have asked out of sheer curiosity.
He got it mostly for a meme for his girlfriend.
Oh, okay. Yes, I agree, Squibby. This topic is uncomfy.
Okay, before we move on, I just want to say the meme answer for what cut of meat is I want to eat some ass. Moving
Okay.
on.
Uh-huh.
That was
All right.
very perfectly timed with your post in the
Yeah.
chat.
The sea face.
Okay, let me ask y'all this question.
wait,
You
Dylan,
can
weren't you going
eat-
to say something?
You can eat one extinct animal. What is it?
Oh, mammoth.
I
for
was
sure.
I was thinking the same thing, to be honest.
I'm gonna try dinosaur.
Which dinosaur?
Yeah,
Dinosaur
I mean-
isn't a.
I don't know, any dinosaur, but let me
I
see.
mean,
I'd probably
like,
go
there's
for
something-
Would you want the
We
power
said-
of like eating a Tyrannosaurus
Banana
Rex? You know.
no, because Tyrannosaurus Rex, I think, were mostly scavengers, so I wouldn't want to eat that meat. That'd be like eating a buzzard.
Yeah.
I want to eat like part of it, like the tail meat from a Stegosaurus. I think would probably.
Bro,
be
you're
good.
But
eating
there's
chicken.
An argument to be made.
You're
Yeah, that
eating
it tastes
chicken,
like-
yeah.
I mean, that's fair, Andres, but still, I want the braggadocious. I want the bragging power to say I ate a dinosaur.
Nah, man, my
Yeah, in
my
which
money
case,
is on
eat
the furry
T-Rex, so
elephants.
you can say, "I ate a T-Rex, bro."
You know how fatty and melts in your mouth mammoth would be if cooked correctly?
Yeah, exactly.
I don't know if it would be all that good.
I
I
don't.
mean, it
Well,
became good enough. that
our
we-
ancestors
have
lived on
turned
it
our
for like
world into-
thousands of
It was
years.
Yeah,
very-
but that's
very
my
nutritious.
point. Human beings have eaten mammoth before. I want to eat something that no human ever ate before.
T-Rex.
Well, you don't know humans have never eaten T-Rexes.
I'm pretty sure humans have never eaten a T-Rex.
I know, but my neighbor hasn't, and I get to be that guy who always brings it up somehow. And they're like, yeah, that's great, Nancy. But have you eaten a T-Rex? And they're like, this is the board meeting. Yes.
We're talking about funding for the school.
So, well, Velociraptor, unique says Velociraptor.
Yes.
That's just chicken. That's literally chicken or pigeon, I guess.
It is prehistoric. It is what chicken used to be, Andres. It is what
So what?
chicken
It's
could
still
be
chicken.
if
still chicken.
evolution hadn't just royally nerfed birds.
I know what
That's
chicken
why we're
tastes like. It
all
tastes nice, but it's not.
Megalodon.
I'd rather try mammoth. Well, imagine going for megalodon sushi.
I couldn't eat megalodon.
Well, Titanoboa would be
sushi.
cool.
Well,
That's
that's true.
just
as
one
well.
of those marine reptiles, though.
Yeah.
Yeah, I could eat an ichthyosaur. Pretty good.
I think megalodon sushi just like. Yeah.
We have covered
Look,
a
that's
wide
just a
range of
giant
topics
middle
in this
finger
podcast.
That's the
To
beauty of
science.
it.
You're like, food chain. I'm 3 billion years early, son.
I'm sorry. What was your answer to this question, Dylan?
Not even who left.
I did not mean to do that. I clicked on wait by mistake.
Dylan just left. Okay, he's back.
I don't know. I mean, now I'm thinking I want to join that hype train, but my initial thought was T-Rex. Just to say it had
Just
T-Rex.
so just for the bragging power, you know. Like you want to brag about eating dinosaur, but like eating T-Rex is the ultimate bragging power.
Yeah, but I want to brag about it, but I also want it to have a chance of tasting good, which is why I'm going for a vegetarian, and also why I'm going for a Stegosaurus, because if you guys didn't know, toward the back end there was another brain, and I don't know how that would affect the taste. I just thought I'd bring it up.
Brains
I
apparently
think it
really
might
good.
introduce a lot of diseases that we don't have the technology to cure.
Yeah, I was gonna say.
What do you mean we don't have the technology? We have the technology to go back in time so I can eat a dinosaur.
Fair. I cannot argue here.
Either that, or we have the technology to rewrite DNA
anime
that brings a
logic, yeah.
dinosaur to me, so I can.
I mean, if you
assume-
rewrite the DNA, though, it wouldn't bring back the the pathogens from back then.
That's
Okay,
true. So I
so-
need time travel.
Jurassic Park is possible.
On top of that question, then, if you could
Imagine how much more successful.
here's a very dystopian idea. If anyone listening to this is a writer and they want a really bad thing to shoehorn into a story, in your cyberpunk reality, go to a restaurant where you can order famous.
You cut off a famous.
I
What do you
want,
think famous
Pizza.
penis?
I want to just mention that what Dylan was saying, and plus what Unique was saying about Velociraptor reminded me that in this one book I read recently, called The Adventures of Tom Stranger, Interdimensional Insurance Agent.
You told me about that.
Yeah, there's a universe in that book where Colonel Sanders has deep fried Velociraptor, and it
Hey, Dylan,
sounds
just look
delicious.
at- Here are you.
I would love some deep fried Velociraptor
Dylan,
because I have secret herbs and spices.
I think I broke it when I
There you go.
There you go.
left
There you
for a
go.
sec.
There you are.
Here.
We can hear you.
You said something.
Well, Andreas left, and then I left shortly after, just out of like, it made me nervous that mine was gonna break soon too, and apparently that's what did it.
Sorry.
So what were we saying, Dylan?
I don't know where I was.
I think we're going to talk about very nice pizza.
Oh,
No, you were
I've
talking about
gone into
dystopian
literal.
A dystopian something.
Oh yeah.
cyberpunk
Dystopian
universe.
Dystopian story. If you could go to a cafe and order like a steak that tastes like, I'll have the George Washington today, and someone else can be like, I'll have the Elon Musk.
Why are you talking about this?
I don't
Like,
know.
what is-
That's just an idea I had, and if you guys would like to choose what celebrity,
I mean, would that solve the people who say they want to eat the rich?
No,
I guess it would in a way.
as long as you
because
don't
then
offer, like,
instead of
Billie Eilish.
having to deal with socialists, we have to deal with cannibal socialists.
What's the difference? Ba-dum-bum.
How many bullets it takes?
But coming back on meats, because I remember when we were talking earlier about meats we tried. Did you guys ever try boar meat?
Boar?
Oh yeah, I've
Yeah.
had boar.
I don't.
Boar
believe
meat is
so.
so nice as well.
Have you ever had
Because we
Rocky
asked
Mountain
them, we
oysters?
asked about
Yep.
a different type of meat.
Bitch, I make rocky
I know.
noise.
I looked at you, but I didn't mean to voice that question at you. Dylan and Trace, have you ever had Rocky Mountain oysters?
No.
Nope.
Do you
know
Bro,
what
I'm
they
in,
are?
bro, I'm in Europe. How the fuck would we get those? We've
That's
got our own
not-
oysters.
That's not.
You're
That's
just
surrounded
the
not.
by
name.
oceans.
And Trace, do you know what Rocky Mountain oysters are?
Well, aren't they like Rocky Mountain oysters?
No.
As in,
No, they're
The point of the name is that there is no ocean anywhere near the Rocky Mountains.
I thought they were soft water oysters.
No.
there are saltwater,
But that's
or
not what
freshwater
Rocky
oysters.
Mountain oysters.
But yeah, but
Okay.
this is Rocky Mountain oysters are deep fried bull testicles.
Oh.
Oh,
Dylan, did you not know it either?
no.
They
'Cause
served
I
it at-
responded with, I never ate seafood.
They serve them at the Riata.
I'm not surprised. It's
They're
Mark.
pretty good.
They're actually not bad. Is the worst part.
Dip them in a little bit of that spicy ketchup.
Mm-hmm.
Ooh, that's good.
Get your shot of testosterone to start the day.
A lot of people do it with. A lot of people use what's that red sauce?
Where do you get your
cocktail sauce.
protein?
Huh?
Bad joke. I'm not gonna explain that.
Hey, Rocky Mountain oyster. It's been a long time since I had any though.
It's been, I think, since high school for me.
We every time we work the cows, we end up with a good little batch of Rocky Mountain oysters, but they're always way too small to actually cook. You want them out of an actual bowl, which means they're about the size of my fist.
Can make balls in high school. Yes, I did.
You sure did. So did I.
Yeah. Yeah, that's true.
Mouthfuls of balls. With cocktail sauce.
Hey, so you remember the question earlier about like the people walking outside? Earlier about what kind of human meat you would eat?
No. No.
Bro, if we're gonna discuss it, come
No.
on. I'm not choosing one, bro. If I'm actually gonna try human meat, I want to try the ribs. I want to try the chop. I want to try the pecs. I want to try the thigh.
God, this topic bothers me.
Yeah, but what about human mountain oysters?
No,
I wouldn't do it
Try
either.
that all your life.
my indecency has some decency.
I'm waiting for Mochi to pop up. Be like, I like them raw.
God. You people are sick.
I was waiting for rain.
God damn, you might as well just be like, Soylent Green. You know, you realize that was the bad part of that movie, right, Dylan?
I'm not saying that I want to actively be eating people. I'm just an inquisitive person, okay?
You know there's that one anchor for CNN who did it and then went insane.
Yeah, but I'm built different.
Just built different, man. That's what it is. That's what it is.
I can't even remember why he said he did it. He did it
Because he's
on
insane.
TV. Yeah, well, he definitely went bat crap insane afterwards.
So it has been 4 hours 45 minutes.
Yeah.
I was curious if we had any ending things we wanted to say before I waste away from not eating.
Let's see. I'm gonna try and go finish with a non-controversial statement. USA sucks. France is great. Thank you. Bye.
I'll
Okay.
accept that.
Goodbye, liar. Dylan, you're kicked out. You go to France.
Old school France was cool.
We'll have you. We'll have you.
Old school France was cool.
Good, you can
What do you
keep
mean
him.
old school? We're still the 3rd nuclear power, 5th world power, and 6th economic
So
power.
I'm
No,
not.
what's
I'm
that's
not.
the
cool
one
is that
thing
you
I will
don't
give
measure
you is that you
yourself by
guys have done
nuclear
nuclear
power.
power.
That's
Yeah,
an American
yeah.
thing.
Well, I'm not gonna call China cool, and they're like the first nuclear power.
No, but China's a dictatorship. France is not.
Yeah, but I'm not gonna compare by nuclear power. I'm just saying y'all were a hell of a lot cooler in the past.
Well, yeah, because we were more powerful.
Be a
but we're
lot
still pretty
cooler
cool.
if you
You
were.
Now,
And I ruled the world.
now y'all don't even bring out the guillotines.
That's not true. We literally had the Gilets jaunes. Like,
You haven't
2 years.
used the guillotines though.
Since the 70s.
The people haven't used the guillotines for a long time though.
Okay, when's the last time you used the guillotines? Huh?
Well, give us a couple months.
I built one in high school.
We've been on the verge for about 8 years.
Yeah,
Especially
exactly. what
like
I'm
those
saying.
like six
You
times.
haven't used it
As,
yet. We're
as,
also
as,
on the verge.
as Unique said, I especially like those like 6 times they surrendered.
Hey, to be fair, it's not like
Okay.
there haven't been beheadings in France lately.
That's a spicier topic.
It sure
Oh
is.
boy,
It's
this is
been-
probably a good
there's-
time to end the stream. Thank you all for joining us. Bye, don't stream, please. I guess that was insensitive in every way. Let's go.
To be
Bye.
to be fair, I did start it.
Yeah, you did start. Don't start none, won't be none.
Not a single host of this podcast will not accidentally or purposely start spicy topics.
I'll start this topic. But it has been 5 hours almost.
Beheading
have to check
people is
into my
never
hotel.
good unless they're a corrupt politician.
I would say beheading a person is never good in any case.
What about like corrupt kings, like dictators?
I'd still prefer imprisonment over. I'm honestly right now struggling with the idea of the death penalty at this point. So
okay.
I have to
Pussy,
figure that out.
pussy, just chop over head. I'm joking.
You come over here and say that Frenchman.
You just had a Frenchman call you pussy. How can you recover?
I'll somehow live with it.
Oh, but okay,
That
wait,
goes against, like, your
parentheses, 'cause
national identity.
I forgot that pussy in America is way worse than pussy in UK.
No, okay, it is to some people, but I
I
still
don't.
like.
I
yeah.
get called a pussy all the time. It has lost its sting by a long way.
Fair enough.
You bloody cunt. Bloody cunt is my favorite because it has extra connotations.
The one that
Great
hurts
use of the
around
time.
where I live is cocksucker.
Yeah, oh, cocksucker's pretty good.
That's
Oh
the
my
one.
god, this is a way to end stream.
What's your favorite slur, Dylan?
No. No, that is different. That is different. That is different.
Hang on, wait.
I am physically. I am canceling. I am canceling
He's
the
just
air.
waving his arms.
No.
He's like
Moist.
He
your
just
question
keeps
again?
declaring people
What was-
safe
what
at
was
home.
your question again?
What is the worst insult? How about that? What is your favorite insult?
The worst insult.
My favorite insult is
Your favorite.
Democrat.
Non-controversial.
Nobody's gonna yell at you for that here.
Unique, just put moist.
Yeah, moist. Andreas, what's your favorite insult?
It's French.
Say it in French.
Yeah, no, it's not in French. It's just saying that somebody's French. That's the best insult.
Very simple. You're gonna find it disappointing, but I'm gonna put it in context. It's merde, which means shit.
Yeah.
But the difference is in French, merde can express anything from awesomeness, disappointment, profound disappointment, hatred, and annoyance. Merde is just so universal in every way. It's beautiful. It's beautiful. I love it.
Wow, it sounds very flexible.
Dylan, your favorite insult?
I think I will say I think the Australians have the best insults.
Cunt is pretty good.
You can't just.
Have we all watched The Matrix here?
No.
I know.
watched all
Charles,
three.
but there is literally an amazing scene in Matrix 2 where there's some random computer program who's called the Frenchman. And he literally goes on, there's an entire scene where he goes on about why French is the best language for insults. And he just lists insults in a beautiful, poetic way. It's fucking hilarious.
Yeah.
You need to watch the scene.
So Dylan?
I don't know. My joke has failed twice because my sounds wouldn't do the thing.
Oh.
I don't know. I tend to like ones that are less obscene, because I can more freely throw them out at all people in all contexts, especially twit.
Well, I
love the
disagree.
ones in Monty Python.
See, I like the ones. There's an old book series I read, written by Richard Marchenko, who was the founder of SEAL Team 6. He had some insults from what him and his buddies used to say back in Vietnam, which the best one I've heard is "you shrimp dick fuck nugget," which is also just a great one for me. You know,
That's cheating because it's compounded. Compound insults are always great.
that's true.
Yeah.
If I have to go
really
with
just say anything.
if I have to go with a simple one-word one, it's just cunt. Like,
I fucking love the
'Cause
rude
it's not-
Frenchman from Monty Python.
I was like, cunt is like it can, depending on its inflection, it can be good. You can greet your friend like that, you know.
Oh God, I gotta
You
tell you
have
this
to
one
have an
time.
Aussie accent for that.
At my cousin's wedding.
Oh no.
I'm sorry. At my cousin's wedding rehearsal after party thing.
To his other cousin.
Huh? Anyway, no, not to my other cousin. Fuck you. She's from Arizona. Anyway, the point is, I met with her husband or her fiance's groomsmen, right? And I'd never met these guys before, and I was a
cousin?
few drinks in at the bar, and one of them came up to me and I'm like, dude, I'm sorry, I can't remember your name, and he's like, that's fine, just call me cunt. And so as I getting drunker, he'd keep walking up to me and keep going, hey man, I'd be like, cunt, how you doing, buddy? Just in the middle of this bar.
Is that your strip club story? Is that the
No,
same?
my strip club story is that I still remember the name.
Well, no,
of the
I'm saying,
first-
was that the same time period? Okay, no, that was okay. I just want to be sure.
That guy wasn't my cousin, but it
Gotcha.
was a bachelor party for a wedding.
That story will be great for another time.
All right, fair enough.
But yes, I was going to go ahead and give some shills out if anybody has anything else to say.
No.
Andreas, go ahead and shill yourself.
How do I do that?
I mean, say where they can find you.
I stream at Imperator Andreas Augustus. Do you want me to post the link in chat?
Yeah, go ahead. You can do that. Yeah.
I was about to say, in England right now. Soon to be France.
Do you have any social media that you use for it or no?
With my Discord.
Well, yeah.
But that's about it. I should
And-
probably Twitter, but yeah.
Yeah,
never did it.
I technically have a Twitter for my thing, but it's also my personal one. So if people want to follow me, that's your own problem.
Okay.
Alan, where can people find you?
Texas.
In the barn.
You have a Twitch that you've used.
I have a Twitch, but I have not used that, and don't expect me to use it for several more months.
I was gonna say you plan on using once you go to law school, I believe, right?
Probably.
What's
Like,
that?
I'll at least stream this at the same time, so I can steal people from your stream.
Yeah.
But, I kind of sort of have a YouTube channel, but that's not really set up. So,
Do you still have your videos on there?
it's complicated. It's not. worth going
Could people view them?
No.
Okay. I would love to see that because he unironically has some great videos. We had streamed a decent bit. Hand Simulator was the main one, and he has some beautifully edited down videos. This is like 2 years ago, I
Yeah.
feel like.
It was a while ago.
Amazing thing that I wish we at some point I would love to be able to get up and we could fucking watch it on stream because there was some good shit.
I'll try and make them public again. Figure it out.
Dilly boy, what about you? Give us a little shill.
You can find me on Instagram at @dillonor_. Give me a
Dot
follow.
underscore.
Yes.
It's
Either
terrible.
Iran or Western are cooking right now.
You can also find me on YouTube at Dillon or at The Photographer Unknown. Content coming soon. Thank you.
Yeah. Also, I believe that you do plan on some point streaming.
Yes, I will be making a Twitch account soon and doing some live art streams with physical mediums, so better than this digital garbage.
Which took him like 3 minutes, so fuck him. What is Dash Ducks?
I don't know.
It's amazing. It's a channel that's always live with ducks, and they're adorable.
Are they live right now?
Live right now.
If they are, I'll send a raid to them. I'll send everybody over.
Yeah,
Nobody
go
ever-
do it. They're amazing. A very
This is
good friend
Very picturesque.
from told me they were a thing like a year or two ago, and I just watched it and always like have the stream hanging in the background.
Yeah.
About
Please
dash
learn to
ducks,
explain to me
so
what
glad
poggers
you're here,
means.
because we want to show you something.
Mhm.
Did you know ducks can float? Oh, okay. Did you know we can fly? Sorry, I bet you didn't know we can walk? You are smart. Well, compared to other birds, we are the best. Oh, you knew that too. Thank you. That's their description, by the way.
ASMR stream when?
Yeah, exactly. We do a whole podcast ASMR. That would be great for nobody,
What was-
except for like Mochi. I was gonna say, okay. I mean, I don't. Ducks can float. That's why they aren't witches. God damn it. I mean, if you're here, you know my Twitch, twitch.tv/Mexican Shrimp. Follow me on Twitter if you want.
That sounded so much like you know who I am.
Exactly. I mean, if you're here, you've probably heard of me. But also, I do have a Twitter. I don't use it for any stream stuff, but if you want a stream of consciousness that is just horrific, you can find me there. But yeah, any last words? Oh, I do plan on hopefully as soon as possible rendering this and uploading onto YouTube on youtube.com/Mexican Shrimp.
That is poggers.
Monetized.
So yeah. Any last words, y'all? Can we get one chant in unison as I start the raid?
Apollonian.
There's one 4-letter word I think we've been talking about at the end. We should all say in unison.
Oh, okay.
Everybody ready?
Is it the C word?
Yes.
Just making sure.
Cunt.
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 Cats.
You were too late, I think.
Damn it.